The story kicks off with a loud alarm blaring non-stop, slicing through the morning silence. The guy in bed jolts up and turns it off, staring around in shock. The room looks just like his old college dorm. But wasn't he just killed by Zhu Juyin in the immortal realm? This is Lin Jiken. Questions flood his mind. Hez alive, but everything is gone. His items, his cultivation, all his power. His hands are completely empty. He checks the date, August 7th, 2036, the exact day before 8 Desolations officially launches. A shocking conclusion forms in his head. He quickly calms down and recalls a legend from 8 Desolations. Zhu Juyin once owned a treasure called the Pisces Jade Pendant, said to reverse life and death. Turns out, it was real. He remembers that moment years ago. If he had put the pendant away in time, it wouldn't have fallen into Guojie and Xu Zikui's hands. The thought makes his blood boil. 10 years. He gave his whole heart to Guojie, and she repaid him with betrayal, teaming up with his closest brother Xu Zitsui to kill him. They took all his wealth and treasures, then left him to die inside a beast's jaws. But now, he has another chance. He looks into the mirror, eyes cold and sharp. In this life, Guojie, Xu Zitsui, you will pay. Just as his resolve peaks, his phone rings. The caller ID shows a painfully familiar name. That crazy woman. He answers with mixed emotions. Feng girl, long time no see. She instantly yells back between gym reps. Long time? We had hot pot yesterday. Xiaolin, listen up. I've got something important. Her words pull him back to the past. 10 years ago, on this exact day, she told him she saw Guojie being intimate with another man. He didn't believe her and cut her off. Now he softly says, sorry, Feng girl. She goes silent for a few seconds. Sorry for what? Did you take the wrong meds today? She turns serious. I'm not joking. I just saw Guojie getting cozy with another guy. She even got into his car. What shocks her is Lin Jiken's reaction. He calmly says, I know. I'm not surprised. She gets annoyed. Did you hear me? I'm serious. He cuts her off. Feng girl, I believe you. But it doesn't matter anymore. Something bigger is coming. She suddenly sounds worried. Bro, are you okay? Don't scare me with that calm tone. Have you heard of the game 8 Desolations? I'm going pro. He knows no one realizes yet that 8 Desolations isn't just a game. Very soon it will shock the entire world. In a few years, the line between game and reality will vanish. Everything in the game will appear in real life. Early players will have absolute advantage. Feng girl thinks Hez joking. You're going pro? Isn't this the AI Nuwa game? Well, you're decent. Maybe you'll make some money. Whether she believes him or not, he's determined. He plans to move out of the dorm and rent a place to grind full-time. She laughs. Oh wow, finally growing up. Fine, as long as you're okay. I'm hanging up. He quickly stops her. Wait, don't hang up. Hesitating, he says, I need to buy some in-game items. Spent too much yesterday. Can you lend me some money? She fires back instantly. In your dreams. Then she explodes. Broke already? Who told you to waste money buying expensive gifts for Guojie? Deal with it yourself. Bye. The call ends immediately. He sighs after failing to borrow money, wishing he had returned just one day earlier. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a message. He opens it and freezes. Feng girl transferred money with a note. This is my gym membership fee for the next few years. Pay me back soon. If I can't work out, I'll drag you out as my punching bag. That's Feng girl for you. Tough on the outside, loyal at heart. Lin Jiken quickly replies, don't worry, I'll pay you back on time. That night, he lies still on his bed, eyes locked on his wristwatch. The crucial moment is getting closer. Everything is ready. Suddenly, the ring on his finger glows with a strange red light. He calmly raises his hand and swipes through the air with practiced precision. A red beam bursts out and floods the entire room. 2 massive words appear with crushing pressure. 8 Desolations. Global beta officially begins. The familiar interface shows up. 10 years later, Hez finally back where it all started. The moment he enters the game, he sees a crowded plaza packed with players. Chaos fills the air. Look, it's Nuwa. She's glowing, I can't see her face. But Lin Jiken knows the truth. AI Nuwa is the first trial of this game. She looks simple on the surface. But one mistake here can cost you dearly. Yet the crowd keeps joking around. She's so pretty. Nuwa goddess, marry me. Let me follow you. He can only shake his head. These people have no idea what they are doing. As expected, Nuwa speaks coldly. Silence. A massive tornado appears and sweeps players away. Screams erupt everywhere. NPCs can get angry. What's happening? Run. But Lin Jiken knows the rule. Disrespect Nuwa and you'll be punished. Light penalty means prison. Heavy penalty means permanent stat loss. Only sincerity earns favor. He immediately straightens his posture and stands respectfully before Nuwa. A gentle yet majestic voice echoes in his ear. Mortal, your aptitude is not bad. Are you truly willing to walk the arduous path of cultivation? He bows deeply. Yes. I, Lin Jiken, ask Nuwa Nyang to grant me a good talent. Very well. I shall grant you a destiny. He understands how crucial this talent is. In his previous life, he received Genius Merchant. It sounded great, but it was useless in combat. Just cheaper shop prices. Almost meaningless for cultivation. He tells himself that even if he gets the same result again, he can still turn things around with his experience. The process ends. He slowly opens his eyes. A notification appears. Congratulations! You have obtained the talent Defy Heaven and Change Fate. Maxed attributes but reduced upon death. Double rewards but heavenly tribulations follow. Every breakthrough grants a new talent with harsh conditions. He freezes. This is far beyond ordinary. The risks are huge, but so are the rewards. Before he can think further, Manhwa speaks again. The talent is granted. Now choose your appearance. It sounds simple, but each choice hides different stats. After scanning the options, he instantly selects one, the highest base charm among all presets. He remembers his past mistake. He once picked a weird style just to stand out, and suffered because appearance affects NPC interactions. High charm means better quests and easier favor from opposite gender NPCs. This time, he will not repeat that mistake. After confirming his look, Manhwa continues. Now choose your place of origin. A vast map unfolds before his eyes. With memories from his past life, Lin Jihan knows every region. The world is divided into 4 continents. Yangding continent for spell cultivators, Manhwa continent for support paths, Muxin continent for sword cultivators, Huafeng continent for close combat fighters. Stats also matter deeply. Root bone determines cultivation limits. Spiritual aptitude affects magic power. Comprehension speeds up skill learning. Charm influences NPC favor. Luck controls fortune. His character panel appears. No sect, no class, 0 fame, empty cultivation, mortal realm. But his innate stats are maxed out. Root bone 100, spiritual aptitude 100, comprehension 100, outstanding charm, luck at the absolute peak. Looking at those perfect numbers, he feels satisfied. If he follows the spell path, becoming the strongest mage is only a matter of time. But he remembers the fatal weakness of spell cultivators in solo combat. He suffered badly because of it before. Back then, he chose that path just to please Guojie. This time, he will follow the path he truly wants. Without hesitation, Lin Jihan chooses Muxian continent and steps onto the sword cultivator path. He knows that to stand at the top, you must face danger head-on. Sword cultivators dominate single target damage. That's his best choice. Determination surges in his chest. In this life, he will rise to the peak and sweep the world with his blade. The scenery shifts instantly. He appears in Muxian continent's beginner village. The server just opened, so the place is packed. Noise fills the air. New players shout for teams and quests. Some brag about their backgrounds. Others marvel at how real the game feels. The lively scene makes him pause, a wave of nostalgia hitting him. A group of players suddenly surrounds an old man in the crowd, fighting to trigger a hidden quest. Lin Jihan takes one glance and walks away. To him, that's blind guessing. He already has his own path toward the sword sect. On the way, he hears players complaining that NPCs won't respond and no quests are triggering. But as he passes by, the innkeeper who ignored everyone suddenly calls out, "Young man, please wait." The crowd turns to look. Even he is slightly surprised. The innkeeper smiles gently, introducing herself as Queen Yang, and offers him a quest. The players around are stunned. She steps closer, speaking softly about her loneliness, and suggesting they complete the quest together. Lin Jihan immediately realizes this is the effect of his maxed charm stat. Her eyes are full of expectation, waiting for his answer. The temptation is strong, but he restrains himself. He cannot afford distractions. He cups his hands politely. "Sorry, I have urgent matters today. If there's a chance, I'll return." The crowd is shocked. A quest they couldn't get, and he rejects it so easily. As he leaves, Cui Yang watches with regret. Deep down, he feels a bit reluctant too, but time is more valuable than anything. What he wants isn't here, it's somewhere else. Stopping before an old house, he sees players walking out frustrated. They complain about a strange blacksmith who won't respond. Lin Jihan simply nods and walks inside. The others mock him, thinking he's wasting time. He doesn't slow down. Inside, it's dim. A muscular blacksmith is focused on an unfinished sword, muttering in annoyance. Lin Jihan understands the true value of this place. Without a word, he steps forward and starts pulling the bellows to raise the furnace heat. After a few adjustments, the blacksmith's eyes light up. The problem was the temperature all along. The blacksmith thanks him, explaining he lacked assistance. As a reward, he allows Lin Jihan to borrow any weapon for one day. It sounds minor, but Lin Jihan isn't disappointed. This is only the beginning. He knows the real reward comes later. He walks to the rack, scans the options, and picks an ordinary iron sword. The decisive choice earns the blacksmith's approval. Lowering his voice, the blacksmith adds a condition. Bring back a pair of bamboo leaf green snake fangs within one day, and you'll receive a special reward. Lin Jihan accepts instantly. As he leaves the forge, he feels everything is on track, but the sword in his hand draws attention. Someone approaches to ask about it. He casually makes up a story, saying anyone can get a weapon if they follow certain steps. The crowd believes him and rushes into the forge. Soon, the place turns chaotic. People even start singing and shouting randomly. Finally, the blacksmith loses his patience and roars in anger. The players are still confused, until a sharp shout echoes through the forge. A powerful force sweeps through and blasts everyone outside. Only then do they realize they were tricked and start looking for him in anger. Ignoring the chaos behind him, Lin Jikin reaches the bamboo forest and begins hunting. His presence alerts the bamboo leaf-green snakes coiled on top of the trees. They dive down all at once to attack. He reacts instantly, drawing his sword and striking with clean precision. In moments, the snake falls. Its health bar hits 0. After the kill, he clearly feels his strength rising. A solid start. When the snake disappears, 3 glowing items drop. A bamboo leaf green bow, a venom snake sword, and a snake pouch. Even he is surprised. Drop rates in 8 desolations are extremely low, yet one normal mob drops 3 items. It must be his maxed luck. He doesn't stop there, and continues testing his fortune. Soon, the entire forest turns into his personal hunting ground. The air fills with killing intent. The remaining snakes panic and scatter. Before long, his inventory is full. Not only quest items, but plenty of poison arrows and copper coins. The harvest exceeds expectations. Satisfied, he heads back to the village. As soon as he arrives, he goes straight to the forge. He places the quest items down and confirms the amount. After checking, the blacksmith nods in approval. He keeps his promise and hands over the reward. The moment Lin Jikin sees it, his eyes sharpen. It's a recommendation letter to join the sword sect. He stores it carefully and asks around. No one else has received one yet. That means He's already one step ahead. No time to waste. Leaving the forge, he heads to the busy market and raises the weapon high, calling out his offer. Players immediately gather and start bidding. Amid the noise, a clear voice offers a much higher price. Everyone turns to look, curious about the girl who spoke. She walks forward with a cold aura and asks to trade immediately. The price surprises even Lin Jikin. But before he can answer, another voice raises the bid. A man steps out, introducing himself as Wang Jinghao, guild leader of Wanshi Guild. He studies Lin Jikin, clearly considering recruitment. The name alone sparks whispers in the crowd. Lin Jikin remains calm, though he recognizes Wang Jinghao from his past life. Wang Jinghao acts generous, offering extra money to build goodwill. Lin Jikin politely refuses and stands firm. Inside, he regrets the excuse he made earlier. Even so, Wang Jinghao maintains a friendly tone and insists on closing the deal. At that moment, the pink-haired girl raises the bid again. The atmosphere turns tense as the two continue competing. The price skyrockets while Lin Jikin simply watches. He silently evaluates the situation and senses opportunity. Finally, the girl calls out a shocking price, 360,000. Wang Jinghao can no longer stay calm and issues a warning. The crowd erupts. Someone is willing to spend 360,000 on a beginner weapon. To them, it's pure madness. And daring to challenge young Master Wang makes her identity even more suspicious. The pink-haired girl remains calm. Higher price gets the item. That's normal. Just because you want it doesn't mean others can't buy it. In her eyes, Wanshi Guild is nothing special. Realizing diplomacy won't work, Wang Jinghao snorts and waves his sleeve. Forget it. I'm not buying. He refuses to waste that much on a starter item. Just as he turns to leave, Lin Jikin suddenly calls out, "Wait, young Master Wang, please hold on." With a humble tone, he says he has long admired the Wanshi group. If young Master Wang is willing to pay 500,000, he would be deeply grateful and hopes for future support. Deal. Those words please Wang Jinghao greatly. He thinks Lin Jikin knows his place. Smiling proudly, he promises that if Lin Jikin ever faces trouble, Wanshi will back him fully, then asks for his account to transfer the money. Meanwhile, Lin Jikin calculates quietly. Build goodwill now. Use it later if needed. Wang Jinghao turns to the pink-haired girl with a superior tone, saying he won't argue with her and even suggests she consider joining his guild. As he walks away, Lin Jikin sneers inwardly. All that money wasted for pride, and he's happy about it. Rich but short-sighted. He knows once Wang Jinghao uses that bow for a while, he'll realize the flaw. Poison arrows have limited uses. After that, it's useless, and the beginner quests tied to it aren't worth the effort. Before he can savor the moment, the pink-haired girl returns, eyes sharp and filled with anger. What kind of person are you? You said highest bid wins. Acting polite on the outside but bending to power. Only then does Lin Jikin realize Hez upset both sides. He starts thinking about making it up to her. Still furious, she turns and walks away without hesitation. The scene shifts to Jiaxu Forest, where a group of women are hunting monsters. The pink-haired girl immediately gives orders, telling everyone to spread out and handle 2 small boars each. The group responds in unison, yes. Not long after, a low voice sounds behind her, confirming they are indeed here. She turns. It's Lin Jikin. Her expression hardens. She demands to know why he followed her. Lin Jikin remains calm and asks for a brief private talk. Su Yanyan grips her sword tightly, eyes full of caution, and tells him to state his purpose. She thinks his relationship with Wang Jinghao isn't deep. Maybe he was just dazzled by wealth. She considers giving him a chance to rethink. Instead, Lin Jikin says he holds valuable information. Price, 500,000. With confidence, he claims this intel can push her guild ahead of its rivals. Su Yanyan questions why he didn't sell it to Wang Jinghao instead. Lin Jikin scoffs lightly. Has not worth relying on. That was all an act. I have no backing. To survive, I must adapt. In truth, Hes thinking her rivalry with Wang Jinghao could make her a future ally. Even so, Su Yanyan stays wary. His sudden shift is hard to trust. Seeing her hesitate, he urges her to decide quickly, provides his account, and assures her of his credibility. She thinks that if it's true, missing it would be a huge loss. After a brief pause, she makes a firm decision and transfers the money immediately. When the notification arrives, Lin Jikan gives a thumbs up, clearly satisfied. Excitement rises in his chest. Just entering the game and he's already earned 1 million gold. A perfect start. It may be nothing later, but right now it changes everything. Once the money is secure, he clears his throat and reveals the secret. Stop hunting boars. Go to the weapon shop and take the quest. Su Yanyan reacts instantly, saying there's no such quest there and accusing him of lying. She even suspects Wang Jinghao is behind this. If that's true, she won't let Lin Jikan leave this forest easily. Facing her guarded stare, he stays composed. You just did it wrong. The blacksmith is busy. Help him pump the bellows for a few minutes and the quest will trigger. He adds that if she doesn't believe him, send one person to test it, but keep it secret. If the news spreads, it loses value. He pauses for a beat, then stresses that the mission itself is not the real point. The key part comes after it. Lin Jishin takes out an item, and Su Yanning instantly recognizes it as a sect letter, saying only with this can you locate the sect and get a chance to cultivate. After that, he turns to leave, saying everything is clear and the choice is Asur's. But Su Yanning quickly stops him and asks why he would sell such crucial information to her. Lin Jikan glances back with a faint smile and says he is not sure, maybe because he finds her kind of cute. That casual line makes Su Yanning's heart skip a beat. Just as the air turns awkward, a panicked cry for help echoes from afar. They look over and see her friends being chased by a giant wild boar. Someone screaming that they ran into a boss, and this one is way bigger than normal. Seeing the danger, Su Wanling immediately orders a retreat, because their current team is no match for it. At that moment, Lin Jikan calmly steps forward, saying they are lucky to meet the village's strongest boss on day 1, and if they will not fight it, he will take it. His plan to face it alone shocks everyone, unsure if he really intends to solo that massive monster. Lin Jichin then turns to Su Yanning and says he already sold his bow, so he needs to borrow her sword. Seeing how fearless he looks, Su Yanning tosses him the sword and tells him not to be reckless and to stay alive. Thanks, Lin Jikan says as he catches it, his expression turning sharp and focused. Su Wanling's friends start whispering, some saying he is courting death, others thinking he is just showing off, though they admit he looks good next to Su Wanling, making her blush. Embarrassed and annoyed, she snaps at them to behave, but that only makes them laugh harder. Meanwhile, Lin Jikan charges in and begins his fight against the wild boar boss. After dodging a heavy strike, he regrets selling his bow too early, since ranged combat would be much easier than close combat. Even so, he gathers his strength and slashes hard at the boss' head. Sparks fly, but the monster barely reacts and immediately counterattacks. Lin Jikan feels the pressure. Even the weakest spot deals little damage. This boss is insanely tough. If he keeps fighting head-on, he will just waste stamina for nothing. Since brute force will not work, he switches tactics. The next second, he turns and runs, shouting loudly as he does. Su Wanling's group starts talking again, thinking he gave up, even joking about his funny running posture, but saying he cannot outrun that fast beast. Su Yanning shakes her head, thinking his love for showing off got him into this mess. But since it is early game, failure would not be too costly. The scene shifts to the foot of a mountain, where Lin Jikan has lured the boss. He quickly climbs up a cliff, flips his body over, and loudly taunts the charging beast. The wild boar cannot stop in time and crashes straight into the rock wall. The impact drops a big chunk of its HP and even breaks one of its tusks. From above, loose rocks keep falling, cutting down the boss' HP even further. The girls stare in shock and gasp at the scene. After the rockfall, the wild boar is stunned, its huge body swaying. Lin Jikan instantly knows this is his chance. Without hesitation, he rushes out from behind cover and repeatedly slashes at the monster's head. In just over 2 minutes, the boss' HP is dragged down to a critical level. Its eyes suddenly turn blood red, signaling its rage mode. The situation becomes dangerous again. Facing the tension, Lin Jikan chooses to pull back and wait for the right moment. The instant he spots an opening, he dashes in and chops off another tusk. The boss' remaining HP is now barely a sliver. Lin Jikan pours all his strength into one final move, leaping high with both hands gripping the sword. Wild boar boss, goodbye. The blade plunges straight down into its head. When he lands, he holds a heroic pose. Before he can enjoy the victory, a blinding light suddenly erupts. After killing the boss, he gains 70 cultivation points, breaks into the early chi refining stage, and the system announces his talent is activated, doubling all his stats. Lin Jikan feels the power surging through his body, officially stepping onto the path of cultivation, growing far faster than expected thanks to that boss encounter. The system then adds a bonus effect, granting a random ability that boosts his vitality, a huge early game advantage on top of his already doubled stats. Once the upgrade is complete, the system congratulates him and asks if he wants to stay anonymous. Without hesitation, Lin Jiken chooses to reveal his name. In an instant, every player sees a sky-wide announcement declaring him the first to kill the novice boss, and rumors spread that he must belong to a big guild using team tactics. Su Yanning also sees the announcement and finally learns his name. Meanwhile, the boss corpse fades away, leaving behind several pieces of purple glowing gear. Even Lin Jiken is surprised by the loot. The amount of high-quality equipment far exceeds expectations, proving his luck is insane. While he is still enjoying the moment, the sky suddenly changes, flashing with strange light and rumbling thunder. The system issues a warning that in 30 minutes, a heavenly tribulation will descend. Hearing that, Lin Jiken freezes. He quickly realizes this is the price of his talent. Every breakthrough will trigger a tribulation, and failure means a heavy cost. Without delay, he decides to rush to the sect, hoping to find someone strong enough to help him survive it. At that moment, Su Yanning walks over, asks to add him as a friend, and suggests working together if he wants to trade gear. Lin Jiken agrees at once and gives her his ID. "I have something to handle. I am leaving first." Watching him hurry away, Su Yanning feels confused and slightly annoyed. She mutters, wondering why he is in such a rush. Are they really scarier than the boss? At the sect gate, the sky grows darker as thunder begins to gather. Lin Jiken runs at full speed, praying someone will accept him as a disciple before the tribulation falls. Reaching the gate, he loudly requests to take a master. The people around him immediately start whispering. Before anyone understands what is happening, the sky violently shifts, dark clouds rolling in with deafening thunder. Amid the chaos, a figure appears floating in midair. A dignified voice orders silence. It is the sect leader, Lang Feiyan. Observing the sky, her expression turns serious as she recognizes the sign of a heavenly tribulation. The surrounding elders are shocked. None of them knew anyone was breaking through. Just then, a desperate cry echoes from afar, drawing closer. New disciple Lin Jiken begs the seniors to save his life. As the tribulation is about to strike, Lin Jiken drops to his knees. He raises his disciple token high, anxiety filling his heart, knowing he cannot survive the tribulation alone. At the critical moment, Lang Feiyan gently lifts her hand. A golden barrier instantly forms around Lin Jiken. Lightning crashes down and shatters the shield, but luckily he survives. He exhales in relief. As long as he lives, it is enough. Failure would mean starting over and losing precious time. The elders are stunned. A mere early chi refining disciple, triggering a tribulation is almost unheard of, and whoever takes him in will gain great glory. Before anyone finishes speaking, the elders rush forward to compete. Each declares their intention to accept him and promises full support, some even trying to block the others. The competition grows intense. Everyone wants this opportunity. Seeing the chaos, Lin Jiken thinks everything is going according to plan. Joining the sect was the right move to survive the tribulation. He did not expect so many elders to fight over him, but he keeps a calm face to leave a good impression. Just as he is about to speak, a steady voice echoes out, telling everyone to stop arguing. Everyone falls silent and turns toward the voice. It is sect leader, Lang Feiyan, and the elders whisper because she has never taken a disciple before. Lang Feiyan calmly asks Lin Jiken if he is willing to become her direct disciple. The system announces a major opportunity, saying the sect leader wants him as her disciple. And though he looks calm, Lin Jiken is shaken inside because this chance is huge. He immediately bows in agreement, and Lang Feiyan nods, declaring him her only disciple before leading him into the inner hall. Lin Jiken is still stunned. He never expected to gain such a powerful backing right after joining. Inside the Tianyan sect's inner hall, Lang Feiyan brings him to a quiet area and tells him this will be his cultivation place from now on. She says someone will deliver his belongings and arrange his residence. She also orders him to report to the main hall the next morning, and Lin Jiken respectfully agrees. Watching her leave, he feels this master is distant, but he does not mind and decides to focus on growing stronger. After waiting for a long time with no one showing up, Lin Jiken starts feeling impatient and wonders what happened. Since no one comes, he decides to explore on his own and walks deeper into the inner hall, which looks like a vast royal palace. As he moves, he notices the ancient and solemn architecture, and a palace deep inside catches his attention, tempting him to enter. Without thinking too much, Lin Jiken pushes the door open. Inside, Lang Feiyan is changing her clothes, and when she hears the noise, she turns around with icy eyes. Caught off guard, Lin Jiken quickly explains and apologizes awkwardly for intruding. Lang Feiyan stays cold and simply stares at him without a word. With a flick of spiritual power, she knocks him to the ground, his HP nearly dropping to 0. Her majestic voice questions how he dared to trespass. Terrified, Lin Jiken kneels and repeatedly apologizes, saying he waited too long and wandered in by mistake, begging for forgiveness. Inside, he worries this will ruin her impression of him. Luckily, Lang Feiyan does not pursue it. She takes out a pill and gives it to him, saying she will let it slide this time. She sternly warns that without permission he must never enter again, or there will be no second chance. A system panel appears, showing it is a high-grade pill that boosts attributes and restores stamina, leaving Lin Jiken shocked by her generosity. After respectfully accepting it, he quickly retreats and kneels outside the door to thank her. He carefully stores the pill, planning to use it at a critical moment. Sometime later, the disciple arranged by Lung Feiyan finally appears. It is Nan Gongyu from the Tianyan Sword Sect, the same girl who once guided others, lively and bright as she calls out for her junior brother to greet her. Lin Jiken immediately bows, saying junior brother Lin Jiken greets senior sister Nan Gongyu. Pleased by his manners, Nan Gongyu nods and introduces herself as being at the late core formation stage, promising to take care of him, and the system shows her favorability increases to love at first sight. Lin Jiken stays humble while quickly calculating in his mind, smiling respectfully and praising her beauty and cultivation. Even knowing it is flattery, Nan Gongyu laughs happily and calls him quite the smooth talker. Lin Jiken follows the mood and calmly says cultivation comes from daily accumulation, not appearance. But deep down, he knows the right compliment at the right time works wonders. As he finishes, Nan Gongyu smiles brighter, and the system shows her favorability rising again to harmonious conversation. Through this interaction, Lin Jiken realizes she is far more approachable than Lung Feiyan, and in 8 desolations, higher favorability means more hidden opportunities. 1 to 10 love at first sight, 11 to 20 harmonious conversation, 21 to 30 travel together, 31 to 40 frequent company, 41 to 50 mutual understanding, 51 to 60 inseparable, 61 to 70 like siblings, 71 to 80 deep bond, 81 to 90 life and death allies, 91 to 100 bound for life and death. He sums it up in his head with a female NPC. Once it reaches mutual understanding, there can be physical contact, and at inseparable you can become cultivation partners and unlock dual cultivation. Still, raising favorability is never easy. In his past life, many players devoted themselves to NPCs and failed miserably. As he recalls that, his throat tightens and he suddenly coughs up blood. Nan Gongyu rushes over, worry on her face, asking when he got hurt. Lin Jiken quickly calculates that without medicine, the injury will take long to heal, so he decides to use this chance to gain more benefits. He wipes the blood from his lips, and weakly says he accidentally disturbed Shifa's cultivation, and was punished. Hearing that, Nan Gongyu freezes, her cheeks turning slightly red. She blames herself for arriving late and staying up reading novels, apologizing for causing the misunderstanding. She immediately takes out a bottle of qi, replenishing pills, and urges him to use it, and Lin Jiken thanks her while thinking the injury was worth it. Nan Gongyu keeps blaming herself, but Lin Jiken waves it off and says it was his own fault. His words move her even more, and the system shows another increase in favorability. Her favorability rises again, maintaining the harmonious conversation state. As if remembering something, Nan Gongyu takes out a clear jade pendant and gives it to him as compensation, shocking Lin Jiken when he sees its stats. She tells him to keep it safe, while he feels awkward about its value. He says it is too precious, but she casually replies it is nothing, and she has plenty more. She then offers to take him to his residence, saying the basic gear for new disciples is ready, and Lin Jiken gratefully accepts. Deep down, he reflects that without the right approach, none of this would be so easy. NPCs in 8 desolations are just like real people. They stop before a formation carved into the ground, and Nan Gongyu explains, this is an Earth-grade spirit gathering array that greatly boosts cultivation speed. She activates it with immortal arts. Green light spreading as spiritual energy thickens, and Lin Jiken is amazed since he once only had access to a mystic-grade array. He recalls that most beginners log off while meditating, but the growth rate is usually slow. Yet he is placed in an Earth-grade array, clearly receiving treatment far beyond normal players. Once everything is settled, Nan Gongyu lightly pats his shoulder and says her task is done. She tells him to cultivate diligently and leaves, and Lin Jiken respectfully thanks her. His status panel appears, early chi refining stage, and with the array, his cultivation speed reaches 52 points per hour. Excitement fills him. At this rate, a few hours of idle training might push him to completion, so he decides to cultivate for now and switches to offline mode. At the same time in the real world, Lin Jiken suddenly wakes up in bed. He immediately grabs his phone. A bank message shows his balance at 61,782 yuan. The number stirs intense emotion in him. Earning over 1.6 million in just hours means his second chance is truly within reach. Just then, the roar of an engine echoes outside as Feng Ponyang rides up on her heavy motorcycle. The bike stops right in front of his new apartment. You are here. Seeing him open the door, she walks in with slight annoyance, asking why he called her so early, and he confidently replies that he just wants to show her the new apartment he rented. She looks around in surprise and asks if he really rented this place, and Lin Jiken casually says yes, 6,000 yuan a month. Hearing the price, she throws an arm over his shoulder and jokes that he dares to spend her gym money, and he calmly replies that if he cannot pay it back anyway, he might as well use it. Feng Ponyang instantly explodes and jumps off the couch. She rushes straight at him. With angry eyes, she pins him down and demands what he just said, then loses control and starts hitting him. She grabs his collar and punches repeatedly, while he coughs and begs her to stop. Before he can explain, something unexpected happens, and both of them freeze. The atmosphere turns extremely awkward. After a moment, she erupts again and accuses him of taking advantage, and he quickly denies it. In the middle of their argument, a voice calls from outside, saying the game pod has been delivered, and asks him to open the door. Turning to Ren Lan, he explains the gaming chair is a gift for her, and if she does not want it, he will return it, and her attitude softens immediately. He says he is not sure if it is enough to repay what he owes her, and since her dorm is small, she can keep it here. Instantly excited, she runs to check it out, asking if it is the newest model and taking photos, and he sighs that money really solves problems. After settling everything, Lin Jikan quickly logs back into 8 Desolations. Leng Feiyan is already there, and comments that his talent is outstanding, and he is close to another breakthrough, while Lin Jikan humbly asks for guidance on advancing past early chi refining. She nods and takes out a glowing pill, saying it is a top-grade condensing chi pill that can help him reach mid-chi refining. Lin Jikan eagerly accepts it, knowing only major sects can refine something like this. But Leng Feiyan does not hand it over yet and reminds him that true strength requires real combat experience, not just higher realms. Lin Jikan fully agrees, saying those raised in safety cannot compare to those forged through hardship, and he seriously absorbs her advice. A hint of approval flashes in Leng Feiyan's eyes as she deems him worthy of being her disciple. The system shows her favorability, increasing to love at first sight. Lin Jikan feels pleased, surprised that even his bond with Shifu is improving. He senses her proud attitude slowly softening and knows the relationship may deepen further. Even so, he reminds himself to stay focused on the sword path he chose. Leng Feiyan turns serious and orders him to complete a sect mission suited to his level before he can receive the pill, and he immediately accepts. Before he leaves, she gives him a cultivation manual called the Tianyan Heart Sutra, saying it is the foundation every disciple must master. Lin Jikan bows and promises to cultivate it diligently. In truth, while all disciples can learn it, outer disciples must complete missions to exchange for it. As he walks away, he notices not many players have joined the sect yet, just as he predicted. Since the sect referral quest is hidden and time-consuming to find, few players have entered, but it does not matter because he is already an inner disciple. Just then, a clear voice calls from behind, and he turns to see a girl running toward him. It is Wanling with her friend, both excited to see him, and Lin Jikan notes she has joined the sword sect, thinking this could be a useful connection later. He takes the initiative to greet her. What a coincidence, you joined the sword sect too? Wanling smiles and says she loves swords, so this was her first choice. Lin Jikan replies politely, then excuses himself to take a mission. Wanling looks a little disappointed, while her friend teases that he is not easy to get close to. Wanling frowns at the teasing. Then they switch to talking about missions, complaining about not having enough contribution points to exchange for a cultivation method. Meanwhile, Lin Jikan is already in line for missions, holding the Tianyan Heart Sutra and studying it while he waits. Soon, it is finally his turn. He puts the skill away, cups his fists, introduces himself, and asks to accept a mission. The person in charge smiles and reminds him to choose wisely and not take unnecessary risks. Scanning the list, Lin Jikan hesitates. The easy missions give little experience, and the harder ones still are not enough to truly test him. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a gold-tier mission tied to Fengku City, marked clearly as hell-level difficulty. Lin Jikan quickly calculates. The mission location is somewhere he knows well. He makes his decision. Special missions mean special rewards. With the Tianyan Heart Sutra boosting his stats and his knowledge of the terrain, his chances are high. The mission board details it out. Recover the lost secret manual of Tianyan Sword Sect. The hint warns extreme danger, not suitable for low cultivation. Zhang Hai was killed while carrying it. The task is revenge and retrieval. Rewards include spirit stones, contribution points, pills, martial skills, and a hidden bonus. Seeing his choice, the overseer warns him. The enemy may be at late chi refining, far stronger than him, and rules forbid taking new missions before finishing old ones. Lin Jikan stays firm and accepts anyway. Murmurs rise around him. Most think he is reckless, challenging someone that's strong with his current level. Ignoring them, Lin Jikan shows a faint smile and walks away. Scene shifts to Fengku City as he rides his flying sword through the sky. After landing, he starts gathering information. The townsfolk see a disciple from Tianyan Sword Sect and greet him respectfully. Inside the city, he spots a man loudly sharing all kinds of news from across the land. After observing, Lin Jikan realizes this is an information broker living off secrets. He listens patiently, knowing clues will surface. Soon, the relevant news appears. Jiang Hai was killed during training outside the city. The murderer is Zhu Hao, a demonic rogue cultivator at Late Qi Refining. Hearing this, Lin Jiken's eyes shift slightly. He has found his lead. When the crowd disperses, he follows the man and offers to buy more details, knowing deeper secrets come at a price. The man turns around confidently, introduces himself as Li Si, and says information is available for the right amount. Lin Jiken pays without hesitation and asks for Zhu Hao's whereabouts. Li Si reveals he often visits pleasure houses in the city and hints at more important info for an extra fee. Lin Jiken agrees. Li Si smiles satisfied and continues. He warns that Zhu Hao has an older brother who has reached Foundation establishment, so caution is advised. The scene shifts to a lively tavern filled with drunken laughter. After indulging himself, Zhu Hao walks out unsteadily, surrounded by flattering courtesans seeing him off. He throws out a few arrogant words before leaving. From a distance, Lin Jiken hides in the shadows, confirming his target. As Zhu Hao enters a nearby forest, he begins to sense someone following him. He suddenly shouts in alert. Lin Jiken steps out calmly and says he is here to take his life. Zhu Hao sneers, draws his weapon, and judges Lin Jiken to be only early Qi refining, nothing to fear. He lunges forward at high speed. Lin Jiken dodges smoothly, causing the strike to miss. Zhu Hao spins and attacks again. This time, the blow is blocked, and the counterforce pushes him back. Zhu Hao cannot hide his shock. How can someone at a lower realm possess such strength? Lin Jiken answers calmly. It is not that he is strong, it is that Zhu Hao is weak, and proper cultivation of a heart method makes all the difference. Enraged, Zhu Hao pours spiritual energy into his weapon, preparing a powerful strike. A fierce attack crashes down with overwhelming force. Facing it, Lin Jiken remains composed. He activates his spirit shield and takes the chance to test the spirit-gathering jade pendant given by Nanggong Yue. The protective barrier flares to life and easily nullifies the attack, leaving him completely unharmed. He silently praises the skill's effect and the value of the treasure he just received. Across from him, after unleashing the move, Zhu Hao pants heavily, annoyed that his opponent has such strong gear, even threatening to seize it. Lin Jiken responds coldly, not taking his words seriously at all. Zhu Hao charges again recklessly, but every strike is effortlessly dodged. The worsening situation starts to fill him with unease. He quickly creates distance, looking for a chance to escape. But Lin Jiken closes in instantly and slashes down, severely injuring him with one sword strike. Zhu Hao panics as a single hit wipes out a huge chunk of his health, while both of their stats are clearly visible to Lin Jiken. The stat gap makes everything obvious. Even at a lower realm, Lin Jiken's overall power is superior. The advantage now fully shifts to Lin Jiken. Zhu Hao struggles for a few more exchanges but is soon blasted back, his body heavily damaged. Lin Jiken points his sword at him and demands the secret manual. Terrified, Zhu Hao begs for mercy, willing to hand everything over to survive. But at that moment, a sudden killing intent descends. Lin Jiken instantly dodges, the attack nearly striking Zhu Hao as well. Recognizing the newcomer, Zhu Hao immediately cries for help, his tone turning smug. He sneers, claiming the situation has changed. Lin Jiken quickly realizes the newcomer is Zhu Shen, a Foundation establishment cultivator far stronger than Zhu Hao. Zhu Shen walks forward calmly, scolding his brother for being reckless, and saying things would have ended badly if he arrived any later. Then his gaze shifts to Lin Jiken. With open disdain, he demands all his treasures in exchange for his life. Meanwhile, Zhu Hao hurriedly takes out pills, planning to recover and rejoin the fight. But in a brief opening, a sword suddenly pierces straight through his throat. Zhu Hao can only make a few broken sounds before collapsing, leaving Zhu Shen no time to react. Zhu Shen can only watch helplessly as his brother dies. Lin Jiken remains cold, making it clear his goal was to eliminate both from the start. He raises his sword and points it at Zhu Shen, eyes filled with fighting intent. That attitude ignites Zhu Shen's fury, and he immediately launches an attack. The strike exceeds expectations, partially hitting Lin Jiken and dealing heavy damage, forcing him to acknowledge the clear gap. He quickly counterattacks, pushing Zhu Shen back to create distance. Zhu Shen's detailed stats appear, revealing overwhelming strength at the Foundation establishment level. Just as Lin Jiken steadies his breath, he senses danger from behind. Zhu Shen moves at extreme speed, circling behind for another strike. Unable to fully dodge, Lin Jiken blocks but is still forced back repeatedly by the impact. He quickly assesses the fight. Zhu Shen dominates in speed and strength, but he himself holds the edge in combat experience. Zhu Shen grows even angrier at failing to crush him quickly, seeing it as humiliation, and unleashes an even stronger killing move. Lin Jiken braces and raises his sword to defend, but this blow is far heavier, costing him 300 HP. His breathing turns ragged. Spirit Shield is still on cooldown for 10 more minutes. Thankfully, Phantom Step is almost ready. For now, he will use it to stall Zhu Shen. Without hesitation, Lin Jiken's figure blurs, moving rapidly and leaving overlapping afterimages that distort his opponent's vision. But Zhu Shen is unfazed. He smirks and activates a similar movement technique. Compete in speed with me? Dream on. As he speaks, 3 identical figures appear around him, all swinging their blades in perfect sync, leaving no obvious escape. Lin Jiken frowns slightly, recalling this type of clone technique. They look identical, but careful observation reveals subtle differences. The clearest sign lies in the eyes. Only the real body carries a living spark. The others are hollow. After only seconds of focus, he locks onto the real one. Without hesitation, he thrusts his sword forward, dealing 55 damage and triggering a 5-second defense reduction. Excitement flashes in his heart. This defense debuff is priceless, cutting nearly half of Zhu Shen's resistance. He has to end this fast. He surges forward like a sharp gust of wind and follows up with another slash, taking over 100 HP. Zhu Shen coughs blood, eyes turning vicious. Rage explodes from him, his aura skyrockets, and he blasts Lin Jiken flying backward. He glares like a beast. "You brat, you think I am weak?" Before he finishes, his blade art erupts at terrifying speed. Lin Jiken cannot fully react and is struck repeatedly, his HP dropping fast. He grits his teeth. This speed is beyond what he can handle right now. If he were mid-chi refining, it would be different. With less than 1/3 HP left, this is dangerous. His resolve hardens. He takes out a profound-grade purple jade pill given by his master. It boosts all stats by 30 for 5 minutes and restores 3000 HP if not attacked continuously. If he dies, his talent drops by 10%. He cannot afford that. Without hesitation, he swallows the pill. Sensing something off, Zhu Shen pauses his assault, eyes turning wary. Lin Jiken feels a surge of power flood his body. His entire state rises sharply. Excitement flashes in his eyes and he lets out a confident laugh. Seeing that, Zhu Shen sneers. Laughing before death? Go laugh in the underworld. He charges again, blade crashing down with crushing force. At that moment, the pill effect triggers, restoring 3000 HP after he escapes the continuous assault. His HP bar shoots back to full. When the blade falls, he stands completely restored and calm. Now your attacks mean nothing. Zhu Shen freezes, unable to understand how his strike was neutralized so easily. That pill is no ordinary one, but it must have limits. You can only last for a while, Lin Jiken replies calmly. True, but before it ends, killing you is enough. He suddenly closes the distance and sweeps his sword, cutting away 180 HP. Zhu Shen retreats into defense, unease rising. The sudden power spike is real. He needs to stall until the pill wears off. As Zhu Shen shifts to defense, Lin Jiken feels himself improving, as if touching the core of Sword Dao. His sword becomes sharper and more decisive. In that instant, he comprehends another layer of sword intent, increasing his sword aptitude by 5%. Blow after blow lands, damage numbers flashing, the highest reaching 140, pushing Zhu Shen to the brink. A ruthless glint appears in Zhu Shen's eyes. This opponent is no ordinary disciple. If not killed now, he will become a future disaster. Having decided, Zhu Shen prepares his ultimate move, Soul Chaser. Black energy coils around him and gathers on his blade. He roars and slashes down with terrifying pressure. The moment Lin Jiken senses the killing intent, he uses his movement art to dodge. The attack hits empty air. Sweat pours down Zhu Shen's forehead. The target is gone. Before he can turn, he is shocked to see Lin Jiken already at his side. A flash of sword light presses against his throat. One thrust pierces straight through. His HP bar empties instantly. He collapses, eyes wide in disbelief, breath fading away. As Zhu Shen falls, Lin Jiken finally relaxes, exhaling deeply as if waking from a nightmare. He quickly collects the loot from both brothers. A system notification appears. Hell-level mission completed. Return to the sect for rewards. He nods slightly. The harvest this time is huge. Once done here, he will head back. Suddenly, he pauses, remembering something important to handle before returning. The next morning, at the market of Fengku City, Lin Jiken strolls through the streets, thinking, this is his first official mission for the sect. Bringing a small gift to his master would show gratitude. Sincerity matters more than value. Earning favor is never a bad thing. But what should he choose? Passing by the shops, he stops at a store called Jade Pavilion. An idea forms. Few can resist fine jewelry. A jade hairpin might be the perfect gift for his master. After settling everything, Lin Jiken returns to Tianyan Sword Sect and heads straight to the mission hall. He presents the proof with both hands. I am here to submit the mission. The female disciple freezes in shock. Little brother, you already cleared a hell-level mission? The hall erupts instantly. A hell-level mission? Only late chi refining dares take that. The rewards are real? After careful inspection, the female disciple nods. As expected of an inner hall elite, your future is limitless. I wish you a smooth path of cultivation. Here are your rewards. 100 low-grade spirit stones. Even Lin Jiken is surprised by the amount. The crowd shifts from shock to envy. 100 spirit stones? I saved for months for a few dozen. And look at that, 100 contribution points. Several disciples rush over to befriend him. Brother, you are amazing. What realm are you now? Taking disciples joined any guild? Come to our Kanglang guild. Handsome, take me with you. Lin Jiken cups his fists politely. Thank you all, but I have urgent matters. I will take my leave. He leaves quickly, but the crowd still chases after him. Surrounded by noise, he finally raises his voice. "Stop following me." As he steps into the inner sect area, 2 disciples block the crowd. "Do not disturb inner sect disciples, especially the master's direct disciple." The crowd gasps again. "He is already inner sect? What a boss. Big shot, let me follow you." By then, Lin Jiken has slipped away and arrives at Leng Feiyan's residence. He bows deeply. "Master, your disciple has completed the mission and returned." Leng Feiyan raises a brow. "I heard you cleared a hell level mission? I told you to pick something difficult, not jump straight to hell level. If you failed, you would die and damage the sect. Do you understand your position?" Facing the scolding, Lin Jiken lowers his gaze. This disciple was wrong. Master's teachings are correct. She waves lightly, her tone softening. "Forget it. What was the opponent's cultivation?" He explains everything. "I thought he was only chi refining. I did not expect his brother to be foundation establishment." She frowns. "And you still killed a foundation establishment cultivator? With your own strength?" He shakes his head. "I dare not exaggerate. It was mainly thanks to the pill Master gave me. Otherwise, I would not have survived." Leng Feiyan exhales softly. "The gap between realms is vast. Be cautious in the future. You are the most talented disciple in the sect. Understand?" She flicks her hand and a talisman floats before him. "Take this. Use it only in life or death danger. Do not waste it." In her heart, she admits his combat talent is rare. Lin Jiken receives it. The system displays. Primordial Spirit Talisman. Contains a trace of Leng Feiyan's spirit. One-time use. Cannot activate while under direct attack. He cannot hide his joy. "Thank you, Master." A sense of security fills him. With such backing, he must seize every chance. She takes out 2 more pills. "These are the promised top-grade chi-gathering pills. Since you dared accept a hell-level mission and succeeded, I reward you 1 more chi-gathering pill. Breakthrough soon." Lin Jiken accepts respectfully. "I will not disappoint you." Leng Feiyan nods. "What you lack now is sword technique. The scripture pavilion has many. Go choose and learn." Seeing her about to leave, Lin Jiken quickly speaks. "Master, please wait. I have a small gift. I could not afford anything precious, only a simple jade hairpin. I hope you do not dislike it." Leng Feiyan glances at it. Her eyes flicker for a moment, but her expression stays calm. Focus on cultivation. No need for such formalities. With that, she leaves gracefully. Lin Jiken stands there, slightly stunned. Seems like this master's thoughts do not fully match her cold exterior. At that moment, the system notifies him. Leng Feiyan's favorability increases by 5, reaching 10. Feels like old friends at first sight. Seeing that, Lin Jiken feels uplifted. So her cold attitude was only on the surface. The plan to rely on his master just moved 1 step forward. He leaves her residence. Before he goes far, a loud explosion erupts ahead. He stops instantly. What just happened? Thick smoke fills the area. Several disciples stagger around, coughing hard. At the center stands Elder Tianqing. He stomps in frustration. "Failed again? Refining beauty-retaining pills is harder than Tianyuan pills? I refuse to believe it." He turns to the stunned disciples. "I am Tianqing, one of the 12 Grand Elders, Master of Alchemy. I urgently need a medicinal catalyst. Who will fetch it?" The system announces a hell-level mission. Find 1 branch of Requiem grass before dawn. It only appears on the Eagle Spirit Beast in Kanglan Medicine Valley. The disciples shake their heads. Hell-level and costly travel. Too dangerous. No one dares. While they hesitate, Lin Jiken steps forward. Disciple Lin Jiken accepts the mission. The crowd gasps in shock. Elder Tianqing strokes his beard and laughs. "Oh, Leng Girl's direct disciple? Not bad." Lin Jiken calculates silently. This old man is a Grandmaster Alchemist. Gaining his favor means huge future benefits. After accepting, he heads straight to Kanglan Medicine Valley. By the time he arrives, night has fallen. He lights a lantern and searches in the dark. As he observes, he recalls past experience. This spirit beast hides near dense herbs. It should be close. Soon he spots a group fighting a boss from afar. Shouts echo non-stop. He nods. They must have found the Eagle Spirit Beast first. He decides to watch and wait. From a distance, he sees several girls knocked flying. The fight looks rough. He judges quickly. With this lineup, they cannot suppress a boss of this level. The outcome will not be good. He considers negotiating and luring the boss away. At that moment, a girl notices him and calls out. A familiar figure turns around. It is Wan Ling and her team. They approach. Lin Jiken smiles. "I have a mission related to this spirit beast. Can you let me handle it?" A white-haired girl steps forward and asks Wan Ling, "You know him?" Wan Ling nods. "This is the expert I told you about. The one who soloed the wild boar king in the newbie village. The news spread across the server. Even our sect's blacksmith mission clue came from him." The white-haired girl thinks for a moment. He is probably here for a mission or skill too. But this boss is crucial for our guild. We cannot give it up. Wan Ling says, "Let me talk to him." She walks over apologetically. "Lin, sorry. This spirit beast is our guild leader's mission. We must capture it. Can you wait for its respawn later?" Lin Jiken shrugs calmly. "Just as I thought. You will not give it up. But with your current situation, you may not even reach the respawn stage." He looks toward the boss. Its HP is around half. Suddenly, the spirit beast flaps its wings and releases a strange move. Thick smoke spreads everywhere. Chaos erupts, shouts fill the air. 3 players are knocked back instantly, their HP dropping sharply as they cry for help. Lin Jiken speaks up. At 50% HP, it releases a stun powder that drains stamina and extends cooldowns. Handle it yourselves. Wan Ling is stunned. What did you say? The white-haired girl grits her teeth. Ignore him. Focus damage. She rushes in and uses a binding skill to restrain the boss. Then follows up with a fire spell. An explosion sounds. The boss HP drops to 36%. Watching this, Lin Jiken sighs inwardly. This will only enrage it. When fury rises, its speed and damage spike. Just as he predicts, the boss enters berserk mode. Its eyes turn red as it charges straight at the female mage. Wan Ling screams, "Watch out." But it is too late. A sweeping strike from its sharp beak slashes the white-haired mage, dropping her HP to critical levels. Even while getting blasted away, she still forced out the Rockfall Rain spell. Lin Jiken frowned. "Hey, what are you doing? The more you spam it, the angrier it gets. I know how to deal with this Bone Eagle. But if Tasonic Grass drops, I take it. Deal?" With no time to think, they nodded fast. "Yes, please help us." Lin Jiken spoke calmly. "First, its aggro is locked on you. Stop casting Rockfall Rain. Look at your HP, it's almost empty. If it recovers a bit, you're done." He adjusted her stance. "That skill isn't used like this. Combine it with Earth Immortal Restraint. Your control skill has short cooldown. Use it first, then Rockfall Rain. The hold will be stronger." She followed his lead. The bind activated, the boss froze, and her team burst it down. Lin Jiken nodded. "Good. Keep distance and maintain control." Taking the chance, Wan Ling rushed in and unleashed a flurry of attacks. The white-haired girl beamed. "So that's how it works. Thank you." Suddenly, a shout echoed from afar. "Blood Slaughter Guild is here." A group stormed in and demanded everyone stop fighting and back off. Recognizing them, Wan Ling turned pale. "Guild leader, they're notorious. We're outnumbered. What now?" Guild leader Ye Ying tightened her lips. "We don't retreat. If we give in today, they'll push harder tomorrow." Wan Ling sighed. "We were so close to killing the Bone Eagle." Lin Jiken spoke casually. "I can finish the Bone Eagle. Besides Tasonic Grass, I pick one extra piece of loot." They exchanged looks, then Yu Ying nodded. "Deal. I'll leave some people to help." He shook his head. "No need. Focus on them. Leave this to me." They froze. "You're doing it alone?" A Blood Slaughter member laughed. "Solo a latest-stage chi refinement boss? Dream on." He signaled his men to attack. Yo Ying's side charged as well. The 2 guilds clashed instantly. Dust filled the air and trees crashed down. Blood Slaughter kept mocking, looking down on their opponents. Yu Ying's members were pushed back again and again. The enemy leader grinned arrogantly. He claimed they would wipe them out in minutes. His tone reeked of pride in his guild's power. Then someone suddenly pointed at the sky. "Boss, there's an announcement. Someone just killed the first boss." The system flashed. Lin Jiken has slain the first chi refinement boss, gaining fame, charm, and a medal. The crowd was stunned. The Bone Eagle is dead? They turned and saw Lin Jiken standing calmly, brushing off his hands. "Yo Ying, boss is done. Come check the drops." Blood Slaughter was still in shock when their leader snapped in rage. "Kill Lin Jiken. Take the loot and crush his growth now." One man stepped forward eagerly. Calling himself a warrior, he threw a punch with full force. He charged in, but Lin Jiken simply sidestepped and countered. The missed punch left the man stunned. Before he could react, a sword pierced through him. His HP plummeted with a scream. Lin Jiken recalled his past life as a spell cultivator. He had faced countless ambushes. This kind of fist technique meant nothing. Feng Shuang stood frozen. How was his reaction so fast? Before he recovered, Lin Jiken struck again. The blade hit a vital point, dealing fatal damage and ending him instantly. Feng Shuang collapsed on the spot. Blood Slaughter turned pale. He hadn't even used a skill, yet the damage was terrifying. Lin Jiken casually picked up the loot Feng Shuang dropped. He spoke calmly, but with pressure in his tone. "I avoid trouble, not because I'm weak. I don't care about guild fights. But touch me and face the consequences." Blood Slaughter burned with anger. "This guy's insane. 4 of us together. Has only mid-stage chi refinement. What's there to fear?" Lin Jiken just shook his head, almost helpless at their stubbornness. His figure blurred forward, sword light flashing. 4 clean strikes. All 4 dropped before they could react. He looked at the rest and raised his blade slightly. "Anyone else want to try?" The Blood Slaughter leader turned pale. "Retreat." They fled in panic, shouting threats about coming back. Yu Ying's guild leader stepped up and bowed. "Master Lin, thank you. Without you, we wouldn't have survived." Lin Jiken waved it off. "No need. Small matter. The Bone Eagle is done. Here's the loot." At their feet lay a pile of items, with Tasonic Grass standing out the most. "As agreed, Tasonic Grass is mine. I'll take one more item. No problem, right?" The 2 girls stared in shock. The drop rate was insanely high. Jiang Luoshi glanced at him. "You killed the boss. We barely helped. It should all be yours." Lin Jiken shook his head. "No need. I'll just take 1 extra. That's enough." With that, he turned to leave. The 2 exchanged a quick look. Wan Ling opened the system panel. A transfer notification popped up for Lin Jiken. 5 million. He froze for a second, stunned by the generosity. The guild leader stepped forward and offered her hand. Let me introduce myself. Jiang Loshi, leader of Yeying Guild. Lin Jishan shook her hand and nodded. Lin Jikan. The name Jiang Luoshi suddenly felt familiar to him. Memories slowly surfaced. In his past life, she ranked second on the Grand Mage leaderboard, only below him. She was also the daughter of the richest man in Yonghai City. That explained the money. Lost in thought, he subconsciously stepped closer, his hand still holding hers. Wan Ling coughed meaningfully. Master Lin, that's enough. No need to take advantage. Lin Jikan snapped out of it and quickly let go. I was just thinking. Nothing else. Wan Ling frowned slightly, clearly unconvinced. To break the awkwardness, Lin Jikan turned away. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. See you around. Jiang Loshi smiled at Wan Ling. Your friend isn't bad, Wan Ling scoffed. Not bad? He was clearly taking advantage. She secretly observed Jiang Loshi's reaction. Seeing the faint embarrassment on her face, Wan Ling grew even more suspicious. Jiang Luoshi said softly, forget it, let's go, and reward everyone who joined today with 100,000 each. In the distance, a girl had witnessed everything. She relaxed and let out a quiet breath. It was Liu Xiaozi, the famous streamer. She stepped out and started her live stream with a bright smile. Hello everyone. Today Xiaozi brings you an intense guild battle with plenty of drama. Gifts and comments flooded in. Some viewers asked about the man who killed the boss. Others already recognized him. Xiaozi nodded, eyes full of admiration. Yes, he soloed a latest-stage chi refinement boss. His strength is unbelievable, and has incredibly charming. She declared confidently on stream. In my eyes, Lin Jikan is the strongest in 8 desolations. From now on, he's not just my idol, he's my ideal type. The chat exploded. Some grew jealous and accused him of cheating. Others agreed his strength was too abnormal. A few even attacked Xiaozi. Elsewhere, a young man watching the stream slammed his fist on the table in rage. Breathing heavily, he snarled threats, swearing he wouldn't let Lin Jikan off if they met in-game. His uncontrolled swing knocked over a vase, shattering it on the floor. Back in the game, Lin Jikan returned with Tasonic Grass to report the quest. Disciple Lin Jikan has completed the task. Elder, please inspect. Hearing this, Elder Tianqing turned around, eyes satisfied. You're back. Place the Tasonic Grass here. After checking it carefully, he nodded and handed over a small box. Well done. Your effort won't go unrewarded. Lin Jichen accepted it respectfully. Thank you, Elder. Then he opened it. The system interface displayed the item's name and detailed attributes. He stored it away, then suddenly asked, Elder, would you like to know how to refine the beauty pill? I heard you've tried many times but never succeeded. Elder Tianqing paused, curious. I've tried many times and failed. You actually know the method? Lin Jikan pretended to think, then slowly listed the ingredients and ratios from memory. Elder Tianqing's eyes widened in shock. His excitement rose instantly. He decided to test it right away. He asked Lin Jikan to stand by and correct any mistakes. Lin Jikan nodded. The furnace roared as the process continued. The air grew tense. Suddenly, light burst from the furnace. A pill shot out. Elder Tianqing exclaimed, it worked. He opened the furnace, took out the pill, and handed it to Lin Jikan with joy. Holding it, Lin Jikan felt satisfied. He knew how rare this item was. He bowed. Thank you, Elder. He planned to gift it to his master. Just as he turned to leave, he was stopped. Elder Tianqing stroked his beard and asked if he wanted to study alchemy. A system notification popped up with a choice. Lin Jikan was briefly surprised. At that moment, a familiar cold voice echoed. Her presence alone felt overwhelming. Leng Feian appeared, proud and composed. Lin Jikan bowed slightly. Master, why are you here? He quickly clarified to avoid any misunderstanding about taking another master. Elder Tianqing also explained awkwardly. Seeing this, Lin Jikan finally relaxed. But Leng Feian's voice rang out, cold and firm, making her stance clear. Her gaze toward Lin Jikan carried a silent warning. Under that look, he felt uneasy, afraid he had displeased her. Elder Tianqing laughed heartily and nodded in agreement with her decision. With a wave of his sleeve, he left, leaving only master and disciple. Leng Feian turned around. Return to the Sword Palace. I have something to say. Hearing the chill in her tone, Lin Jikan lowered his head, unease rising. He sensed trouble coming. Back at the Sword Palace, Leng Feian rested her chin on her hand. If you're dissatisfied with me, we can end this relationship. Go find someone else. Her light words carried heavy pressure. Lin Jikan was shaken. She had misunderstood. He knelt immediately. Master, please don't. If I'm expelled, I'll have nowhere to go. She calmly asked one short question. Lin Jikan hurried to admit fault, his tone full of regret. After hearing him out, her expression softened. Feeling the tension ease, he silently vowed to do better. He cupped his fists respectfully and spoke with utmost sincerity. His words showed loyalty and no intention of leaving. The system displayed an increase in favorability. Relief and joy filled Lin Jikan's heart. Leng Feian waved her hand lightly. Since you know your mistake, I won't pursue it. Lin Jikan quickly thanked her. Seizing the chance, he took out a prepared box and offered it with a smile. Leng Feian looked surprised when she opened it. He immediately explained its origin. She listened with an indifferent expression, as if refusing. Lin Jikin grew anxious. He hadn't expected her to decline. He gently placed the box into her hand. His tone turned firm. "This is my sincere intention." He explained the deeper meaning behind his gesture. Hearing this, Leng Feiyan let out a rare soft laugh. The sight left Lin Jikin momentarily stunned. He quickly regained composure and urged her to accept it. She looked at him for a moment, then nodded. The system announced a significant boost in favorability. She stood up, lightly stroking the pillbox, and said she would grant him a suitable cultivation technique. Lin Jikin felt thrilled. His choice had paid off greatly. She gestured for him to follow. Walking behind her, his eyes caught the ornament in her hair, and a strange warmth flickered in his chest. In a quiet chamber, Lin Jikin sat cultivating as the system displayed progress and new skills. His status panel appeared, showing updated stats and gear. He gripped his sword and tested the newly learned move, feeling power surge through him. Surprise flashed across his face at its sheer force. He quickly evaluated its combat value, already calculating future use. Just then, a familiar voice called from outside. He snapped back to reality and stepped out. Nangang Yue hesitated, then spoke casually. "I need your help. The sword sect requires 3 missions per realm." She explained that her breakthrough was near, but she hadn't completed enough tasks. Lin Jikin looked surprised and asked why. Embarrassed, she admitted she got distracted reading novels. Only 1 mission remained, and it required 2 people. Her eyes were full of hope. Remembering how she helped him before, Lin Jikin agreed without hesitation. Joy lit up her face, and she naturally grabbed his hand. The system showed favorability, increasing as they set off together. The scene shifted to worry-free village. They stepped into the area. Nangang Yue quickly explained the situation in a serious tone. Lin Jikin listened, recalling memories of this place. Deeper inside, they found an ancient well beside a massive tree. The surroundings felt gloomy and unsettling. Strange sounds echoed from the bottom of the well. A murderous spirit suddenly emerged. Nangang Yu immediately took a defensive stance and warned him. She reassured Lin Jikin, then charged forward. 1 clean strike destroyed it, but more spirits swarmed in. Lin Jikin realized the situation wasn't simple. There were too many. Nangang Yu's face grew grim as she guessed the villagers' fate. She vowed to destroy them all and find the mastermind, then rushed in again. Lin Jikin followed. Nangang Yue unleashed her technique. Lin Jikin coordinated, wiping out a large wave of enemies. Her anger showed clearly in her words. Her determination sharpened with every strike. Watching her fight, Lin Jikin couldn't help but admire her. Suddenly, a dark force gathered in the distance. He shouted, a warning. Nangang Yue reacted instantly and neutralized the attack. Lin Jikin rushed over to check on her. She confirmed she was fine. At that moment, a nearby house collapsed in a cloud of dust. From the rubble came a sinister voice. A strange man stepped out, his aura making the air heavy. Sensing his strength, both were shocked. The man spoke confidently about his newfound power. He began preparing his next move. Nangang Yue stepped forward to shield Lin Jikin and told him to stay back. The enemy grew furious at being blocked, his tone full of cruelty. The battle exploded instantly. Attacks so fast they blurred the surroundings. Pouring all her cultivation into one strike, a blazing pillar of light erupted around Nangang Yue as she shouted, "Take this." From below, Lin Jikin watched closely, thinking these high-level clashes were terrifying. At mid-stage chi refinement, he had to stay out of it. One mistake and he'd respawn back at Novice Village. As the fight dragged on, the demonic cultivator grew wary. This girl isn't simple. If this continues, he'll have to summon the demon infant. He pulled out a strange gourd and smashed it onto the ground. Nangang Yu's expression changed. Is he summoning the demon infant? Junior brother, be careful. Thick smoke poured out, instantly covering everything. From the mist, a massive blood-red creature emerged with a deafening roar. The system displayed, Ghost Mother Blood Infant, Elite Rank, Mid-Stage Foundation Establishment, HP 7000 by 7000, Attack 88, Defense 60, Speed 70, Skills, Night Whale Long Tongue, Blood Moth Scream, Flying Blood Bats. The creature let out a horrifying screech and suddenly lashed out its long tongue. At that critical moment, a figure rushed in and landed a fatal strike, slicing off 1600 HP. It was Lin Jikin. Senior sister, focus on the demonic cultivator. I'll hold this monster back. The blood infant rolled in rage, screaming madly. I'll tear you apart and devour you whole. Without hesitation, Lin Jikin unleashed Frost Moonslash, cutting away another 1260 HP. Its massive body trembled, then shattered into countless red bats. Phase 2 activated. Blood infant, flying blood bats. A mental debuff triggered, reducing his movement effectiveness by 30%. The bats swarmed from all sides with piercing shrieks. Lin Jikin frowned and steadied his mind. He couldn't lose focus. He closed his eyes, circulated his energy, gripped his sword, and shouted, "Phoenix Feather Dance." A radiant aura burst around him as sword lights flared like blazing feathers. The strikes tore through the bats, exploding them into crimson fragments. The system announced a defense nullification effect for 15 seconds. He was stunned. A profound grade martial skill truly outclassed Frost Moon Slash. On the other side, Nangongyue unleashed her finishing blow, blasting the demonic cultivator to the ground. Clutching his chest, he coughed in agony. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Watching her, Lin Jiken realized he had underestimated her. Beneath her gentle look was terrifying strength. Grinding his teeth, the cultivator hurled a strange wooden shard at Nangongyue. Even if I die, you won't leave unharmed. Nangongyue raised her sword to split it, confused. What is this? The wood split apart, releasing a strange mist filled with tiny writhing creatures. Lin Jiken shouted, "Senior sister, cover your nose, don't breathe it in. It's charm parasites." Too late. The mist seeped into her body. She cried out in pain. Her body weakened and collapsed. Lin Jiken rushed forward in panic. He caught her, voice trembling. "Senior sister, are you okay?" Her face flushed red as she turned away. "Don't look at me." Lin Jiken shut his eyes at once. "I won't look," but his thoughts raced. Charm parasites stimulate desire. She must have never encountered this before. Nangongyu's voice turned hazy. "Junior brother." The system flashed. Favorability skyrocketed to 92. Bond of life and death. Lin Jiken felt his face burn. "This isn't real. It's just the parasite's effect," he muttered. She whispered weakly, "Junior brother, I feel awful. Help me." As she moved closer, their lips were only inches apart. Lin Jiken froze. A dangerous thought crossed his mind. If I take this chance, no, when she wakes up, she'll know. Her favorability would crash, maybe even turn into hatred. He couldn't ruin everything for one reckless moment. He took a deep breath, pushed her away gently, and turned aside. "I have to find a cure." A memory surfaced. Deep beneath the ancient well was a rare pill rumored to counter charm parasites. He knew the well was filled with deadly formations, but he couldn't hesitate. Gripping his sword, he shouted, "Senior sister, endure a little longer. I'll go down the well and find the antidote." Then he rushed toward it. At the ancient well, Lin Jiken lit a torch and carefully descended. Piles of white dust covered the ground, likely the remains of villagers. The air was chilling. Suddenly, a sinister cold aura struck from behind, draining his HP. Sweat formed on his forehead. "I have to find that pill fast, or I won't last." After moving deeper, he spotted a faint light ahead. There it is. The antidote must be inside that blood-red jar. Without hesitation, he charged his straight through the thick fog. At that moment, a terrifying mass of black energy gathers above him. Lin Jiken instantly activates his spirit shield. It blocks part of it, but the overlapping lightning still sends chills down his spine. Sweating, he curses under his breath. Damn it, this yin lightning isn't just one strike. It's a whole barrage. Grab the pill bottle and get out now. He snatches the pill bottle and turns to escape. Behind him, the yin lightning keeps chasing like it won't let him go. As the bolts close in, Lin Jiken bursts upward with everything he has and shoots out of the well in seconds. But the moment he emerges, a bolt hits him. He cries out as the system deducts 4,000 HP. His body is blasted far away and crashes straight into Nangongyue. Yin energy invades his body, pushing him into critical condition, and he blacks out. In his last clear moment, breathing heavy, he presses the antidote into her hand and mutters, "Senior sister, this is the cure." The words barely leave his mouth before he coughs up blood. His body goes limp, completely unconscious. After a while, Nangongyue slowly wakes up, the poison already neutralized. She touches her forehead, confused about what just happened and why her body feels so weak. When she notices Lin Jiken lying on top of her, their clothes in disarray, she freezes, wild thoughts flooding her mind. Her face burns red, eyes turning misty. "Don't tell me we just..." Flustered images flash through her head and she screams, "You beast! You bastard, Lin Jiken, I hate you." She slaps his unconscious face hard, making him groan in pain. The system announces her favorability drops to 0, his face visibly swollen. If he wakes up, he'll feel wronged for sure. Still sobbing, Nangongyue accidentally spots a pill bottle nearby. Her memory clears. She recalls being hit by the charm parasite, and Lin Jiken pushing her away before jumping into the ancient well. She suddenly goes still, so that's what happened. He risked his life to enter that deadly formation just to save her. Her gaze falls on Lin Jiken's motionless body. A deep wound is visible on his back, blood still clotted and fresh. Seeing that, her emotions surge. "Junior brother, were you badly injured by the formation? Senior sister misunderstood you." Wiping her tears, she lifts him up. "We have to return to the sect now, so grandfather can treat you." "Junior brother, hold on." Scene shift. She carries Lin Jiken back to Tianyin Sword Sect, drawing attention as players and NPCs whisper, "Isn't that fairy Nangongyue? Why is she carrying a player? Who is that guy to be treated like that? I wish it were me." The disciples gossip. "Junior sister Nangong is carrying a man into the sect. Isn't that the new disciple Lin Jiken? This is outrageous." A man in a Dao robe watches with displeasure, fists clenched, muttering, "Lin Jiken, how dare you get that close to her?" That man is Chu Tianhan, the senior brother of the sword sect. Ignoring all the whispers, Nangongyue pushes forward, sweat covering her face, whispering, "Junior brother, we're almost there, hang on." In a quiet room, Lin Jiken slowly opens his eyes, his body heavy. He looks around, wondering where he is, realizing He's been out for a while, then notices someone standing nearby with arms crossed. It's not Elder Tianqing, but Elder Tianyuan of Tianyan Sword Sect. His powerful aura makes Lin Jiken tense. He must be the one who saved him. He forces himself up and says, "Thank you, Senior, for saving me. I am Lin Jiken, a Sword Sect disciple. May I know your name? I will never forget this favor." The old man waves it off, no need for courtesy. Tianyuan's gaze turns stern. "My name is Tianyuan, surname Nangang, and I am Nangang Yu's grandfather." Hearing that, Lin Jiken quickly connects the dots. Anyone with the title Tian in this game is no ordinary figure. Maybe this is a relationship worth holding on to. He immediately bows respectfully. "This life-saving grace will stay in my heart forever." Tianyuan snorts and walks past. "I don't need your gratitude. Just remember one thing." Lin Jiken gulps and asks carefully, "Please enlighten me, Elder." His eyes turn icy as he warns, "Stay away from my granddaughter. If you dare cross the line, I won't show mercy." Those words carry heavy pressure, making Lin Jiken's heart sink. Before he can finish, a girl's voice cuts in. "Grandpa, you promised you wouldn't scare him anymore." It's Nangang Yu at the door, frowning slightly, clearly unhappy he broke his word. Facing his granddaughter, Tianyuan instantly softens and laughs it off. "I was just teasing him. He saved you. How could I trouble him?" Nangang Yu ignores that and walks to the bedside, her voice gentle. "Junior brother, are your injuries better now?" Feeling Tianyuan's sharp gaze behind him, Lin Jiken stiffens and breaks into sweat. He exhales lightly. "Thanks to senior sister, I'm much better." She nods and explains how she carried him back for her grandfather to heal. Any delay would have been fatal. He lowers his head, a bit embarrassed. "It's all thanks to you. I don't know how to repay this." She looks away awkwardly. "Why say that, between us?" "There's no need," Lin Jiken grins really, and almost says more. But Tianyuan's warning glare makes him stop instantly. Startled, he quickly shifts away and coughs. "Ah no, nothing." Nangang Yu softens. "Actually, I should thank you. If you hadn't risked your life for the antidote, I'd be dead. And I even misunderstood you before, junior brother. I'm truly sorry." As she keeps talking, Lin Jiken inches farther away, thinking the closer he gets, the more dangerous it is. Yet his eyes still drift toward her. In her gaze, he senses unusual tenderness. The system shows favorability at 32. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Favorability jumps to 62, reaching mutual affection, shocking him. His thoughts begin to wander far. He can't help imagining how this relationship might change. But Tianyuan's loud cough behind them cuts it short. Even as he coughs, they keep chatting. Lin Jiken asks if Grandpa needs rare herbs. Nangang Yu smiles. "Just rest is enough." Hearing that, Tianyuan grows annoyed. "Since you're awake, follow me. I'll reward you with a spirit beast. Take it and leave." Leaving the quiet room, Lin Jiken realizes this is the elder's private residence. They walk along a narrow path to the back. Soon a tall wall appears marked Spirit Beast Park. Inside lies a vast forest filled with rare spiritual herbs. As he walks, Lin Jiken is stunned by the sheer number of spirit beasts and starts planning his choice. Tianyuan turns proudly. "How is it? Not worse than the beast-taming sect." Lin Jiken quickly praises the place. Tianyuan looks displeased. "Just impressive. Have you seen somewhere better?" Lin Jiken stays silent, noting the old man's competitive nature. An idea sparks in his mind to provoke him a little more. He says seriously he heard the beast-taming sect is unmatched in scale. This place might not compare. Tianyuan immediately snaps back that they only win in numbers. Here it's all about quality. Lin Jiken pretends to apologize and casually notes has only seen chi refinement beasts so far. That sets Tianyuan off. The deeper you go, the stronger they are, and he decides to show him in person. He grabs Lin Jiken by the collar and drags him forward. Though he acts reluctant, inside he's pleased his plan worked. As they go deeper, stronger beasts appear: foundation establishment, core formation, even golden core. Tianyuan boasts they have every type imaginable, some too special to display. Lin Jiken pretends curiosity about even higher levels, making Tianyuan pause. At that moment, Nangang Yu leans in and whispers that Grandpa was exaggerating. The strongest beast here is only at peak foundation establishment. Lin Jiken nods in understanding. The reveal leaves Tianyuan awkward, like his weakness was exposed. He coughs to cover it up and quickly ends the topic, telling him to pick a beast at his level and leave. Nangang Yu looks unhappy and says he should be given a higher level one, making Tianyuan even more annoyed. Before he can react, she grabs Lin Jiken's hand and pulls him forward, the intimacy making Tianyuan fume. Meanwhile, Lin Jiken feels secretly thrilled and follows her into the foundation establishment area. Nangang Yu starts introducing beasts suitable for him. Faced with so many options, Lin Jiken feels slightly overwhelmed. Suddenly, a small creature rolls toward him. Seeing its round body and black and white fur, he instantly realizes what it is. It's the legendary Iron Eater beast, extremely rare, and if raised well, it can reach terrifying heights. His eyes light up and he chooses it immediately. But just as he decides, Tianyuan appears and stops him, clearly against it. He explains this beast has huge potential and can't be handed out casually. Nangang Yue snatches it back and gives it to Lin Jikin, insisting it suits him. She urges him to accept it and form the contract. Tianyuan reacts at once, trying to take it back, but Nangang Yue blocks him, saying they must keep their word. She turns and tells Lin Jikin to hurry and complete the bond. He bites his finger without hesitation, then presses his blood onto the Iron Eater beast's forehead. Nangang Yue calmly guides him to relax his mind and connect with it, then teases Grandpa that it's too late to regret now, leaving Tianyuan rubbing his head in defeat. Lin Jikin keeps his hand on its forehead as the blood slowly seeps in, closing his eyes to search for the link. In an instant, his consciousness falls into the beast's deep mental space. A proud voice echoes, "A tiny chi refinement brat wants to be my master, I refuse, get lost." Lin Jikin raises a brow and replies calmly, "Follow me and I'll take you everywhere, let you taste the finest delicacies and rare spiritual herbs." Memories of his past life flash by. He knows how gluttonous this species is. He continues, "Have you tried bamboo blossom in Nangang Yuehua continent? One stalk restores a year of spiritual power, and the mystic fruit of East Penglai adds 100 years of lifespan. Ever tasted it?" Hearing these exotic names, the Iron Eater beast hesitates, curiosity and drool rising. "Is that true? Tell me more." Lin Jikin smiles inside and presses on. "There are countless treasures. Follow me and well travel, feast, and enjoy everything." The Iron Eater beast panics. "Stop talking. I'm drooling if I follow you. I really get to eat those." Lin Jikin clenches his fist confidently. "Of course I keep my word." The beast bumps fists with him. "Fine, I'll follow you. From now on, you're my master." Outside, light flashes on its forehead. Contract complete. Iron Eater beast, unnamed, owner Lin Jikin, early foundation establishment, HP 8000, attack 90, defense 85, speed 65, skills bite, furious thunder, thunderburst strike. Lin Jikin beams and strokes its soft fur. "Good, you're mine now, don't worry. You'll never lack good food." Just as Master and Beast celebrate, the system announces, in 10 minutes, 8 Desolations will enter its first update. All players must log out for 24 hours. Lin Jikin frowns. In his past life, this update came a month after launch. Now it's early. Is the fusion between the game and reality speeding up? Not wanting to waste time, he turns to Nangang Yue, "Senior sister, thank you for today. I'll log off to cultivate before the update. See you in a few days." He already knows he must prepare in the real world. Nangang Yue looks reluctant. "You're leaving already? Fine, take care. I'll find you in a few days," he nods. "Yes, senior sister." Lin Jikin logs out and returns to reality. He picks up his phone and quietly checks his messages. "It's from Gu Chushue, Xiaoshen. My birthday is in a few days. My hospital colleagues are gathering. Come if you're free." Lin Jikin stands still, memories flooding back. He realizes he once wronged 2 women, Renlan and Gu Chushue. Chushu is 3 years older, technically his cousin, though their families aren't that close. As kids, she often visited. When others mocked her braces, he was always the one protecting her. A rainy day flashes back, 3 kids surrounding her laughing, while she curls up crying. Lin Jikin rushes in, shouting, "Dare bully Sister Chushua, fight me instead." He punches the crew cut boy. As long as I'm here, no one touches her. But another kid grabs his collar. Hez shoved to the ground. "Again you, want another beating." The 3 gang up on him, yet even in pain he shields Chushua while she watches helplessly. Through tears she whispers softly, "Xiaoshen." After fights like that, his body is always covered in bruises. The clashes leave him with plenty of injuries, but it also brings them closer. She grows attached to him, and he receives her quiet care in return. Even after growing up and living apart, she keeps calling, and after his parents died, she becomes a light in his darkest days. Once, he reads her diary. October 3rd, she plans his birthday gift, and wonders if hell like the sneakers. By October 7th, her feelings are clearer, along with fear of being rejected. That's when he understands Hez more than a brother to her. In his past life, obsessed with Guo Jie, he ignores her feelings. Only after hearing of her marriage, and later her death from depression, does regret crush him. Now Lin Jikin lands in Beijing after a long flight. He checks the hospital where Chushui works, remembering that after her birthday party last time, she slowly distanced herself. This time, he won't let history repeat. With that resolve, he shoulders his backpack and heads to the hospital. Walking down the corridor, he searches for the gynecology department where she works. Suddenly, an emergency patient is rushed in, stretcher flying past with urgent shouts. Behind them follows a well-dressed woman, Yang Yiro, chairwoman of Haiyun Yang fan group, panicked and crying for her father. Lin Jikin steps aside, but when he sees the old man's face, he pauses. Instinctively using knowledge from 8 Desolations, he taps several acupoints and adjusts the man's breathing to buy time. The old man suddenly gasps and regains faint consciousness. Yang Yiru is overjoyed, and the doctors stare in shock. Without delay, they rush him into surgery, knowing that brief awakening raises survival chances. Yang Yiru grabs Lin Jikin's hand, begging him to save her father, promising any price. He explains he only delayed the crisis. The outcome depends on the doctors. At best, the old man gains half a month. Hearing that, she stands frozen, tears welling up. She softly asks to lean on his shoulder for a moment. Exhaustion fills her voice. Lin Jikin understands that feeling. He stays silent and lets her cry against him. Deep down, he thinks, if this man could survive until he reaches a higher realm in the game, maybe there would be a way to truly save him. After a while, she lifts her head and softly apologizes for wetting his shirt. He gently tells her to stay by her father's side, so she won't have regrets. She takes out a black card and her business card, insisting he keep them and contact her anytime. He accepts, slightly surprised by her status, but doesn't refuse her gratitude. She nods and leaves, calling him Little Miracle Doctor, making him mutter at the nickname. Watching her figure fade, he finds the title amusing. He's not that young anymore. He heads to the gynecology department, feeling a bit rushed after the emergency. A nurse steps out from the pharmacy counter. Her familiar figure makes him light up, Sister Chushuo. She turns around, gentle face and fair skin glowing softly. Xiaoshen, is that really you? Overcome with emotion, he hugs her tightly, voice choking. I missed you so much. She blushes and softly calls his name. Later, she brings him to her place, an old worn apartment, and his heart sinks at the sight. She forces a smile, saying the rent is cheap and it's close to work. She enters the password and leads him inside. Putting down his bag, she tells him to shower and rest while she cooks, and he suddenly recalls how she always supported him quietly. A thought flashes through his mind. She deserves a better life, as she ties her apron and walks into the kitchen. She unties the strap behind her back, turns and notices him staring, asking if he has no spare clothes. There are men's clothes in the closet. He laughs it off and turns away. When he opens the closet, he freezes. It's filled with men's clothing. From the kitchen, she explains that whenever she saw something suitable, she bought it to send him, never expecting him to come in person. His chest tightens. Memories of her silent care in his past life flood back, and he realizes how much he once took for granted. After showering, he changes into clean clothes. Kyushu has already set the table, simple dishes but full of warmth. Come eat, I made all your favorites, Xiaoshen. As they sit down, she pulls out her phone and starts worrying about his tuition and living expenses, even planning to transfer more money. Hearing that, he gently grabs her soft hand. Sister, I'm not short on money anymore. She crosses her arms skeptically. He grins, wait and see. Seconds later, her phone notifies a large transfer. She gasps, covering her mouth, asking where it came from. He calmly continues eating, saying it's all earned from 8 desolations. She blushes slightly and asks if she doesn't need to worry about him anymore. He answers firmly, now it's my turn to take care of you, and won't accept refusal, but she insists it's his hard-earned money. Lin Jikin suddenly sets down his chopsticks and stands up seriously, forcing her to reluctantly agree to keep it for him. The awkwardness fades, warmth returns to the table. He occasionally picks food for her, telling her to accept it with ease, and she smiles gently, eyes shining. Night falls, moonlight covering the city in a pale glow. After dinner, they clean up together. She tells him to rest while she washes dishes. He looks around and notices there's only one bed. The thought makes his heart stir as he realizes he never noticed this before. His question makes her flustered, face red, insisting he takes the bed while she sleeps on the sofa. They keep pushing the better spot to each other. In the end, she firmly pushes him into the room, saying his height would make the sofa uncomfortable. He smiles helplessly and closes the door, lying awake in the quiet night. Her lingering scent fills the room, making it impossible for him to sleep. After tossing and turning, he gets up and walks out. Seeing her asleep on the sofa, he softly calls her name. She rubs her eyes sleepily and asks why he's still awake. He sits down on the edge of the sofa. The cold night wind blows in through the window, and he suddenly asks her to quit her job. She's stunned, having no idea why he would suggest that out of nowhere. He holds her hand and calmly tells her to change careers and join 8 Desolations as a pro player with him. He talks about the distance between them and worries he won't be able to protect her if something happens. She freezes, not knowing how to respond. He looks at Chiu Shue with firm eyes, asking her to walk this path with him and promising he can take care of her. The next morning, she goes to work like usual, but his words from last night keep replaying in her mind. The moment she steps into the office, a loud pop explodes and confetti fills the air. A young doctor walks up with flowers, wishing her happy birthday and saying he booked a luxury restaurant. Chu Shue takes the bouquet, embarrassed, saying it didn't need to be this grand. Zhang Guangwei steps closer with a knowing smile, clearly showing his intentions. In his mind, this is the perfect chance to win her over. Just as the mood gets lively, a calm voice cuts in. Sister Q Shue looks like a party in here. Everyone turns to see Lin Jikin at the door, casually spinning a car key, and Zhang Guangwei's face darkens. His eyes lock onto the Ferrari key, confused since he thought Lin Jikin was struggling and relying on Chu Shue. Lin Jikin walks over with a polite smile and greets him. Dr. Zhang, what a coincidence. Behind that smile, he's already on guard. Downstairs, co-workers gather around the flashy red Ferrari parked outside the hospital. Many of them can't hide their amazement. Zhang Guangwei's expression turns ugly as doubts about Lin Jiken's identity grow. He pretends to be friendly and suggests Qiu Shui ride with him, while the others take taxis. The co-workers quickly agree and cheer him on. Lin Jiken calmly waves it off and says he prepared other transportation. Right then, a large bus pulls up in front of the hospital. He invites everyone aboard and arranges the ride to the restaurant. Qiu Shui blushes in surprise and quietly asks about it, and he simply says it's her birthday gift. She feels touched but worried, telling him not to spend so much. He jokes that she should quit soon and manage his money instead. She doesn't know how to reply as the bus heads toward Fu Ting restaurant. Before long, they arrive. The luxurious interior leaves everyone in awe, and Lin Jiken pretends to admire Zhang Guangwei's arrangements. Zhang Guangwei smiles on the surface but keeps calculating inside. Lin Jiken casually mentions the top floor with a full city view. That instantly puts Zhang Guangwei in a tough spot. He reluctantly agrees and leads everyone upstairs, knowing the cost will skyrocket. He convinces himself it's worth it, as long as he gets the girl. The rooftop party begins in dazzling fashion, filled with laughter. Qiu Shui feels uneasy seeing others spend so much because of her. In one corner, Lin Jiken and Zhang Guangwei toast each other, smiling but wary. Zhang Guangwei takes the chance to probe into his background. Lin Jiken lightly spins his glass and says the Ferrari was just rented for show. Zhang Guangwei laughs along, but secretly looks down on him even more. He signals the staff to bring out more wine. A waitress approaches with a tray and a professional smile. She begins pouring drinks for everyone. Zhang Guangwei proudly introduces the rare wine he prepared. Even though it pains him, he uses it to impress. The moment the wine is poured, Lin Jiken senses something off and instantly grows cautious. He sets his glass down and makes an excuse about returning the rental car, then leaves. Zhang Guangwei immediately offers to take Qiu Shui home instead. As Lin Jiken walks away, he already has a plan to return at the perfect time. Qiu Shui looks up to ask him something, but has already gone. Zhang Guangwei quickly raises his glass and urges everyone to drink. No one notices anything strange about the wine. Before long, everyone grows dizzy, and only Zhang Guangwei stays fully awake. A smug grin spreads across his face as he walks toward Qiu Shui. She is already dazed, her voice weak as she tries to resist. He grabs her and carries her into a nearby room, his tone full of calculation. In the dim light, Qiu Shui panics and can only beg softly before he throws her onto the bed. Zhang Guangwei licks his lips and pulls out his phone, reminding her how much money he spent tonight. He talks about taking photos and videos to control her, confident she won't dare fight back. Tears fill Qiu Shui's eyes as she trembles in fear. Just as He's about to make his move, the door bursts open with an angry shout. Zhang Guangwei turns in shock and sees Lin Jiken charging in with fury. Before he can react, a heavy kick slams into him and he cries out in pain. The loud crash draws the restaurant staff over. They rush in asking what's going on. The scene shocks everyone as Zhang Guangwei is pinned to the floor while Lin Jiken rains down punches. Zhang Guangwei can barely fight back, blood spilling as panic fills his eyes. Still furious, Lin Jiken steps back and delivers one more brutal strike. Then he points at Zhang Guangwei and demands the staff check the wine for drugs. The staff look at each other, confused and stunned. Lin Jiken raises his phone and shows a recording of the suspicious act, giving a firm warning. Cornered, Zhang Guangwei drops to his knees begging, but Lin Jiken kicks him aside and orders him out. Zhang Guangwei staggers away in misery as Lin Jiken tells the staff to handle it later. On the bed, Qiu Shui curls up, fear still lingering in her eyes. Lin Jiken gently helps her up, shielding her like he won't let harm touch her again. She breaks down in tears, thanking him over and over. He holds her close and promises no one will ever hurt her again. A few days later, Lin Jiken returns to his apartment and finally relaxes. The whole ordeal drained him mentally. The memory of saying goodbye to Qiu Shui at the airport suddenly resurfaces. She fixed his hair gently and gave him careful reminders, and he replied with reluctance to part. Dropping his backpack, he remembers the game update finished half a day ago. He decides not to waste time and jumps back in to stay ahead. He puts on the VR headset, leans back, and logs in. In seconds, the world shifts and he reappears inside the spirit gathering array. After long offline training, he reaches a new realm and the system grants bonus stats. He casually opens his storage ring to check his resources. He recalls not fully examining the loot from the previous boss. The first item is a spirit-grade gear piece with strong stats and a healing skill. The second is a spirit technique that slows enemies in a wide area, exclusive to spell cultivators. The last item is Che-Gu, a rare treasure formed from a buried beast skeleton hardened over a century with added stat boosts. Lin Jiken nods in satisfaction since all three items fit his current needs. To reach Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, he must gather 3 heaven and earth treasures and 6 different spirit cores. Even though he doesn't have them all yet, he knows he should start preparing early. As he gets up to head down the mountain, he notices the iron-eating beast curled up asleep and snoring. He nudges it and says, "Hey, wake up, Big Bear, time to work." The iron-eating beast opens one eye, rolls over, and lazily complains that it's too hungry to move. Lin Jiken crosses his arms and scoffs. You just woke up and you're already hungry? What are you, a rice bucket? The iron-eating beast shoots back, raising its paw. Didn't you promise to treat me to good food and drinks? Now you call me greedy? He looks away awkwardly. Really? Did I say that? Stop making things up. The beast instantly mimics him in the same tone. Really? Did I say that? Stop making things up. Suddenly, a system alert rings out. Ding. Pet loyalty -10. Current loyalty, 90. Lin Jiken freezes. What? Damn it, I forgot about that. He quickly calculates that if it drops below 70, it won't listen, and under 50, it might rebel. So he decides to appease it. He pats its head and softens his voice. Your master is an honest man. I was joking. I woke you up to take you out to eat. At the word food, the iron-eating beast's eyes light up and its tail wags wildly. Why didn't you say so? Let's go. I'm starving. He leads it down the mountain. After the update, 8 desolations added new secret realms, but only 3 are open for now. The solo mode is called Nightmare Domain. The team mode is Ghost Knight Cavern. And the guild scale one is Corpse King Valley. They work like sect missions with 5 difficulty tiers, and he plans to enter Nightmare Domain first for Foundation establishment materials. Rumor says it also drops highly sought-after gear. While thinking, 3 people suddenly block his path, and Wang Xunhuang, a latest-stage Foundation establishment inner disciple, coldly asks if he's heading down the mountain. Lin Jiken brushes his hair back and calmly asks what they want. Wang Xunhuang draws his sword and declares, I challenge you. His aura surges as a glowing scroll appears, showing sect rules that allow challenges as long as the gap isn't more than 1 major realm. If the target isn't injured, on a mission, or in seclusion, they must accept, keeping disciples sharp in the Tianyan Sword sect at the top of Mu Xianzhou. His lackeys stand around showing off and glaring at Lin Jiken provocatively. Lin Jiken stands tall and replies, Fine, but I won't waste time. If I win, there better be something in it for me. Wang Xunhuang opens his contribution panel and says they'll bet points, claiming he has 886, and mocking that Lin Jiken might not even have enough to wager. Lin Jiken frowns since he has 0 points, and losing into the negatives would get him expelled. Just then, a gentle female voice drifts down as Nanggong Yu descends on her sword and tells her junior brother not to worry. She steps forward and shows her token, offering 60,000 contribution points, though the displayed number reads 3,667. Lin Jiken feels slightly embarrassed but thinks relying on others isn't so bad. Wang Xunhuang signals his men to pool their points, promising double repayment, and they each contribute until it adds up. With a confident grin, he declares a total of 1,500 points and vows to make Lin Jiken pay. On the mountain peak, the Tianyan Sword sect stands among towering swords, as disciples crowd the sword debate platform shouting that outer disciple Chen Yuan has won. On stage stands Chen Yuan, tall with silver hair and striking presence. At his feet lies his opponent, bloodied and trembling, cursing weakly. The crowd buzzes over Chen Yuan's 8-win streak, amazed that a latest-stage Qi refinement disciple shows such dominance. Chen Yuan lifts his head with confidence and a faint smirk. A burly elder in green robe steps forward and introduces himself as Nanggong Wu, offering to take Chen Yuan as a personal disciple. Chen Yuan is stunned and immediately kneels, respectfully accepting Nanggong Wu as his master. Just as the atmosphere turns solemn, a clear young voice calls out, Father, I'm here. Nanggong Yue runs in with a bright smile, brushing past Chen Yuan. Her hair flows in the wind and Chen Yuan stands frozen, unable to look away. Nanggong Wu asks why she came, and she cheerfully says she's here to cheer for her junior brother. Nanggong Wu laughs and says he just accepted Chen Yuan as a disciple, making him her junior as well. Chen Yuan steps forward and greets her politely, asking for guidance. Nanggong Yue frowns slightly and corrects him, saying she meant junior brother Lin over there, not Chen Yuan. She points toward the arena where Lin Jiken has already stepped up, with Wang Xunhuang standing behind him, full of killing intent. Chen Yuan freezes, and Nanggong Wu finally realizes who she meant. Lin Jiken walks up calmly despite their cold stares, while Nanggong Wu silently wonders what makes this boy so special. Chen Yuan shifts his gaze and releases a green aura, saying he has long heard of Lin Jiken and wishes to spar. Lin Jiken casually scratches his nose and replies that he's busy and already accepted someone else's challenge. He then points toward Wang Xunhuang waiting behind him. Chen Yuan is shocked that he would fight someone at latest-stage Foundation establishment, and Nanggong Wu reminds him he can refuse. Wang Xunhuang's face stiffens as his hidden setup is exposed. But Lin Jiken waves it off and says Wang Xunhuang insists on gifting him contribution points. His bold tone displeases Nanggong Wu, who finds him too arrogant. Meanwhile, Nanggong Yue excitedly cheers him on. Lin Jiken draws his sword and invites Wang Xunhuang to make the first move. Wang Xunhuang snorts and unleashes his blade without holding back. A purple aura erupts around him as he charges forward with fierce killing intent. The battle explodes instantly as he leaps and slams his sword down, shaking the arena. But the strike hits nothing, and Lin Jikin is nowhere to be seen. A voice sounds from behind, saying the speed is decent but not enough. A flash of sword light cuts through the air, and blood sprays out. Wang Xunhuang screams in pain. He flips back quickly, realizing he underestimated his opponent. His HP drops from 9,000 to 7,400 as purple energy covers his body. He gathers strength and unleashes an even stronger sword beam. Lin Jikin grips his sword and activates Frost Moon Slash. The two forces collide with sparks and a deafening crash. Lin Jikin follows up with another devastating strike. The blow knocks Wang Xunhuang away, costing him 2 chunks of 2,000 HP. The crowd below is stunned as he's sent flying. Wang Xunhuang finally crashes hard onto the ground. Convulsing and unconscious, he loses as the elder declares Lin Jikin the winner. Nangang claps excitedly, praising her junior brother, while Nangang Wu's face darkens despite admitting his strength. Nangang Wu leaves immediately, leaving Nangang confused by his reaction. In another corner, streamer Liu Xiazi excitedly tells her viewers that Lin Jichen simply cannot lose. The comments explode, calling him the god of 8 desolations, and wondering how he pulled off those moves. Some say he looks like a top-tier expert, and others joke that a man this handsome and strong must break hearts. Liu Xiazi giggles behind her hand, feeling proud of her choice of idol. Some viewers speculate his movement and judgment feel like a hidden professional player. Nearby, Chen Yuan clenches his fist, unwilling to accept how easily Wang Xunhuang's ultimate move was crushed. Lin Jikin turns to leave when a voice calls out, "Hey, Lin Jikin." Chen Yuan admits he lost today, but says it won't stay that way for long. His eyes burn with determination as he points straight at Lin Jikin and tells him to wait. Lin Jikin smirks slightly, knowing Chen Yuan has both pride and ambition, but the peak of the sword path won't be given up easily. Nangang Yue walks over with a bright smile, praising his rapid growth, and he awkwardly replies that he just doesn't want to rely on her forever. She crosses her arms and pouts, asking if protecting him is a bad thing. He quickly explains that he wants to be strong enough to protect her and properly face her father and grandfather. Her face turns red as she stammers, asking if he plans to discuss marriage with her father. Her heart races as she convinces herself that feelings matter more than cultivation level. Sensing the awkward mood, he clears his throat and asks if she's free lately. He invites her to Fengku City to listen to music, watch plays, and enjoy the scenery. In his mind, he knows it's the right time to get closer and talk alone. She hesitates, saying her father may return soon, but her heart pounds at being invited. He suggests she say it's a sect mission, and after thinking it over, she agrees. She says she'll find him when the time comes, and he waves, saying hell wait. As she leaves, Nangang Yue feels an unfamiliar excitement from their first private date. Just as he steps away from the arena, a soft female voice tells him to turn around. 3 beautiful girls stand there, led by Su Wanling, who greets him respectfully. She praises his easy victory over a late Foundation establishment cultivator, and says they need his help, and he calmly asks with what. Su Wanling says the Moon Shadow Guild wants him to join Corpse King Valley, but he shakes his head. He says he can't carry that alone, leaving them stunned. When they press him, he explains Corpse King Valley needs 100 people, and depends on overall strength. At minimum, each member should be mid-stage chi refinement to survive. He concludes that they should improve the guild's strength first. Internally, he's relieved he avoided a troublesome situation. Though disappointed, Su Wanling accepts his reasoning and asks about Ghost Knight Cavern instead. He smiles slightly and says that one is possible, but it's still very difficult. Su Wanling brightens immediately and asks what conditions he wants. He glances at her and asks if their guild leader will join. She confidently says of course and asks why. Satisfied, he nods and accepts the job. Su Wanling quickly warns him not to have any improper thoughts about their guild leader. He shrugs and jokes that he only wants some spirit stones, not his life. Just then, a young man in black named Wang Yinghao runs over eagerly. He offers 3 million as payment for help clearing a dungeon. Lin Jika turns and asks who he is. The man stomps in frustration, reminding him about the bow he sold him before. Lin Jiken finally remembers and says regretfully that he already agreed to help his girlfriend. He suddenly pulls Su Wanling into his arms, making her blush, and casually says they're about to enter a dungeon together. His tone turned gentle, saying he should personally take her there. Caught off guard, Su Wanling stammered I. Wang Yinghao froze, memories flashing back as he realized she was the girl who fought him for the bow. The moment it clicked, his mind went blank, and defeat hit him hard. Shock turned into regret, and he blamed himself for missing something so obvious. Lin Jiken pulled Su Wanling away and joked that a rich and outstanding woman was chasing him, so he decided to stop trying. But when he looked at Wanling, anger surged as he clenched his fist, swearing he would not let her off this time. Ignoring everything else, Lin Jiken led Wanling deeper into the forest. As they walked, he thanked her for blocking an attack earlier and promised to repay her. Wanling lowered her head and softly said she did not need any repayment. At the entrance of Night Ghost Ridge, cultivators crowded around, shouting for teammates in total chaos. Standing before the gate, he glanced around with a hint of disdain, noticing more and more players joining. Wanling quickly stepped forward and called out that they had arrived. Several girls nearby turned and looked at them with curious eyes. The guild leader hurried over, greeting Lin Jikin and asking him to help clear the dungeon, promising any conditions. He calmly raised 3 fingers and said he had 3 requests. First, he would have full command inside the dungeon, and everyone must follow his lead. Second, all sword cultivator gear and Heavenly Dao Foundation materials would belong to him. For the third request, he leaned closer and quietly asked to borrow some spirit stones, asking how much she could offer. The guild leader hesitated, knowing spirit stones were vital, especially with the market rate rising to 1,180. Seeing her doubt, Xiao Chen assured her he would repay 130% within 5 days. Hearing that, she agreed and lent him 50,000 spirit stones. The system instantly showed 50,000 spirit stones, added to his account. After confirming the transfer, he promised to repay within 5 days, and told everyone to enter the dungeon. 2 girls stepped forward, Li Jinxi, a late-stage Qi refinement body cultivator, and Tao Xiying, a mid-stage Qi refinement healer. The group entered together as system notifications rapidly popped up. Wanxi Guild at 52%, Zaiyu Studio at 50%, Canwin Studio at 49%, Extreme Guild at 47%, and Moon Shadow Guild at 0% on Hell mode. Once inside, Wanling was shocked, asking if they had really entered Hell difficulty. Tao Xiying nervously asked Lin Jikin if he had chosen the wrong mode. Staying calm, he explained that Night Ghost Ridge was not that scary, and that coordination and rotation tactics were the key. He told them to stick close, and promised he would carry them through. No one knew that Xiao Chen had planned this difficulty all along, since he knew the place well and could farm better gear. The 5 cautiously moved toward a giant lantern ahead, with Xiao Chen leading steadily. Sensing living energy, the lantern suddenly emitted a strange glow. Tao Xiying clung to Wanling in fear, while Wanling tried to act brave and said horror scenes were just fake. But right then, a cold voice suddenly called out Wanling's name from behind. The guild leader trembled and pointed at the ground, whispering that there was a hand beneath her feet. Wanling turned pale and slowly looked down in terror. The moment she saw a skeleton hand reaching up, she screamed, shattering the silence. Even after realizing it was a prank, she scolded the guild leader, while Xiao Chen could only sigh at their childish antics. Suddenly, strange noises echoed through the space, freezing everyone as the air turned heavy. A horrifying zombie appeared before them, holding a club and slowly walking closer. Its twisted face grinned as rotten flesh fell off piece by piece. Seeing that, Wanner panicked and clung to Tao Xiying while screaming. The monster moved forward and rasped that 5 more prey had delivered themselves. It claimed this place was full of danger, and only it, the Gravekeeper, could survive here. The 4 girls behind were trembling, while the guild leader forced herself to calm them down. As the Gravekeeper passed by, Xiao casually said to ignore him and keep moving. Being ignored, the old man twisted his neck and suddenly called out, asking for help. Xiao Chen immediately turned back and told him to speak, already knowing a quest was coming. The Gravekeeper slowly explained that 20 years ago his wife was killed here by an evil spirit. He said he stayed behind as a guardian, hoping someone could find her white handkerchief, and he would reward them with 2 mystic-grade items. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen accepted the quest, and the guild leader was thrilled at the bonus reward. The Gravekeeper saw them off and said he would wait at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Chen and the 4 girls adjusted themselves and headed toward the mountain ahead. A towering peak stood before them, wrapped in thick black mist. Within the dark fog, countless skulls floated in the air. Li Jinxi and Tao Xiying instinctively grabbed Wanling as she muttered there were dozens of ghosts. The guild leader stepped up, saying this was hell mode, and ordered everyone to activate defense and cast group healing. Not wanting to fall behind, Li Jinxi rushed forward and shouted that she would handle them. She charged into battle, striking the ghosts one after another. Even when hit, the ghosts kept surging forward without fear. Xiao Chen joined in, slashing a wide arc with his sword and activating a skill. As the skill triggered, spirit stones from nearby graves flew into the air as if pulled by force. Wanling stared in shock and asked what his luck stat even was. Xiao Chen simply smiled and said it was a secret. Right then, a massive monster appeared behind them, and someone shouted a warning. Xiao Chen reacted instantly, spinning around with his sword pointed straight at it. Without much resistance, he cut the giant down. From the collapsing body, a white handkerchief dropped onto his blade. Wanling excitedly said it was the Gravekeeper's wife's handkerchief and suggested turning it in. Xiao Chen shut that idea down, saying it would not be that easy. He took the handkerchief and told everyone to move quickly if they wanted to clear the stage. The group pushed deeper into the dark mountain. Soon they saw a corpse hanging from a tree, muttering in sorrow. The sight made everyone tense as their hearts pounded. A heavy dark aura radiated from it as it said someone had finally come to keep it company. Its eye sockets and mouth were pitch black like endless voids. Sensing danger, Xiao Chen and the guild leader drew their weapons at the same time. The ground shook as skeletal arms burst out, and Wanling panicked, asking what they should do. Xiao Chen stabbed his sword into the ground and unleashed his spiritual power, telling the bones to stay buried. A blue energy wave spread outward, covering the area. Then he dashed forward at top speed and shouted for the demon to take his blade. Without hesitation, he swung his sword straight at the target. But the space in front of him was empty, and the enemy had vanished. A skeletal hand suddenly reached from behind, whispering that this young man looked handsome. The monster asked if he wanted to become ghost husband and wife, already clinging to Xiao Chen's back with a smug grin. Its cold hands touched his face as it suggested he switch to ghost cultivation and dual cultivate with her. Losing patience, Xiao Chen shoved it away and shouted for it to shut up. Even after being pushed back, it leaned close again, but he only replied with one word, annoying. Rejected so bluntly, its expression turned vicious. It declared it would rip out his soul, then floated into the air, with heavy pressure spreading out. Instantly, sharp spikes burst from the ground and surrounded Xiao Chen. He reacted fast and slashed apart the spikes one by one. Then he turned and called for the others to attack together. The guild leader slammed her staff into the ground and answered firmly. She ordered Su Wanling to assist Xiao Chen in the main assault, and Wanling drew her sword with steady eyes. Li Jinxi was assigned to crowd control, and she stepped forward ready. Tao Xiying was told to guard the rear, and she quickly agreed. Once the formation was set, the guild leader shouted to attack. The four of them worked together and cleared the spikes around Xiao Chen. Suddenly, thorny vines rose from the ground and formed a thick barrier. The thorns wrapped tightly around the monster's body. Not letting it finish, Li Jinxi dashed forward at high speed. She delivered a heavy kick and told the other two to finish it. As the monster was knocked back, Xiao Chen closed in instantly. He raised his sword and unleashed his ultimate skill. The monster screamed and controlled its long hair to counterattack. The hair wrapped around the blade, trying to stop the strike. Su Wanling rushed in and cut the hair apart, freeing him. Before it could react, the sword was already at its body. With no way to escape, it was sliced in half and instantly destroyed. Seeing the enemy fall, Tao Xiying hugged Li Jinxi in excitement. The rest of the group finally relaxed. Looking at the loot, Wanling joked about Xiao Chen's insane luck as the others teased about buying lottery tickets. The guild leader told Xiao Chen to pick first and take whatever he liked. He did not hesitate and began selecting items as system notices popped up. The spirit-grade equipment displayed their stats and skills in detail. After dividing everything, Xiao Chen stepped forward and told them to continue. The system announced that Moon Shadow Guild had reached 60% progress on Hell Mode. The five of them pushed deeper into the forest's core. Suddenly, the familiar gravekeeper appeared ahead, blocking their path. Wanling excitedly pointed him out and suggested returning the handkerchief. But Xiao Chen stopped her and quietly told her to wait. He warned that approaching would be like walking into death, leaving her confused. Calmly, he explained that the gravekeeper said he would wait at the foot of the mountain, so why was he here, and asked if she had guessed who the real boss was. When she realized the truth, he lightly tapped her forehead and teased her for being slow. The guild leader was stunned and questioned how a boss could also give them a quest. Xiao Chen explained that this was the dungeon's biggest trap, and many teams had fallen for it. Finally understanding, the guild leader thanked him sincerely, knowing they would have lost major rewards without him. Seeing them stand still, the gravekeeper slowly turned around with a twisted smile. He raised his hand and rasped, asking if they had found his wife's relic. He promised 2 mystic-grade items if they handed it over. Before he could finish, a sword pierced through his body. Xiao Chen pulled his blade out, eyes cold, telling him to stop the nonsense and fight. He stayed alert, remembering the mistake from his past life and refusing to repeat it. The gravekeeper froze, a question mark popping above his head. Suddenly, his skinny hand swelled as veins bulged violently. He slammed the ground, causing a massive shockwave. His body twisted into a giant monster as he roared that he was the Ghost King. Black crows flooded the sky and blocked out the light. Wanling tightened her grip on her sword in panic. At the front, Xiao Chen kept slashing, forming arcs of light to block the crows. Once they were contained, he ordered Dao Xiang to clear them with her skill. She answered immediately and began casting. Purple spiritual energy surged into a spiraling pillar reaching the sky. Xiao Chen told the others to handle the crows while he took the boss. Then he dashed forward at extreme speed. A faint smile appeared as he locked onto the boss' weakness. He leaped into the air and struck down like a hawk, chaining attacks that drained the boss fast. The system panel revealed Night Ghost King, latest Age Foundation establishment, with over 10,000 HP and multiple dark skills. In an instant, its body vanished into thick black mist. A dark vortex formed behind Xiao Chen, signaling black mist escape. Seizing the moment, he shouted for everyone to push in. He thrust his sword forward and unleashed a crushing strike. The guild leader activated her ultimate skill, Earth-subduing grasp. Li Jinshi lowered her stance and prepared a full-power punch. Wanling focused her blade and cast Blazing Flame Great Slash. The team attacked in perfect sync. Under the barrage, the boss staggered and dropped to one knee. Xiao Chen raised his sword for the finishing move, Wind Phoenix Dance. Countless lights fell from above like a starry sky. Each impact drained the boss further and echoed through the battlefield. Seeing it near death, Xiao Chen smirked and told his bear to take the stage. He kept attacking and promised bamboo as a reward. The others gasped in excitement, realizing the adorable beast was Xiao Chen's pet. The bear suddenly expanded, letting out a suppressing roar. With one explosive strike, it smashed the boss into fragments. After finishing the job, it calmly landed on the ground. It looked at Xiao Chen with clear confidence. But the girls quickly surrounded it, praising and petting it non-stop. Watching from afar, Xiao Chen could only facepalm. Ignoring the scene, he turned to the corpse and widened his eyes. It had dropped equipment for spell cultivators. He calculated that a few more treasures would complete his goal. The system announced a perfect hell clear in 7 minutes and 565 seconds, granting cultivation and team points. Xiao Chen looked up at the empty sky. As the battle ended, the guild leader bowed and thanked him, offering to buy the magic gear so he would not lose out. Xiao Chen raised a purple gem and waved it off, saying the gear was theirs, while the guild leader was shocked to see a black jade essence. He turned to her and said he would leave if there was nothing else. Before going, he warned them to exit quickly, or people would block them for Gonrei tips. Watching him walk away, she felt shy for not thanking him properly, and the guild leader smiled, saying there would be chances later. Leaning against a tree, Xiao Chen opened the system and called out to Wang Xuan. A new scheme formed in his mind, planning to squeeze more benefits from Wang Jinghao. Wang Xuan's voice came through, asking if this was a video call. The scene shifted to Fengku City. The two sat drinking as Wang Xuan asked why he had been called. Wang Xuan joked that life was precious, but love was more valuable, and he would gladly play matchmaker. Xiao Chen sighed and said that did not benefit Wang Xuan at all, which made him uneasy. Wang Xuan then asked him to help Wanshi Guild clear Night Ghost Ridge next. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression change, he quickly asked if something was wrong. Xiao Chen lowered his voice and said his girlfriend would not allow it because the two guilds were rivals. Inside, he felt a brief hint of guilt. The answer left Wang Xuan secretly annoyed. Xiao Chen then suggested he could sell the Hell Mode strategy instead. He asked for 8,000 Spirit Stones. Wang Xuan stood up immediately and agreed without hesitation. Though it was nearly all the guild's savings, he convinced himself big gains required big risks. Xiao Chen took out paper and began writing the strategy. Wang Xuan questioned why not use the system, and Xiao Chen replied that simple methods were harder to trace. After reading it, Wang Xuan nodded in understanding. The deal was done, and Wang Xuan hurried off to lead his guild into Hell Mode. Watching him leave, Xiao Chen revealed a subtle, calculating smile. Night gradually covered Fengku City. Xiao Chen stood before a pharmacy. He dropped a heavy money pouch on the counter and ordered all corpse poison antidotes in stock. He said he would buy everything. The shop owner smiled, warning that the antidotes were not cheap. She stepped closer with a welcoming tone. Xiao Chen opened the pouch and calmly asked if it was enough. He offered to add more if needed, and she said it was more than enough. She leaned closer and teased that he was quite good at earning spirit stones. She even suggested he stay and run the shop with her, saying the shop and even herself could be his. For a moment, Xiao Chen felt slightly flustered, but he quickly steadied himself and said his path was not here. He closed his eyes briefly to clear his thoughts. His goal was still to become the strongest sword cultivator. Seeing he would not budge, she stopped teasing and went to pack the medicine. Her sudden closeness still shook his resolve for a split second. After the deal, she leaned on the door and told him to visit again, and he agreed. Walking down the street, he calculated that he had stored over 200,000 bottles. This corpse poison antidote would be crucial against Corpse King Valley, though others had not realized it yet. Without it, clearing the stage after being poisoned was nearly impossible, and he planned to resell it at a high price while searching for more resources to strengthen himself. Next stop, the Land of Scarlet Flames. Xiao Chen drops from the sky and lands smoothly. He scans the area and senses thick fire, spiritual energy gathering here. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushes at him at insane speed. He reacts instantly and draws his sword. They clash hard, sword light flashes. One limb of the fire pincer insect is sliced off and its body is blasted away. It lets out a piercing screech, then turns and tries to flee. Xiao Chen immediately chases after it and shouts, "Where do you think you're going?" His sword shoots forward, pierces through its body, and it screams "Chi-Chi." The creature crashes heavily onto the ground. Its corpse vanishes, leaving behind gold, a fragment of fire spiritual energy, and 2 level 1 spirit stones. Holding the red spirit stone, he checks it and finds the quality low, the energy thin, so he decides to collect more fragments before fusing them later. Standing before the dark cave entrance, he knows better purity means going deeper inside. He shouts into the cave, "Hey Huangshulang inside, come out and die." From deep within, a graceful figure steps out, 3 tails swaying in the air. A powerful aura erupts as it roars in anger. "Who are you calling Huangshulang, brat? It is the boss fire 3-tailed fox late chi refinement, 4500 HP, 60 attack, 55 defense, 75 speed, with skills blazing tail burst, sharp wind claw, and triple fox strike." Lin Jiken grins. "Didn't expect you to grow from a Huangshulang into a fox." The fire 3-tailed fox's face darkens as it instantly casts blazing tail burst. 3 waves of flames shoot out, but Lin Jiken dodges at the last second. Seeing him escape so easily only fuels its rage. Lin Jiken smirks. "I say you look like a fox and you still get mad?" He charges forward with his sword. "Want a beating?" The fire 3-tailed fox slashes back with sharp wind claw and roars. "Don't push it." Lin Jiken twists midair and dodges cleanly. Then he counters hard. "Take this back." The fire 3-tailed fox freezes. What? It only manages a short roar. Before it can recover, the blade slams down and knocks it to the ground. Realizing it can't win, it reveals its true form and runs. Lin Jiken summons his Shiti Sho and teases. "Hair is your food. Still picky because you haven't evolved?" As he speaks, he tosses it toward the prey. The fleeing fox suddenly looks back. It sees Shitai Sho grinning wide, drool dripping, laughing strangely, and panics with a terrified Chi-Chi. Shitai Sho quickly finishes the fox and lets out a satisfied sound as Lin Jiken walks over and asks, "So good enough this time?" It pats its belly and says, "Not bad, but I haven't had meat in a while, still not enough." Lin Jiken checks the loot, gaining gold, spirit stones, a spirit-grade martial skill, and a perfect purity fire spiritual energy, so he plans to hunt the rest. Suddenly, a phone rings outside the cabin. The sound pulls him back to reality. Lin Jiken logs out and answers, "Hello?" On the other end, Renlan laughs. "Shaolin, school's on break, help me move some stuff. I'm staying at your place till next term." He replies, "Got it, I'm coming." A thought flashes through his mind as he hears Shiz moving in. He considers asking her to help design a physical training plan. His goal is to boost his strength over the next few years. Looking at his reflection in the glass, his face turns serious as he thinks about the world's coming changes. As he leaves home, he knows this peace won't last. Renlan waves at him while dragging a suitcase. "Why are you so slow? I still want to game later." Lin Jiken blinks. "That fast? You were still at school." Renlan shrugs. "It's close, so I got here quick." She shoves the suitcase at him and walks ahead. "You carry it." He smiles and follows behind with the luggage, then suddenly stops because it's insanely heavy. He realizes the suitcase is packed with heavy training equipment. After dragging it upstairs, he asks, "Did you tell your parents?" Renlan replies casually, "I said I'm traveling with a friend." Leaning against the wall, he sighs, worried about what happens if they find out. Renlan jumps onto the gaming seat excitedly. "Hurry, teach me how to play." Lin Jiken explains, "First verify your identity, then log in and pick a class. There are 4 paths: Chi Cultivator, Body Cultivator, Healer, or Mage." The login screen appears. Renlan cheers as Shez asks to enter her character ID, realizing character creation has begun, and Lin Jiken simply nods. The interface walks her through body shape, face, and stats, and Renlan asks if this is the character panel. She quickly finishes customizing and moves her character toward Nuwa, clearly excited. Nuwa floats in the air, her majestic voice guiding players onto the cultivation path. Renlan's eyes widen, stunned by Nuwa's beauty. With a gentle wave, Nuwa grants her blessing. Renlan's character rises into the air as the system announces the talent Immovable Ming King. Just the name alone sounds insanely powerful. Nuwa then summons a giant scroll and tells her to choose a starting region. Renlan hesitates, tapping her lips as she thinks. Lin Jiken steps in calmly and explains which region fits each cultivation path. Renlan walks closer, teases his in-game looks, and asks what talent he got. She opens her system panel to show off, and every stat and bonus is top tier. Lin Jiken can't hide his shock and realizes this is an extremely rare talent. Renlan smiles proudly and locks in the Body Cultivator path. On the outside, he stays calm, but inside has already rating her potential very high. She asks what's next, but Lin Jiken says don't rush quests, trade resources, and gear up first. Soon they arrive at the busy Phoenix Song City and stop at the 100 Herbs Hall. Vendors shout non-stop, promoting rare spiritual herbs. 2 nearby players complain they can't find corpse poison and are worried about clearing the dungeon. Lin Jiken suddenly steps in and offers to sell corpse poison, already calculating profit in his head. Word spreads fast and a crowd instantly gathers. Players start shouting to buy, fighting for their turn. Lin Jiken keeps order and tells everyone to line up, while Renlan realizes his money-making skills are no joke. Right then, someone calls his name and he turns around. Guo Jie appears with a gentle smile, drawing whispers from the crowd. She walks up acting close, but clearly has her own agenda. Lin Jiken stays cold and sees through her instantly. Guo Jie keeps her soft tone and speaks like they are still intimate. The crowd keeps whispering, curious about their relationship. Renlan suddenly moves behind him and gives him a sharp jab, then whispers, Xiao Lin Zi, don't forget what kind of woman she is. She acts like that with every guy. Lin Jikan winces. Hey, easy there, auntie. Guo Ji grabs his hand anxiously. Lin Chen, have you forgotten what you promised me? Lin Jikan replies calmly, I'll never forget what you said. Guo Jie's face falls as she asks, then why are you playing with Ren Lan? Didn't you say I was the only one in your heart? Ren Lan suddenly pulls Lin Jikan close with an arm around his neck. Sorry, but whatever Xiaolin Zi said before is in the past, so keep your distance, because right now he's my boyfriend. Guo Jie's face turns red with anger. Ren Lan, I know your father has status, but I'm not afraid. Lin Jikan and I never broke up. He is still my rightful boyfriend, so watch yourself. Lin Jikan's eyes turn icy as he says calmly, we ended a long time ago. Guo Jie freezes Lin Jikan. Why? He lets out a short laugh. Why? Don't you know what you did? He looks at her with disgust. While dating me, you kept getting close to Shu Ziquai and even shared the same candy stick with him. Did you think I wouldn't know? Guo Jie hurriedly defends herself with teary eyes. Jikan, I was wronged. It's all a misunderstanding. Just listen to me. Lin Jikan pulls out an intimate photo of her and Shu Ziquai and throws it down. With evidence like this, what else can you say? The nearby players shake their heads and whisper about her two-timing. Calmly, he wraps his arm around Ren Lan and announces, by the way, I'm not just her boyfriend, I'm her fiancé. We're getting married soon. Hearing that, Ren Lan feels secretly satisfied and thinks, not bad, Xiaolin Zi can really act. Ren Lan lifts her chin proudly. Guo Jie, you should leave. Stop getting in the way of my husband and me. The crowd grows annoyed and echoes her. Yeah, just go. Stop blocking us from buying. Trembling with rage, Guo Jie grits her teeth. Fine, Lin Jikan, Ren Lan. I'll remember this. You'll regret it. Black money bags are piled all over the floor, each packed with 100 shining spirit stones. Lin Jikan lies flat on the ground. Exhausted, the profit is good, but wasting a whole day like this is not efficient. He tosses Ren Lan a bag of spirit stones and tells her to gear up, then head to Huafeng province for the newbie quest, and skip random village tasks. Go straight to the martial hall. She asks what about him. He laughs confidently and says, hell, find a better way to make money. Just wait until they're rich. As he walks away, he calculates that since Muxian province is ruled by the Qianlong royal clan, his current fame might help him buy prime land. An idea sparks about opening a pharmacy. He knows land prices in the 8 desolations will skyrocket in a few years. Lost in thought, a fierce black wolf suddenly blocks his path. He calmly draws his sword with a smirk, mocking it for delivering treasure to him. The wolf roars and charges like an arrow. In one flash of sword light, Lin Jikan kills it instantly. A desperate cry for help rings out, and the system alerts him of a triggered opportunity. The Qianlong royal princess is asking for help, accept or not. A panicked woman runs toward him, screaming for help. With trembling voice and tears, Ji Tongyin claims she is a princess of the Qianlong royal clan and begs him to report to Phoenix Song City, saying the attackers are from the Nether Soul Hall and rewards await. Lin Jikan recalls the 8 Desolations storyline about the eldest princess of Qianlong being hunted by demonic cultivators and dying tragically. Hands on his waist, he questions why a royal princess is here alone at night. Covered in blood, Ji Tongyin explains their convoy was ambushed by demons, and she got separated while escaping. Lin Jikan pulls her behind him and says coldly, enough. He stares at the black-clothed pursuers and shouts that chasing the Qianlong princess means courting death. The leader laughs sinisterly and mocks him for playing hero, saying today will be his last day. Lin Jikan stays calm and raises a talisman in his hand. The talisman bursts with blinding purple light and fills the area. A terrifying pressure spreads, leaving the assassins pale and speechless. From the void appears the stunning figure of his master Lung Feiyan, her stern voice demanding who dares harm her disciple. Lin Jikan immediately points his sword at them, accusing them of trying to kill him and leave his master without her only disciple. Hearing that, Lung Feiyan declares that anyone who harms her disciple must die. She casually draws a line in the air. Destructive power sweeps out, and the black-clothed group vanishes, before they can curse the Tianyan sword sect. Lin Jikan squints excitedly and gives a thumbs up, praising his master non-stop. Leng Feiyan turns to him with a stern look, asking why he hasn't returned to the sect for so long. Scratching his head awkwardly, he explains he planned to buy land from the Qianlong royal clan, to open a shop, and earn money to repay her. Leng Feiyan gives him a primordial spirit talisman and tells him to activate it in danger, then orders him to return soon, and he quickly agrees. With that, her figure slowly fades into the void. Ji Tongyin cautiously steps forward and thanks him and the Tianyan sword sect for saving her life. The system announces the rescue the eldest princess of Qianlong quest is complete, granting 10 favor points from her and 5,000 reputation across Muxian province cities. Lin Jikan turns away like a wandering hero, saying slaying demons is a righteous duty, but inside has already thinking about prime land in Phoenix Song City. Ji Tongyin smiles shyly and says, "Hes too humble. A life-saving grace cannot be denied." He replies with the usual righteous talk, and the system shows her favor rising by 5, now at 15. Her attitude turns respectful as she happily invites him to the palace, saying her father will reward him well. He nods and asks her to lead the way. Entering the grand palace, he can't help but admire the royal aura. A man steps forward to stop him and asks if he is the Tianyan sword sect disciple who saved the princess. This man has an outstanding presence. He is the third prince of Qianlong, Ji Shen. Seeing her brother, Ji Tongyin brightens up and calls out, "Royal brother." Lin Jiken bows politely and confirms he is the one mentioned. Ji Shen laughs heartily and praises him for protecting the princess, saying any request can be made. Lin Jiken clasps his hands and says he does have a favor to ask, whether the royal clan can help him find good land to open a shop. Ji Shen waves it off casually and hands him a deed scroll, saying there is already a shop prepared, and it is now his. Lin Jiken thanks him while opening it, and inside has thrilled to see the perfect location and layout. Holding the deed, he calmly heads toward his new pharmacy. As expected of royal property, the place looks grand and impressive. Even better, it sits right in the busiest central district. Just then, women from a nearby brothel wave at him. "Young master, come up tonight for some tea. Let me sing and play for you. I'm especially skilled with the flute." Turns out right next door is the famous Autumn Moon Pavilion. Lin Jiken glances over with a teasing look. That single glance makes the women even louder, calling him handsome and charming. He chuckles to himself, thinking this place will be worth a fortune in a few years. As he enters the pharmacy, 3 attendants rush out and bow. "Greetings, shopkeeper. Young Master Lin, we've received orders. You are now the owner of the Qianlong pharmacy." One steps forward and says he understands pharmacology and can assist him. Another says management can be left to him, and the shop will stay organized. Lin Jiken nods in satisfaction as someone hands him the account book. He takes it and declares that from now on this is no longer Qianlong Pharmacy, it belongs to him. Starting today, it will be renamed Commoner Grand Medicine Hall. The 3 are stunned, but he tells them to remember it. For now, the shop will only sell corpse poison, limited to 10,000 bottles per day. Then close, the staff gasp at the limit. He answers simply, "When it's sold out, tell them to wait for the next batch." The 3 immediately change the signboard and update the listings. As announcements spread, players rush in and sell everything out, while Lin Jiken walks away calmly, trusting the staff enough to return to the sect. He heads back to the Tianyan sword sect and goes straight to Leng Feiyan's residence. As soon as he arrives, he calls out, "Master Feiyan, your disciple has returned." Leng Feiyan glances at him and says lightly, "You're back." He answers, secretly thinking she must have missed him. She smiles faintly and teases, "Back so soon? Saved the eldest princess and got royal treatment. What, didn't they make you their prince consort?" Lin Jiken instantly senses the tone and quickly denies it. "Forget prince consort. Even if they offered me the throne, I wouldn't take it. I was born a member of the sword sect and will die one." Hearing this, Leng Feiyan's fingertip moves slightly. An invisible force instantly pulls him right in front of her. "Is that true?" Lin Jiken answers instantly, "Of course, Master's grace is carved into my heart. Heaven can witness it." Then he takes out a brocade pouch. "This is a gift I brought back. I hope you like it." He continues with heartfelt words about his loyalty to her. From the pouch he reveals a delicate bracelet. "Master, let me put it on for you." Leng Feiyan's favor rises instantly, and the system announces, "Heart connection achieved." He secretly celebrates, feeling everything is going smoothly. In his excitement, he unconsciously touches her hand, only pulling back when reminded. He praises her beauty with lines borrowed from ancient poetry. Leng Feiyan blushes slightly and scolds, "You silver-tongued boy, how is your foundation establishment preparation?" He replies everything is ready, and he can break through any time. She nods and tells him to enter seclusion now. He mentions the coming lightning tribulation, and she decides he will break through here while she protects him. With her promise, Lin Jiken sits down and begins cultivating. The system announces his breakthrough to early foundation establishment. All combat stats surge. His destiny-defying talent doubles all attributes, and a new talent appears, All-Seeing Eye, giving a chance to learn enemy skills in battle. The system warns that in half an hour, heavenly tribulation will descend. Soon dark clouds cover the Tianyan sword sect and thunder roars. Leng Feiyan immediately channels her spiritual power. She forms a protective barrier around Lin Jiken. He feels confident, thinking with her backing there is nothing to fear. As the lightning tribulation slowly fades, Leng Feiyan's expression turns serious, disciple. She says softly that in the future she cannot shield him from tribulations anymore. Lin Jiken's face changes. "What? Why?" She explains the 2 lightning strikes just now were far stronger than expected. If she keeps interfering, future tribulations will become even more dangerous. Even she might not handle them. Without tempering by heavenly lightning, body and soul would remain weak, and he can only sigh at losing this support. Leng Feiyan reassures him there are other ways to deal with tribulation, and he quickly asks what. She mentions Lei Marsh in the western region, a place for lightning cultivation. If fortunate, he may find a thunder dragon and obtain the heart of thunder spirit to temper his body, and then no longer fear tribulation. Hearing this, Lin Jiken recalls the place is dangerous but worth trying, especially with his protective treasure. He bows in gratitude and decides to leave at once. Leng Feiyan gives further warnings. Lei Marsh is not only full of lightning but also chaos and criminals, so he must be careful. She adds that the primordial spirit talisman will not work there, and he freezes. Losing both backing and talisman leaves him uneasy. Still, he heads to the western region, where Lei Marsh is stormy and barren year-round. His face turns firm, determined to move forward alone. After only a few steps, lightning splits a tree before him and startles him. He takes out an umbrella. It is the Wind Thunder umbrella given by Leng Feiyan before he left. She told him it can resist lightning, but the path ahead is his alone. He accepted it gratefully, even brushing her hand lightly. Leng Feiyan withdrew her hand with a faint blush. Back to the present, he holds the Wind Thunder umbrella and ventures deeper into Lei Marsh, recalling ancient records about the Thunder God, the entity tied to the lightning of this land. His target is the Thunder Dragon, to obtain the heart of Thunder Spirit for future tribulations. Suddenly, a fierce creature bursts from the water. Bloodthirsty Thunder Crocodile, early Crystal Core Realm, its combat stats appear. Lin Jiken immediately summons Shi-Ti Shou and orders it to handle the beast. The Shitai beast slams down hard and chunks a huge portion of the enemy's HP. It keeps the pressure on, forcing the Lei Yi to weaken fast. He realizes both beasts share the lightning element, so his side isn't at a disadvantage. He orders it to hold the enemy in place. Then he draws his sword and charges in. One clean strike, a decisive finisher. He leaves the rest to the Shitai beast, which tears the prey apart, and its loyalty rises again. With the fight over, Lin Jiken starts checking all the loot. Besides spirit stones, gold, and recovery pills, the boss drops 3 more items. A lei pill, a high-grade spiritier lei E armor, and a lightning stone. But he barely cares since the armor is too heavy and better suited for someone like Ren Lan. The lightning crystal has more value, and right then the system suddenly sends a special item straight into his inventory, catching him off guard. When he checks, he finds 3 lei E eggs that can hatch into mounts with absolute loyalty. Just as Hez inspecting them, footsteps echo in the distance. He frowns and turns toward the sound. 2 girls walk over with arrogant looks, telling him to hand over the lei E eggs if he wants to leave unharmed. Lin Jiken calmly replies that earning things should be done properly, and robbing him like this is crossing the line. The blonde pulls out a flare gun and warns him that one shot will summon their experts, so he better cooperate. He scoffs and asks if she really thinks he would fall for that. The black-haired girl raises her bow and declares they serve the young sect master of Wan Yao sect, who brought thousands of experts to the Thunder Marsh. Hearing Wan Yao sect makes Lin Jiken pause. In the 8 desolations, sects are ranked in tiers, and Wan Yao sect stands at the super tier, equal to Tianyan sword sect. Though they never clashed, Tianyan has only 1 ascension expert, while Wan Yao has 2. Making an enemy of them over 3 eggs isn't worth the trouble. After thinking it through, he tosses the 3 eggs to the blonde. The black-haired girl smirks, saying he made the right choice. But the blonde's eyes lock onto the Shitai beast, greed flashing in her gaze. She demands he hand over the beast too. His eyes turn cold as his hand rests on his sword, warning them they've gone too far. The black-haired girl stops talking and fires an arrow. Before it reaches him, a sword flash splits it in half. In the next second, he dashes forward and strikes their acupoints. A single kick sends both of them crashing to the ground. He smirks and asks if they can't move now. They panic and demand to know what he plans to do. Lin Jiken calmly says he doesn't hit women, then ties them up anyway, while they beg him to stop as the tickling drives them crazy. He pulls out a dogtail grass stem and says not hitting them doesn't mean letting them off. He brushes the grass against their feet until they break down, begging for mercy and admitting they were wrong to rob him. He asks if their young sect master would really let him go. They swear they won't report him. Hearing that, he cuts the ropes. The moment they're free, they burst out laughing and call him a fool. The blonde fires the flare into the sky, saying the young master is on his way. Before the black-haired girl can finish threatening him, a sword pierces her chest. Lin Jiken says coldly that he only promised not to hit them, not to kill. The blonde screams in rage. She gathers power for a counterattack. A flash of sword light and her body is split in 2. The 2 greedy girls die without saying another word. He says they crossed his line again and again. This is the price. He calls back his beast, retrieves the 3 eggs, and leaves. Not long after, a large group arrives, reporting to the young sect master that the signal came from here and their people are dead. The young sect master looks annoyed, saying the flare was for treasures, not rescue, and orders their bodies chopped up for the lei E to eat. Someone actually dared to kill members of Wanyao sect. I will find him and make him pay a miserable price. In truth, Lin Jiken never left. He hides behind a rock and watches, recognizing the newcomer as Li Xinghun, a rising star of the demonic sect known for ruthless methods and future invasions when the game merges with reality. The grudge with Li Xinghun is now set, so every next move must be calculated carefully. If only his master were here to back him up. But then again, a master isn't someone you call any time for protection. Of course, that only applies to a beautiful female master, not a male one. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of Tianyan Sword Sect, Lung Feiyan suddenly sneezes non-stop. She looks at the bright red soup and realizes she probably added too much chili. A female disciple walks in with ingredients and reports everything is ready, and Lung Feiyan tells her to place them on the table. Lung Feiyan checks each item carefully, all perfectly prepared. Her thoughts drift to the image of personally taking care of Lin Jiken. She secretly vows that once her cooking improves, she will make a proper feast for her disciple. Back at Thunder Marsh, Lin Jiken soon runs into a fierce 8-headed beast. He draws his sword, intrigued, having just clashed with Wanyao sect and now facing the Kai Ming beast. Dangerous places often hide rare opportunities. He unleashes a freezing sword strike straight at it. The attack barely scratches the monster. Realizing it's not enough, he focuses all his spirit into his sword intent. His arm slashes down without hesitation. A powerful wave of sword light bursts out. An explosion follows as the Kai Ming beast takes the hit head-on. A server-wide announcement echoes, congratulating Lin Jiken as the first player to kill a Golden Core boss, rewarding fame, gear, Dao Heartfruit, and a medal. The system sends congratulations to all other players. At Thunder Marsh, Lin Jiken checks the loot, thrilled to find a rare material essential for crafting Heavenly Dao Crystal. He also equips a pair of exquisite boots that boost speed, dodge, leg strength, and even grant passive stealth, a top-tier item worth an apartment at peak era. The remaining items are also useful, especially for sword flight. The unsuitable gear can be sold for a high price. Just then, he senses someone approaching. Without hesitation, he collects everything and vanishes without a trace. Soon after, members of Wanyao sect arrive. A subordinate questions the scene, but Li Xinghun observes and denies any link to their target. His eyes land on the corpse of the Kai Ming beast. After checking, he sees it was killed by a single sword strike, with lingering sword intent still in the air. That only excites him more, as the killer is clearly no ordinary cultivator. By now, Lin Jiken is dozens of miles away in another canyon. After half a day with no sign of the Thunder Dragon, he realizes exploring the 8 desolations demands patience. Suddenly, the sound of battle echoes from afar. He sees a woman being chased, and the pursuer says her identity is exposed so she cannot be left alive. A thunderous strike blasts her flying. The man coldly urges her to give up, promising a quick death. Even injured, she refuses and warns him of the consequences if this is discovered. Liang Baya clenches his fist with confidence and declares the sect master will never know because she dies here today. At that critical moment, Lin Jiken appears on a cliff in monk robes, calmly chanting Amitabha, stunning Liang Baya, who demands to know who he is. Lin Jiken speaks endlessly about saving the suffering and stopping injustice, telling him to release the girl and face this poor monk instead. Liang Baya frowns, asking where this fake monk came from and why he's meddling instead of chanting scriptures. He slams out a palm strike, shattering the cliff where Lin Jiken stood. But Lin Jiken vanishes like smoke and reappears right on his arm. He calmly lectures about karma and the consequences of killing. Liang Baya explodes in anger and attacks wildly, yet Lin Jiken disappears again. He scans the area and realizes Fang Qingju is gone too, likely escaping during the chaos. Furious, he draws his sword and slashes everywhere, shouting for him to come out. Trees collapse across the canyon, but there's no trace of the target, leaving him unsettled and suspecting a special stealth technique. In reality, Lin Jiken already escaped far away with Fang Qingju, thanks to his new gear's stealth effect. Half conscious, Fang Qingju looks at her savior and wonders who he really is. After running for a while, Lin Jiken spots a cave and decides to hide there. He carefully checks the surroundings to make sure no one followed. Inside the cave, they start a fire, and Fang Qingju thanks him sincerely, but Lin Jiken waves it off, saying he's not truly a Buddhist. She insists the favor must be repaid and asks why he helped her. He answers seriously that as someone from the righteous path, he cannot stand by while demonic cultivators harm others. Hearing that, Fang Qingju blushes slightly and feels a growing sense of goodwill. The system notifies that her favorability has increased, and Lin Jiken feels satisfied. Suddenly, her name triggers a familiar memory. Fang Qingju is a top disciple of Xuanyi sect who once caused a major event. When Jianglang City was attacked by demons, she exhausted herself saving countless lives. She even fought on the front lines. But as a healer, her combat power could not match the brutal monsters. In the middle of that fierce battle, she disappeared. Later, they found her body among piles of demon corpses, lifeless. Her body was badly mutilated, her face no longer intact. Jianglong City built a statue in her honor at the central square. Lin Jikan grows thoughtful, since she should have survived until the worlds merged, yet now she almost died, meaning fate is already shifting. At that moment, Fang Qingju takes out a letter and hands it to him. She asks Lin Daoyu to accept it. The system explains it is a recommendation letter to the inner hall of Xuanyi sect, allowing direct entry if qualified. Thinking of his master's reaction, he immediately gives up the idea of joining. He gently declines, saying he already has a sect, but will keep the letter and recommend someone suitable in the future. In his mind, he thinks of Chu Shui as a perfect match for Xuanyi sect. Fang Qingju nods without forcing him, and he asks about her next plan. She explains that she and her senior brother came to Thunder Marsh to find the Thunder Dragon, but things went wrong. Lin Jikan is surprised they share the same target, and she says she needs its blood essence for alchemy before asking his purpose. He answers briefly that he needs the Thunder Dragon's heart. She proposes cooperation so each can take what they need, and he agrees while warning about Wanyao sect and Liang Baiye. Both understand the situation is dangerous and must be handled carefully. Fang Qingju suddenly realizes why Liang Baiye was so desperate to kill her. Her face darkens as she suspects he betrayed their sect to trade the Thunder Dragon for benefits from Wanyao sect. To cover it up, she had to disappear. After that, he could return and fabricate a story. Lin Jikan wonders why Wanyao sect is hunting the Thunder Dragon so aggressively, and she says the demonic sect has been making big moves lately. He immediately understands that events are accelerating and a great war is coming. The next morning, Lin Jikan steps out of the cave and stretches under the rare sunlight. Fang Qingju quietly watches him, her thoughts complicated, as the system records another rise in favorability. Seeing her favorability rise, Lin Jikan feels secretly pleased and starts forming new plans. Suddenly, he senses something off. Without hesitation, he grabs her and retreats. A massive creature crashes in right after, shattering rocks on impact. It's the Purgatory Denkang, one of the most terrifying beasts in Thunder Marsh. Fang Qingju steps forward with her umbrella as a weapon and tells him to fall back. She channels spirit energy and charges in. The umbrella slams hard onto the monster's head. Watching from behind, Lin Jikan feels a strange emotion rising. At that moment, Liang Baiye arrives after hearing the commotion. He grins, planning to take advantage and eliminate them both. As he speaks, he draws his sword and rushes at Lin Jikan. Fang Qingju's expression changes when she recognizes him. She turns back immediately, choosing to stay and block him so Lin Jikan can escape. Lin Jikan quickly assesses the power gap. Suddenly, a colossal figure coils across the sky, lightning crackling around its body. He grips his sword, eyes turning sharp, refusing to retreat now that the target has appeared. His mind rapidly maps out the order of actions. But before he can move, the Purgatory Denkang suddenly turns and runs. He is briefly stunned by this reaction. The beast ends up crashing into rocks and killing itself. Fang Qingju is shocked, but Lin Jikan understands it was suppressed by a higher presence. Soon after, they both sense another powerful aura approaching. She feels the danger, and he guesses it's Wanyao sect. Liang Baiye laughs, thinking victory is certain. But when he looks again, the two have vanished. He stands there, confused. Just then, Li Xinghun arrives with his subordinates and scolds him for hesitating. Liang Baiye lowers his head, claiming it was his first time seeing the Thunder Dragon, and he reacted too slowly. Li Xinghun sneers and calls him trash. He then looks at the Thunder Dragon with disdain, still not kneeling to die. The moment he finishes speaking, he attacks. Nearby, Lin Jikan and Fang Qingju hide using a concealment skill, barely avoiding disaster. It's an Earth-tier skill that erases their presence for half an hour, but they cannot use spirit energy or they'll be exposed, and Fang Qingju quietly asks what they should do next. Lin Jikan tells her to head to Bianshui Town west of Thunder Marsh and wait, saying he'll find her once. There's news of the Thunder Dragon, and she worries he can't face them alone. She hesitates, then grabs his hand, saying they should advance and retreat together, even risk their lives together. Lin Jikan snorts lightly, saying the two of them stand no chance, and there's no need to throw their lives away. He hands her the Wind Thunder umbrella and tells her to leave first, and if he doesn't arrive in a day, bring it to his master at the Sword Sect. A heavy feeling crosses his heart as he reminds himself that the cultivation world runs on power and backing. Fang Qingju accepts the umbrella and nods, telling him to be careful and that she'll wait in town. She leaves reluctantly, thinking about how he stayed behind to face danger for her sake. The system notifies her favorability rises by 20, now reaching 55 with no distance left. Meanwhile, the Thunder Dragon is completely suppressed by Li Xinghun's group. Lin Jikan silently evaluates their strength, impressed by how easily they handle the dragon as his stealth time runs out. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the Thunder Dragon is utterly exhausted. Li Xinghun delivers the finishing blow. He wipes his hands with a white cloth and mocks the dragon for daring to call itself a dragon. Liang Baiye quickly flatters him, offering to handle the heart and soul seed so his hands stay clean, and Li Xinghun nods. Liang Baiye eagerly rushes toward the corpse. On the other side, Lin Jikan pulls out a horn and blows it, an earth-tier treasure that releases demonic sound to deal AoE damage and temporarily control beasts below Crystal Realm. He recalls an old lesson, that disaster and opportunity always walk together. The ground suddenly starts shaking violently. Was that sound from the horn? What's going on? Li Xinghun turns and sees countless demonic beasts rushing in from afar. Have these beasts gone insane? He immediately orders his men to deal with them. Meanwhile, Liang Baiye keeps searching the corpse, muttering that the heart should be around here. Suddenly, a toad leaps onto him, catching him off guard. What the hell is this? Get off me, it's burning, my face. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Jikan swiftly makes his move. He snatches the Thunder Dragon's heart and soul seed. He smirks inside, thinking they are nowhere near his level. After struggling for a while, Liang Baiye finally throws the toad away and curses. His eyes still sting with pain. When he looks back, he freezes. The Thunder Dragon's corpse has a huge hole. The heart and soul seed are gone. Right then, Li Xinghun walks over and demands to know why the loot isn't delivered yet. Liang Baiye panics and says the items from the Thunder Dragon have disappeared. Li Xinghun's face darkens as his aura erupts. He grabs Liang Baiye by the collar and lifts him up. Liang Protector, you dare hide my spoils? Tired of living, he slams him away with a palm strike. Severely injured, Liang Baiye still crawls up, swearing he would never dare betray him. At that exact moment, Lin Jikan's stealth effect expires. His figure appears in broad daylight, yet he keeps running like nothing happened. Liang Baiye spots him and shouts that the thief must be that kid who can turn invisible. Lin Jikan quickly hides the loot in his robe and casually says they should carry on while he leaves first. The next second, he mounts his flying sword and bolts, knowing if he slows down, he's dead. Li Xinghun immediately gives chase, killing intent surging, asking if he has a death wish. He shouts for the kid to stop and promises to spare his life. Lin Jikan doesn't believe a single word. Seeing him ignore the warning, Li Xinghun attacks. The force slams into Lin Jikan, nearly knocking him off balance mid-air. With danger closing in, he heads straight for the teleportation array at Bianshui Town. After a desperate escape, he finally reaches it, exhausted. Fang Qingju is already waiting, and lights up with relief. She calls out that she's here. But she soon sees Li Xinghun chasing behind him, roaring that he won't escape. Her face pales at the sight. Without hesitation, she activates a support technique. Lin Jikan instantly feels his stats surge, his speed boosted by her power. He lands on the ground, then channels all his spirit energy into his sword. He unleashes Frost Moon straight at Li Xinghun. It deals no real damage but briefly freezes him. Lin Jikan grabs Fang Qingju's hand and runs toward the teleportation array, saying this is enough. She throws in spirit stones, praying the formation activates in time. As long as the teleport succeeds, they survive. But Li Xinghun shatters the ice almost instantly and launches another attack. He condenses his energy into a spear and hurls it forward. Both of them turn pale as the attack closes in. It's too late. This might be the end. A massive explosion erupts, smoke filling the air. When it clears, the teleportation array is completely destroyed. But just before that, Lin Jichen and Fang Qingju had already vanished. Li Xinghun stands there, removes his hood, and coldly admits they escaped fast. Still, next time they meet, luck won't save them. Elsewhere, the two appear inside a safe zone. They finally escape danger, and with Li Xinghun's identity, he would be eliminated if he dared enter this territory. Lin Jichen turns to Fang Qingju and says they should return to their respective sects soon to avoid pursuit from Wan Mo sect. Fang Qingju paused for a moment, feeling reluctant at the thought of parting ways. She quickly regained her composure, took his hand and said, "Take care, Lin Daoxiao. We'll meet again." Lin Jichen nodded and replied, "Until we meet again." He felt a little awkward under her affectionate gaze. After that, he returned to the sword palace of the Tianyun sword sect and called out, "Master, I'm back." He couldn't help wondering if his master had missed him. Just then, Lung Feiyan came out to greet him with a bright smile. More precisely, it was an unusually gentle smile as she said, "My good disciple is back." A chill ran down his spine, making him suspicious. Something felt off about his master today. He quickly opened his storage bag and offered it up. "Master, I've completed the mission. These are the items from the Thunder Dragon. Please accept them." He felt much more at ease after handing over the spoils first. Leng Feiyan looked puzzled. "You defeated the Thunder Dragon by yourself?" Lin Jichen hesitated before saying, "It's a long story. Why don't you take the items first?" But she shook her head and told him to keep them, curious about how he pulled it off. He paused before telling the truth. "I didn't kill the Thunder Dragon. I secretly took it." "Stole it?" Leng Feiyan looked even more confused, and Lin Jichen nodded. She headed inside and told him to follow, asking for the full story, while secretly thinking about the surprise she had prepared for him. Lin Jichen quickly grabbed his bag and followed behind with excitement. He then explained everything that happened in Thunder Marsh. After listening, Leng Feiyan seemed to understand and said meaningfully, "So you not only got the Thunder Dragon's heart, but also gained a new connection." She casually hinted that Fang Qingju must be exceptionally beautiful for him to risk so much. Feeling the pressure, Lin Jikan hurriedly explained that he acted because good and evil were opposed, not because of her looks, and even praised his master as unmatched. Even so, Leng Feiyan was not fully convinced and kept pressing him. Faced with her questions, he repeatedly assured her that he would have helped anyone. Only then did she finally let it go. Seeing the atmosphere ease up, Lin Jikan quickly tried to leave, claiming he needed rest. But Leng Feiyan stopped him and suggested he bathe at her place, saying she had prepared spiritual medicine to aid his cultivation. His mind instantly wandered in the wrong direction as he imagined all sorts of things. She calmly said the bath was ready and then left. Lin Jikan stood there awkwardly before realizing he had misunderstood. He changed clothes, wrapped himself in a towel, and reminded himself not to overthink. Then he stepped into the bath and relaxed in the warm water. Outside, Leng Feiyan heard the movement and spoke up. Her voice drifted in, urging him to finish bathing soon, and hinting that something else was waiting. Hearing that, Lin Jikan was surprised and immediately became curious. He continued soaking, enjoying the comfort, while thinking about how the spiritual liquid could help him advance. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind and his expression changed. A breakthrough would trigger a lightning tribulation. Right after that, the sky above began to change as dark clouds gathered. He instantly realized what was about to happen. He quickly formed a protective barrier around himself and prepared for it. When the first bolt of lightning struck, he stood firm without suffering any damage. At that moment, Leng Feiyan entered the room and removed her outer robe. She walked straight into the bath. Then she gestured for silence. Before Lin Jikan could understand what was happening, he was swept into an unexpected situation. Sometime later, he lay motionless on the bed with hazy consciousness. Suddenly, he sat up and shouted, "Master!" But all he saw was Leng Feiyan sitting nearby. Only then did he realize everything before had been a dream illusion. Even so, he quickly noticed that real changes had taken place. The system informed him that he had passed the lightning tribulation, earned new rewards and a new title, and gained greater power. Leng Feiyan looked at him with satisfaction and congratulated him on overcoming the trial. He scratched his head and gave all the credit to her. She stood up and urged him to go see what she had prepared. Lin Jikan immediately got out of bed and followed her. She turned away while he finally noticed his own condition and hurriedly covered himself. He frantically searched for his clothes, got dressed, and rushed after her while repeatedly thanking her. His heart was filled with anticipation as he imagined the valuable reward awaiting him. But what awaited him was a table full of strange-looking dishes that made anyone hesitate. He couldn't help wondering what those dishes even were. Pretending not to notice, he tried to walk past them, but Leng Feiyan stopped him and said what he was looking for was right there. He turned back with a confused look and asked again. He wanted to confirm this was the so-called surprise. She calmly confirmed and said she personally prepared it while he was unconscious. Sitting at the table, he stared at the dishes with growing unease. If he refused to eat, she might get upset. Best case, it hurts their relationship. Worst case, he gets kicked out. He carefully asked, "Master, what's that black dish?" "I can't tell." Leng Feiyan smiled and said it's fire-roasted cloud pork with flying wings, made from patterned pork and cloud bird wings. The fire was just a bit too strong. With no other choice, he reluctantly picked up a piece. He told himself maybe only the outside was burnt. Beside him, Leng Feiyan watched with clear anticipation. The moment it entered his mouth, his face turned pale. He shot to his feet and forced a smile. Amazing. Master's cooking is truly impressive. Hearing that, she beamed and told him to eat more. From then on, he tasted one nightmare after another, fishy, sour, and painfully spicy. Seeing him eat so enthusiastically, Leng Feiyan happily kept adding more food to his bowl. In front of him was a bowl of fish soup with a cloudy and suspicious color. She scooped a spoon and introduced it as steamed spirit fish, made from a vast sea spirit fish that had just passed its tribulation. Without hesitation, she filled a full bowl for him, making his face even uglier. Just looking at it felt dangerous, but there was no turning back. He told himself it was worth it to make her happy, even as he hesitated. Finally, he closed his eyes and gulped it down, hoping it wasn't lethal. After swallowing, his vision blurred, yet he still blurted out praise. A wave of dizziness hit him, and he couldn't stand straight. He collapsed as the system notified him that he was poisoned. Struggling up, he reminded her that spirit fish toxin must be removed before cooking. Leng Feiyan froze, realizing her mistake. He fell flat again, his mind in chaos. She panicked and rushed over to shake him, while he cried out internally. Supporting him, she blamed herself for the accident. She promised to make it up to him after her closed-door cultivation. Seizing the chance, he grabbed her hand and started calculating in his heart. He asked about her seclusion, and she nodded. He spoke with heavy emotion, hinting at their separation. She showed a trace of shyness. Turning away, she denied it and says it was only cultivation. Then she softly confirmed she wasn't leaving for good. He continued with sentimental words. She responded gently. The system notified that her favorability had increased again. She let go of his hand, causing him to fall, then walked away. Lying there, he fantasized happily about his gains. From afar, her voice echoed with slight displeasure, telling him to behave. She strictly warned him not to get involved with other women. He immediately agreed in an obedient tone. Only then did Lung Feiyan feel reassured and turn to leave. Halfway through, she suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. She took out several items from her storage and said, "This seclusion may last months. Take these manuals and treasures for now." "Thank you, master." Lin Jiken happily accepted, thinking the real reward wasn't just that deadly feast. Lung Feiyan continued, "I have 2 more tasks." Lin Jichen replied at once, "Master, just say it. 2 or more. I won't refuse." In a few days, Ji Hongyu of the Qianlong royal clan is holding a birthday banquet and invited all major sects. Go in my place. No problem. Lin Jiken agreed instantly, thinking this was basically a free banquet trip. Lung Feiyan added, "East of the Sword Sect, near the border of Muxian Province, there is a branch called Yujian Pavilion. We've lost contact. Go investigate." Her expression turned serious as she warned him to report back immediately after finding the cause. "All right, go now. I will enter seclusion." Lin Jiken cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "Rest assured, master. I will complete both tasks perfectly." He quickly ran through the timeline in his head. Yujian Pavilion was supposed to appear after the second war between good and evil. Now it's happening early. The pace is clearly speeding up. Soon after, Lin Jiken stepped outside. Suddenly, a fan shot toward him at high speed. He instinctively caught it and looked up. On the rooftop, Nangang Yue was already sitting there calmly. He called out softly, "Senior sister." She smiled. "Long time no see, junior brother. I saw lightning tribulation at the back mountain. That was you, right?" Lin Jiken nodded. "Of course. I just broke through, and I still remember our promise tonight. I'll take you to stroll around Fengku City." Nangang Yue snorted playfully. "Good thing you remembered. I thought you forgot about me." She then lightly jumped down and stood beside him. "But we can't go together. If my father or grandfather finds out, I'll be grounded for sure." Lin Jiken agreed. "Then we go separately. I'll wait for you at the east gate of Fengku City." In his heart, he knew she feared her family, and he feared Lung Feiyan. Even in seclusion, if she found out, his hard-earned favor would be gone. That night, Lin Jiken arrived at Fengku City. Street vendors were shouting everywhere, "Sweet candied hawthorn, fresh and tasty." He bought 2 large sticks of candied hawthorn. Right then, Nangang Yue appeared with a smile. "Junior brother." Without hesitation, he pushed 1 stick toward her mouth. She frowned. "What are you doing? So annoying." He scratched his head. "I thought girls liked sweets." She huffed. "I've been tired of these since I was little." Lin Jiken laughed. "Senior sister is so beautiful. Even when you're angry, it's charming." Her face turned red. "Even this candy isn't as sweet as your mouth. So where are we going?" He looked around cautiously. "No one followed you, right?" She shook her head. "No, I was very careful." Still, he felt uneasy, imagining Lung Feiyan suddenly appearing. Then he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "There's a theater nearby. Great music and beautiful dancers. Let's check it out." Slightly shy, she nodded. "All right, I'll follow you." Lin Jiken led her to the theater. The place was packed, mostly male players. On stage, stunning women danced gracefully like immortals. Noticing his gaze, Nangang Yue bit into an apple. "Junior brother? Why are you looking at me instead of the show?" He smiled. "None of them compare to you. You watch the show. I'll just watch you." At that moment, a servant brought over a jade box. "Young hero Lin, the item you requested." Lin Jiken took it. "Thanks." He turned to her. "This is something I prepared just for you." She blinked. "What is it?" Nangang Ye opened the box. Inside was a romance novel. Her heart warmed instantly. Favorability rose to 65, entering mutual understanding. "Junior brother, thank you. Only you would think of giving me a romance novel. Father and grandfather never would." Lin Jiken replied gently. "Didn't you say we don't need formalities between us?" Inside, he felt smug. He understood a girl's soft spot. She asked softly, "Will you always treat me like this?" He answered without hesitation. "Of course." He stood up and moved behind her slowly. "I'm not talented, and my heart isn't big, so in this life I can only care about senior sister alone." In his mind, he recalled how in his previous life he learned every trick to please women. As he finished speaking, he took out an exquisite necklace and gently placed it around her neck. "I chose it carefully. It'll look even better on you. Let me help you wear it." System notification. Favorability reached 70. Relationship entered harmonious bond. Excitement surged through him. Everything went perfectly. He asked, "So, senior sister, does it look good?" Meanwhile, he was already thinking ahead. Nangang Yue nodded shyly, then suddenly leaned over and kissed his cheek. The crowd burst into whispers. Some stared in jealousy. Others sighed in regret. After that, Lin Jichen left with Nangang Yue. She suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, my father is taking me to Yangbian City for the Sword Sect assembly. I may have to leave the sect for a while." Hearing that, Lin Jiken immediately recalled the event, the annual Sword Sect Assembly. Only disciples above a certain realm could join. In his past life, he attended, but achieved nothing special. He smiled. Then I wish senior sister total victory. Crush them all. Nangang Yue laughed. I'll take that blessing. Her soft hands gently held his as she called out, Junior brother, I'll win first place and give the reward to you. Lin Jiken scratched his head shyly. Why are you so good to me? But inside he thought, Sword Sect really is full of powerful backers. Nangang Yue smiled. Junior brother, I'm heading back. He nodded. Go carefully. I'll wait for your good news. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Just come back safe. She didn't reply. She simply turned away shyly and left. Lin Jiken calculated silently. Time was short. He needed to enter the nightmare secret realm soon. His eyes stopped at a street stall selling high-grade spirit beast pills, starting at 120 spirit stones. Many watched, but no one bought. Through the system, he knew these pills helped spirit beasts below crystal core break through and boost cultivation. He walked over with a heavy pouch of spirit stones. Any left? I'll take them all. Give me 200. The owner happily agreed. He later fed them to the iron-eating beast. With its special physique, the absorption was incredible. And since the price was low now, keeping some for resale meant huge profit later. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the nightmare secret realm with the iron-eating beast, drawing everyone's attention. People stared and whispered about his identity and that rare beast. Some mocked him, saying such arrogance would bring trouble. Lin Jiken ignored them and chose hell difficulty, shocking the crowd. Others laughed, comparing him to previous challengers who had failed. Someone even laid out a betting mat. He shouted, placing bets on who would clear the realm first. The crowd joined in, shouting famous names and making their picks. Spirit stones piled up as the atmosphere turned heated. Suddenly, a woman stepped forward and placed a large pouch of spirit stones, betting on Lin Jiken. She believed firmly that the man she chose would not fail. The crowd gasped, then burst into laughter, already imagining their big win when he failed. Inside the secret realm, Lin Jiken slowly opened his eyes. A small town appeared before him. He felt no surprise, only familiarity. He left immediately without exploring. To him, Nightmare was one of the most iconic realms. Unlike other realms, Nightmare followed a unique storyline, and this story was pure tragedy. Almost everyone who cleared it was deeply affected. Many lost control while chasing the boss, trying to change the plot, even hesitating at the final moment. Lin Jiken stopped walking, as if waiting for something. Soon a carriage arrived and halted nearby. A beautiful woman stepped down. Her name was Warner. The moment her feet touched the ground, she took out a letter and handed it to the town chief. He read it, put it away, and gestured for her to follow. Warner quietly walked behind him, alone in a strange place. Around her, vulgar gazes followed every step, along with malicious whispers. After a while, the town chief brought her to his private residence. Warner spoke softly. Town chief, I have been married for years but have no child. My husband is away at war, so I wish to adopt. I heard this place arranges adoptions. A friend recommended it. The town chief smiled warmly. It would be my honor to assist you. He led her to a house filled with dozens of swaddled infants lined up neatly. His voice lowered. Madam may choose freely. Just keep this place a secret. Warner nodded. Rest assured, I won't reveal anything. He seemed pleased. But the next second, he suddenly attacked, knocking her unconscious. Outside, a group of men rushed in, laughing crudely. They surrounded her, eyes filled with evil intent, treating her like an object. Some of them couldn't hide their greed any longer. They even started asking how to split the share. Standing behind it all, Lin Jiken watched like an outsider. No one could see him. He remained silent. The town chief stroked her hair, voice thick with greed, proposing his terms. The others refused. They made it clear why they followed him here. Unable to force them, the chief asked for another solution. The group suggested the usual method. Take turns. Set a time limit. After thinking it over, the chief agreed. The men left reluctantly, throwing filthy reminders over their shoulders. The chief waved them off. Once alone, his desire took over. He began his vile act without hesitation. Time passed quietly, day after day. Everything repeated in a dull, endless cycle. One day, heavy rain poured down. People rushed for shelter. The scene shifted to a noisy corner of the village. Under the full moon, a leaf drifted to the ground. Dark red liquid dripped into a bowl. The image felt cold. A man lifted the bowl and loudly claimed the child was his. The others whispered about his brutal past. Another man turned back, annoyed he barely had his turn, and started questioning. His companion quickly said the outcome was already decided. The man dragged Warner away after childbirth, rough and arrogant. Around them, low and shameless sighs filled the air. He answered with smug possession in his voice. Warner had no strength left. She let fate carry her. Lin Jiken never moved. He watched it all. He could only shake his head and let out a heavy breath. Time blurred. Then a furious scream echoed. One-eyed Long roared in pain after being counterattacked. The entire village shook. People rushed over with dread in their hearts. But it was too late. One-Eyed Long's body had been torn apart and stuffed into wine jars. The villagers cursed, blaming the woman. The chief noticed a trail of blood, leading toward an open window. He ordered a chase, convinced she was badly injured. With torches in hand, the mob followed the trail, shouting viciously. Elsewhere, Wanner staggered forward, gripping a knife, breath uneven. Her wounds drained her strength. Finally, she collapsed onto the freezing snow. When the mob found her, they cheered. They dragged her up, hurling insults nonstop. One suggested how to deal with her, but another warned about government trouble. While they argued, no one noticed her quietly removing a ring. Seizing the moment, she swallowed it, calmly accepting death as the leader chose to silence her on the spot. The town chief drew his blade, declaring he would handle it himself. Wanner faced death in silence, thinking only of the one she loved. Later, the dry sound of digging echoed in the stillness. Afterward, the men disposed of the body, complaining they gained nothing, yet had to do dirty work. Another snapped, urging them to finish quickly and leave the freezing cold. Every cruel scene played clearly before Lin Jiken like a film. Knowing everything, he stayed silent and kept thinking. After some time, crows cried across the village. Strange events began. Those involved years ago started disappearing. Rumors of vengeance spread. Some dismissed it as superstition. Suddenly, someone ran in with urgent news. The message shocked everyone. Something big had happened. The chief and villagers arrived to see a horrifying sight. A corpse torn apart and hung high above. His face turned tense. He ordered them to report to the authorities. The memory of One-Eyed Long's death flashed in his mind. Uneasy, he demanded a Taoist priest be summoned. Wanner's story ended there, closing like a dream. Lin Jiken walked forward with a shovel, realizing this was only a long nightmare filled with pain. A newcomer might lose control and slaughter the village, only to fail. This place was a dream realm. The key was to observe the memories and find the clue. He dug up a piece of arm bone. It was Wan-Er's remains, and the only thing anchoring her spirit. He knew the ring was the real key to clearing the stage. Suddenly, the ground shook with heavy, thunderous tremors. A massive creature emerged, twisted in form, with a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth. Lin Jiken stared at it, his voice low as he saw through its true nature. The monster roared and charged straight at him. From behind it, countless grotesque limbs stretched outward. Facing it again, he hesitated for a split second, then steeled himself and sliced off the reaching limbs. He said calmly, "I understand what you went through, but it's time to stop." The monster shrieked in hatred. "No," he continued. "The ones responsible are already dead. Don't drag innocent people down with you. Stop drowning in your pain." But the only reply was a furious roar and another attack. He dodged and knew the tragedy didn't justify more bloodshed, so he gave one final warning. Then he swung his sword, severed the limbs, and cut down the obsession for good. A piercing scream echoed through the space. Its face twisted with unbearable sorrow. Dark red corrosive fluid poured from its mouth. The info popped up. GN, boss-level monster, late Foundation establishment, 14101 HP. Skills, blood rain corrosion, self-regeneration, ghost possession, and Jian's unique power. He glanced at the panel, relieved that his spirit shield was holding. Now he was fully ready for a brutal fight. Lin Jiken closed in without hesitation. He unleashed his ancient sword Qi. Jian opened its razor-sharp jaws, ready to counter. He poured his strength into it, letting the ancient sword energy explode from within. Jian let out a scream of pure agony. Its HP plummeted, half gone in an instant. In panic, it grabbed the severed body parts and devoured them to regenerate. Lin Jiken realized it had triggered regeneration and knew he had to end this fast. He immediately cast Phoenix Feather. Flames erupted and shot straight toward Jian. The violent blast forced Jian to scream non-stop. In moments, its HP hit zero and the massive body collapsed. He turned, his cold gaze locking onto the one behind it. Even on the ground, Jian used its last breath to roar. "No, I won't accept this." The voice echoed with rage. "No, it'll kill them all." Just then, a sudden gentle voice called out, "My wife." The soft call made the hideous form slowly fade back into a human shape. In that instant, Wanner fully returned. She stared ahead, eyes wide in disbelief. Tears quietly streamed down her face. Wanner rushed forward and cried out, "My husband." They embraced tightly as Wanner sobbed. "My husband, I missed you so much." The man, arrows still piercing his back, wept too, "My wife, I came too late." Wanner touched his cheek and choked out, "My husband, how are you here?" The man smiled bitterly. "The last battle wiped out my entire squad, me included. I followed my soul to find you." He blamed himself, "My wife. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you alone to suffer like that." Wanner held him tight. "It's okay. I never blamed you. From now on, we won't suffer anymore." The two souls slowly faded into the void and left this world. Watching it all, Lin Jiken remained calm and whispered, "Rest in peace." He walked toward Wan-Er's skeleton. Then he slowly sat beside it. Holding the ring, he muttered, "So this was the key to clearing the stage." Lin Jiken carefully put on the ring and touched her arm bone. Instantly, the skeleton turned to ashes and vanished. On the ground remained golden spirit stones and 3 profound grade items: Nightmare Robe, Skywalk Technique, and Shadow Blade. He stared at the loot, stunned. Wow, 3 profound drops. Outside the dungeon, a server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Lin Ji Chen for clearing the first Hell-level Nightmare Secret Realm in the 8 Desolations. Rewarded 300 fame and 1 constitution. The news shocked the players. Lin Ji Chen cleared it? Ling Yang is still stuck at 80 damn, my spirit stones. Unbelievable, he beat Hell Nightmare? Lin Oppa is insanely strong. A girl screamed excitedly idle. I'll always support you. Players in other regions were stunned. Someone actually cleared it? Why wasn't it me? Elsewhere, Renlan was staring at the announcement board. She smiled softly. Xiaolin Zi did it again. Without hesitation, she ran off. Hez that strong? I better catch up fast. Then she sent a voice message. Xiaolin Zi, I finished my newbie quest. I'm coming to you. Send me travel money. Lin Ji Chen replied helplessly. You're a rich lady, and you're asking me for money? He thought for a second and added, or I'll come to you. Wait outside the city gate. Renlan huffed. What a cheapskate. The scene shifted to Huafeng province, inside the bustling Zhuri city. Amid the crowd, Renlan stood at the gate, quietly waiting for Lin Ji Chen. She muttered complaints, saying he wouldn't even spend a tiny bit on her. She snorted coldly, already planning to teach him a lesson when he arrived. Her striking looks soon caught the attention of a group of male players. They walked over grinning. Beauty, let us take you to clear a dungeon. We're all late chi refinement. Easy clears. Well protect you. Renlan looked at them with clear disdain. You guys think you're good enough to chase me? One of them showed off proudly. You're only early chi refinement. How dare you talk like that? The others laughed and mocked her. Renlan spotted Lin Ji Chen approaching and raised her chin. If you want to take me, ask my boyfriend first. If you're as strong as him, I might consider it. They turned around and froze. He had been standing there the whole time, and none of them sensed him. When they realized who it was, their faces went pale. It's Lin Ji Chen, the #1 in 8 Desolations. Why is he here? Lin Ji Chen's face darkened. He raised his fist and said coldly, Go on, say that louder. Renlan stood beside him, smiling brightly. Honey, they said they want to challenge me. The group panicked and ran, apologizing as they disappeared. After they left, Renlan laughed and nudged him. Almost didn't recognize you. You're famous now. Lin Ji Chen smirked. Not bad, right? She stretched out her hand. Don't get cocky. Where's my gift? You promised. Lin Ji Chen took out a pair of gloves from his storage and shook his head. You really remember. Here. It was a spirit-grade glove. Strength 11, crit 8, HP 300, with the skill Explosive Fist. Renlan's eyes widened. Isn't this to pranked on the artifact board? She hugged it like treasure, face full of joy. He took out more. There's also a skill manual and 2 spirit-grade defense items. All yours. These 2 sell for tens of thousands of spirit stones. The gloves go for 80 to 100,000. The skill is around 500,000. Hearing the price, Renlan's eyes sparkled. Xiaolin Zi, you're so good to me. Lin Ji Chen looked at her expectantly. Then he asked calmly, so when are you paying? I'll give you a 70 or 80% discount. Renlan tugged her sleeve shyly. I don't have that much money. How about I repay you with myself? Knowing her personality, Lin Ji Chen refused instantly. Forget it, I have principles. Renlan smirked, plotting inside. But Lin Ji Chen saw through it and didn't fall for it. She returned most of the items. I'll just take the 2 defense pieces. The rest is too expensive. He took them back, eyes lowering as he thought. After a moment, he stuffed everything back into her hands. Keep them. I was joking. I saved them for you anyway. Renlan hesitated, but it's worth over 1 million. If we don't sell now, the price might drop. He answered firmly. Get stronger with them. We can earn it back. She still shook her head. I'm not good at games. I don't even have talent. It'd be a waste. He patted her head. Who says you don't? Isn't unmoving Ming King your talent? This game isn't like others. I believe you'll become a top player. Renlan looked uncertain. Really? Lin Ji Chen smiled with confidence. Of course, your foundation is already solid, with me guiding you, even if you were a blockhead. Before he could finish, a punch slammed straight into his face. Renlan snapped and sent him flying, shouting, You're the pig. Lin Ji Chen could only clutch his face and sigh. Still wincing, he heard her say, I need your help. An inner elder wants me as a disciple, but I have to pass a trial first. She narrowed her eyes and sweetened her tone. Great hero Lin, help me? Lin Ji Chen shot back. You just punched me, and now you're asking for help. Even so, they went into a nearby tea house to talk. Holding his face, he muttered, What's the mission? Is it hard? Renlan explained. She had to fish a crimson rue fish at Demon Fox Lake, but she had no idea how. Hearing that, he stood up. Let's go. She blinked. Now? It's far. We walking? He turned back. No need. Well, fly. You can't ride a sword yet, so get on. She jumped onto his back without hesitation. Deal. Instantly, he felt the soft pressure pressing against his back. The sudden contact almost broke his focus. He steadied himself. We're taking off. Hold tight. As the sword soared, Renlan shouted excitedly, higher. But the weight and the distraction made it hard for him to concentrate. In seconds, a nosebleed slipped out, and the sword wobbled mid-air. They lost balance and fell straight down. Renlan groaned. Hey, can you even fly? Lin Ji-chen stood up awkwardly. Minor issue. Sit still next time. After some struggle, they finally reached Demon Fox Lake. He remembered this place was famous for crimson rue fish, rich in spirit energy. Selling them earned good money. So many newbies came here. But beneath the lake lived river demons who treated the fish as food and attacked anyone who fished. They were mid-chi refinement, not strong alone, but deadly in groups. After landing, he said, "We're here." He scanned the area and nodded. Good spot, but fishing depends on luck. Renlan suddenly said, "I think I forgot a fishing rod." Lin Ji-chen took out a thin thread. "This is enough. It's 100-year spirit spider silk." He baited the hook and cast it into the lake. Before handing it over, he told her to hold tight, then said head rest. The moment he passed it to her, he lay down and fell asleep. Renlan scoffed, thinking it was easy, while he smiled knowingly. Soon, the thread began to tremble. She cheered, got one. But when she pulled it up, it was just a tiny fish. The lake suddenly exploded as huge water demons surged out. Lin Ji-chen finally sat up and teased, "See, hard now, right? Don't worry, I'm here." Renlan tossed the fish at him. Catch. He caught it on reflex, still confused. Without hesitation, she poured power into her weapon. Renlan shot into the air, aura surging. She spun mid-air, gathering strength for a strike. From above, her punch crashed down like thunder. Her eyes locked onto the charging target. In a flash, she blocked its sharp head. A massive force blasted straight into its body. She then hurled it violently to the ground. The others rushing in were dragged into the impact. They collided and were forced back into the lake. Her momentum didn't fade as she pushed her inner power to the peak. Light flared around her as she unleashed Explosive Fist, Fire Fist, and Piercing Fist in succession. Lin Ji-chen was stunned. He never expected this level of power. Renlan landed lightly, still holding the loot. She wiped her sweat and scoffed. Pathetic. They only bully with numbers. Lin Ji-chen looked at her and sensed how much she had changed. He smiled. "Let's head back and turn in the quest. He'll teleport you." She said she could fly herself. Even so, she climbed onto his back again so they could return faster. On the way, she suddenly asked, "When we log out later, I'm hitting the gym. You coming?" Lin Ji-chen nodded right away. "Sure, you train me." Renlan brushed her hair back. "I'll coach you in real life. You coach me in game." Something about that felt weird to him. The scene shifted to the real world. Lost in thought, he didn't notice she had arrived. Renlan shook him. "Xiaolin Zi, get out here. It's workout time." He took off his VR headset. He sighed. It's only 6 in the morning. She didn't argue and dragged him out, reminding him it was his idea. No matter how he protested, she pulled him along. Fine, I'm going." As she dragged him, his eyes drifted behind her, and he blurted something out. Renlan instantly caught that look. She blushed and smacked him. "What are you staring at?" The morning park was still cool and quiet. They kept running until sweat soaked their shirts, and their steps grew heavy. Lin Ji-chen lagged behind, gasping, "I can't, let me rest." Renlan stopped and looked at him with clear disapproval. He dropped to the ground, panting. "I'm weak, okay? Let me breathe." She checked the time. 5 minutes. While resting, he thought about rebuilding his physique. Suddenly, Renlan pointed ahead. "Look, that little girl is so cute." A little girl was bending down to pick up her plush toy. Lin Ji-chen glanced at the girl, then froze on the woman beside her. He nodded. "Yeah, very cute." But the woman felt strangely familiar to him. Renlan stood and patted him. "Time's up, let's go." She called him a few times, but he just stood there spaced out. "Hey." Before he snapped out of it, she grabbed his collar. "So this is the type you are?" He choked. "What did I do?" She scolded. "I told you to look at the kid, and you stared at her mom. Like married women, huh?" He struggled. "No, she just looked familiar. Let me go." Renlan let go and pressed her hand to her forehead. "That excuse is worse than my dog's lies." Ignoring him, she dragged him off again. "Move, keep running," he complained. "You said 5 minutes. It's been 1. She didn't care and sprinted ahead. "Stop whining." After the brutal session, he dragged himself home, completely drained. He thought bitterly, "I knew it. First day back, and she pushes this hard. How can this body handle it?" Exhausted, he walked to the game pod, eyes slowly sharpening. In real life, he might struggle, but in game, it was different. What he lost in reality, he would reclaim tenfold in the virtual world. With that thought, he logged in. A vast rocky mountain appeared before him, steep and treacherous. He confirmed the location. Without hesitation, he entered the dark cave. There used to be a show called Number 1 on the server. It interviewed top players about their journey to the peak. Lin Ji-chen lit a torch and searched through the flickering light. He recalled Chen Yuan, the former Number 1 sword god, who revealed his first lucky encounter was finding a hidden cave with 2 expert skeletons. Deeper inside, the cave walls bore marks of a fierce ancient battle. Both fighters had reached terrifying heights, yet died here together. He swept the torch around, searching for the 2 skeletons Chen Yuan mentioned. Finally, he found 2 white skeletons in tattered robes. One was a sword cultivator, the other was a Buddhist cultivator. His foot hit something. He picked up an old book, Chen Yuan once said. He found a spirit skill manual beside the sword cultivator's corpse, but abandoned it due to conflict with his own technique. The blue-covered book read Sword Blade Storm, a profound grade spirit skill. It creates a 50 by 50 meter sword array, dealing 500 damage per second for 5 stats. Each kill refreshes the duration. Anyone who escapes is marked for 10 seconds, losing 30 speed and suffering armor break. Lin Ji-chen quickly stored the treasure, finally understanding why the sword god once bragged about it. The skill was terrifying. He would study it later. Before leaving, he cupped his fists and bowed to the two seniors. Thank you for the manuals. This junior pays his respects. May you rest in peace. The moment he finished, both skeletons suddenly crumbled to dust. The entire cave began to tremble, as if it would collapse. From the ceiling, an ancient scroll fell. Lin Ji-chen caught it instantly. Another profound grade spirit skill, Rebirth Buddha Seal, a lost Buddhist secret art. When cast, a giant seal descends within 100 meters, dealing 2,000 damage, plus 20 against evil and ghost cultivators. Cooldown 30 minutes, costs 1,000 mana. Anyone at Foundation establishment can learn it, but non-Buddhists must bear the consequences. An unexpected bonus. Just then, knocking echoed from the real world, pulling him out of the game. As soon as he woke, he shouted irritably, "Who's knocking? So annoying." Renlan walked out of the kitchen, looking uneasy. Did my parents track me down? Lin Ji-chen scratched his head. I have no idea. He moved to the door and checked through the peephole. Let me see. Outside was completely empty. Even after everything he'd faced in-game, his spine turned cold. Don't tell me it's something weird. Seeing his expression, Renlan came closer. What's wrong? No one there? Suddenly, the knocking came again. Both of them felt a chill. Don't tell me it's actually. Gathering courage, he opened the door. Only a gust of wind rushed in. Then they looked down and saw a little girl standing there, the same one from the park. She spoke softly, "Handsome brother." They finally realized she was too short to be seen through the peephole. She looked up. Are you Lin Ji-chen? He crouched down. What's wrong? Are you looking for me? She answered clearly. I'm here to inspect my house. He froze. Inspect your house? You mean you're the landlord? The girl nodded firmly. Renlan smiled brightly. Isn't this the girl from this morning? So cute. You're already a landlord at this age? The girl ignored the praise and walked in calmly. Please move. Her eyes scanned the apartment seriously, like she was on duty. Everything was spotless, clearly thanks to Renlan. She turned back. Handsome brother, inspection complete. You did well. Very clean. But I have one more question. Lin Ji-chen nodded. Go ahead, landlord. The next question stunned them. Are you two a couple? Why do you sleep in separate rooms? Renlan immediately threw an arm around Lin Ji-chen. We're not a couple, just roommates. The girl looked at her meaningfully, then said, then Mr. Lin should protect himself. Renlan burst out laughing. What do you mean? Do I look like a bad person? The girl hid slightly behind Lin Ji-chen. She said honestly, Mr. Lin is handsome. Handsome men suffer easily. Renlan exploded. Hey Xiao Linzi, did you hire her to get revenge for this morning? He cried out. I'm not that petty. She refused to drop it. Then why does she stick to you? He argued back. I'm friendly and she's still scared. What's that about? She snorted. Kids see people clearly. You always look fierce. Mid-argument, Renlan suddenly remembered something and rushed to the kitchen. Oh no. She frantically stirred the pot. It's ruined. Seeing the table full of dishes, the girl's eyes lit up. Renlan turned and smiled. Have you eaten? Be honest. Did this handsome guy send you to tease me? The girl denied coldly. No, I came myself. Renlan sighed. Fine, I lose. Are you hungry? Stay and eat with us. Though tempted, the girl turned away. No, my aunt said not to eat food from strangers. Lin Ji-chen crouched down gently. It's late. Your aunt might have eaten already. How about you eat with me, and I'll take you home after? The little girl blushed and nodded, thanking her handsome big brother. Renlan stood there, annoyed and confused by how kids think these days. Lin Jikin calmed her down and guided the girl to the table, saying it's fine. She's just a kid. Let's eat. I still need to return to the sect. His mind was already back in the game world, wondering if his master had left seclusion yet, and guessing he'd probably get scolded again. Renlan picked up food for the girl, telling her to eat more and slow down so she wouldn't choke. Right then, Lin Jikin got a message from Jiang Luoyu, saying the Moon Shadow Guild had cleared hard and extreme mode of Corpse King Valley. Only Hell mode was left, and asking him to lead, any terms he wanted. He replied quickly, wait for me, I'll log in and we'll talk. He then asked the girl if she lived nearby, or in this building, since he'd never seen her before. While eating, she said she had just moved in with her little aunt, who was beautiful and sang really well. The image of the woman from that morning flashed in his mind. Could that be her aunt? And why did she look so familiar? Suddenly, he shot up as a memory clicked into place. A shocking guess crossed his mind, and he blurted out, no way. Just then, someone knocked, and a woman's voice called out, is anyone home, Tung Tung? Are you in there? The girl lit up and shouted, handsome big brother, my little aunt is here. Lin Jikin froze for a second, stumbling over his words, your aunt. The door opened, and the woman Tung Tung mentioned walked in, greeting them politely. She gently explained that she was Tung Tung's aunt, and had come to pick her up. Lin Jikin could barely hide his shock. It was really Qin Xiaowei. Tung Tung ran over and hugged her, calling out excitedly, The woman placed a hand on her shoulder and softly said her name. Then she asked why Tong Tong was eating at someone else's house. Lin Jiken couldn't take his eyes off her. Qin Xiaowei, a future star of the music world. Not famous yet, but once she enters the game world, her name will rival top singers, and her ancient-style songs will explode in popularity. He reached out for a handshake and asked if she was Qin Xiaowei. Unable to hide his excitement, he mentioned her first song, Old Classroom Desk, and said he loved it, and she looked at him suspiciously, asking how he knew. Ren Lan frowned beside him, wondering since, when he cared about an unknown singer. Lin Jiken raised his hand and softly hummed the melody. The tune made Qin Xiaowei widen her eyes, like she was pulled back into familiar memories. He kept singing with excitement, and unexpectedly she joined in, the two taking turns like old friends. Ren Lan clapped and praised her singing, saying it was amazing. Qin Xiaowei smiled and thanked them, saying she thought no one cared about her song and had been unsure whether to continue. Lin Jiken clenched his fist and sincerely told her music was great, and he was just one of many listeners. More fans would come in the future. He looked at her seriously and told her to keep going. Qin Xiaowei stood there quietly, staring at him. Then she lowered her head and thanked him, saying she would work hard. Ren Lan laughed and said she always speaks honestly. Her music is truly good, then introduced herself, and Qin Xiaowei said she was happy to meet them. Suddenly, Yu Naitong raised her hand and said, "Me too." She smiled brightly and introduced herself, saying her name was Yu Naitong, but everyone could call her Tong Tong. Ren Lan bent down, saying the name was cute and asking who gave it to her, and the girl said her mom, so she asked if her mom moved here too. The girl's eyes suddenly turned red, and her voice softened. She lowered her head and said her mom had passed away and couldn't move here, and Ren Lan froze and quickly apologized. Lin Jiken stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder, saying he also no longer had parents. He looked at Qin Xiaowei and added that she still had her aunt to care for her. Hearing that, Tong Tong got emotional and rushed into his arms, calling out to him. She hugged him tightly and cried, saying it's okay, she could take care of him in the future too, and he gently patted her back, suggesting they become good friends. The girl looked up and gave a small smile. Ren Lan pointed inside and told them to stop standing outside and come eat. Lin Jiken turned around and said there was something to handle in 8 desolations, so head log in while they ate. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the game world. He scanned the surroundings and confirmed he was at the right spot. Glancing at the cliffs, he muttered, "Corpse King Valley Secret Realm." Suddenly someone noticed him and shouted, "Hey, look who's here." A crowd rushed over, inviting him non-stop, asking him to join their guilds with high positions and monthly pay. Lin Jiken cupped his hands and smiled, thanking them but saying he preferred going solo and had no plans to join any faction. He smirked slightly, already deciding it's better to stay low profile and quietly make profits in this life. Out of nowhere, someone blocked his path, calling out his name. It was Sha Wei, leading a group, his voice filled with hostility, saying it's time to settle old debts. Not far away, Bailing rushed to Jiang Luoxi, calling out to the guild leader. She pointed ahead anxiously, saying something was happening to Lin Jiken. Jiang Luoxi frowned, tightened her grip on her weapon, and said, "Let's go." Facing them, she demanded what Blood Slaughter wanted, and the other side replied, their boss just wanted to talk. She pushed the man aside and told him to move, and he snapped back angrily. Jiang Luoxi clenched her fist and coldly asked if he wanted to try. The man instantly backed down, his tone changing. Sha Wei pointed at Lin Jiken and mocked him, saying even Moon Shadow came to back him up. Lin Jiken's face darkened as he stared at him. Sha Wei brought up what happened in Kanglan Medicine Valley and demanded an explanation, and Lin Jiken calmly asked, "Explanation for what?" Sha Wei stepped closer, accusing him of killing his men and stealing the first boss, demanding compensation. Lin Jiken closed his eyes and said lightly, "Sounds reasonable, so what do you want?" Sha Wei raised 3 fingers, 100,000 spirit stones, 3 pieces of gear, and his pet, then they'd let it slide. Lin Jiken suddenly laughed, "So that's what this is about." Sha Wei looked at him with disdain, thinking he had given in. He kept pressuring him, warning that Moon Shadow couldn't protect him. But before he could finish, he froze mid-sentence. A flash of sword light swept across his neck, critical 3,500 damage, instant kill. The people behind him panicked, shouting that their guild leader was dead. Lin Jiken lifted his sword and said coldly, "Tell your guild leader Li, if he wants trouble, he'll prepare his coffin first." Everyone around stood there stunned. In reality, Sha Wei ripped off his VR headset, the screen showing forced log out after death. His body trembled in rage as he cursed under his breath. Then he roared, "Kill him, his name is Red, break all his gear." In the game, Blood Slaughter members charged forward, shouting to avenge their leader. Jiang Luoxi immediately rushed in, telling her team to support Lin Jiken. She unleashed skill after skill, controlling and knocking back the crowd. On the other side, Lin Jiken moved smoothly within the encirclement. His sword slashed decisively as he shouted, "Come on, let's have a real fight." His voice turned icy, saying he is Lin Jiken. He doesn't start trouble, but he fears no one. When Frost Moon Slash flew out, the enemies instantly scattered. Sword energy swept across the field, screams echoed, and damage numbers popped non-stop. The ground split open with deep cuts, as Blood Slaughter members turned into beams of light one after another. He remained standing there, holding his finishing stance. The crowd stared at the loot on the ground, eyes full of greed. Lin Jiken glanced at them, his sharp gaze still cold. Under that stare, they quickly backed off, muttering that messing with him means death. Jiang Luoshi walked over and reported that all Blood Slaughter members were cleared. Lin Jiken told them to split the dropped gear among themselves, and she blushed slightly and thanked him. He turned around calmly, saying he should be the one thanking them, and without their help it wouldn't be easy alone, then told them to follow him. Jiang Luoshi was surprised and asked where they were going instead of entering Corpse King Valley. He smiled and said he would take them to clean up the red status on them. Seeing the red glow reflected in his eyes, he explained that entering the secret realm like this would risk losing levels and gear, and Li Fengwen might ambush them again. Jiang Luoshi was shocked and asked if there was a way to remove the red name, and he nodded. Lin Jiken walked ahead, leading the whole group away. They had arrived. Jiang Luoshi looked at the lake ahead, and Lin Jiken explained its function, urging them to try it. The four girls exchanged glances, as if silently understanding something. Lin Jiken stood aside, distracted, awkward thoughts flashing through his mind. Jiang Luoshi hugged her weapon, looking embarrassed as she confirmed. This was her first time hearing about such a method. He pointed at the lake and explained that the effect didn't come from the water itself, but from something at the bottom influencing the whole lake. He hesitated for a moment, and Jiang Luoshi immediately pressed him for the rest. His face reddened slightly as he coughed, and stated the necessary condition before entering the lake. The girl froze, staring at him as her face grew visibly hot. The atmosphere turned awkward, so Lin Jiken turned around and said he would go first. The moment he finished speaking, he jumped straight into the water. A loud splash echoed as water sprayed toward the group above. Everyone fell silent, watching the surface slowly calm down. Lin Jiken's figure gradually rose back up, their eyes focused on his body, each of them clearly intrigued. He raised his hand to show the change, proving he was telling the truth. Jiang Luoshi lowered her head and softly asked how long it would take. He estimated the time, and she was shocked that it was that long. The others spoke up one by one, each saying they couldn't afford to wait. Jiang Luoshi gripped her weapon tightly and bravely made a suggestion. The mood instantly shifted as everyone agreed and rushed into the water. Jiang Luoshi stood there, face burning red, calling out but unable to stop them. Lin Jiken stared at the chaotic scene, her voice behind him making him even more flustered. He panicked and shouted for them to stop. Waves rolled wildly across the lake. After a while, they noticed something strange about him and began to worry. The group quickly gathered around, asking about his condition. Suddenly, a hand touched his body, followed by a curious voice. Lin Jiken reacted strongly, stepping back and waving them off. His eyes suddenly widened, drawn to something in front of him. Jiang Luoshi stepped into the water, one hand covering her chest, eyes lowered. Lin Jiken froze, surprised by something he had never noticed before. Before he could react, she moved closer to him. She leaned in and whispered discreetly into his ear. His expression turned serious as he listened carefully. Her eyes became sharp as she revealed important information, forcing him to think deeply. He lowered his voice and asked further, but her answer gave no clear clues, only that the other party was not simple. In the distance, Wan Ling watched them standing close, her face red with curiosity, while the person beside her looked like she had expected it. The two separated, and Lin Jiken thanked her before shifting the topic, telling everyone to focus on cultivating in the lake. Soon, the atmosphere turned lively as the girls started playing around, splashing water everywhere. Floating on the lake, Lin Jiken sank into thought. In the game he had backing and could act freely, but in real life he was just ordinary, and if someone powerful targeted him, surviving would already be lucky. He recalled a player from his past life named Xia Ming, who accidentally obtained a heaven-tier treasure and rose in fame and strength. Following that memory, he quietly reviewed past events and began considering building his own studio. But remembering how that player was tracked down, robbed of everything, and met a tragic end made him even more cautious, determined not to repeat the same mistake. His expression grew heavy as he reminded himself he had already died once before. Walking down the street with his hands behind his back, he felt lucky Zhang Luoyu had warned him early. Otherwise, he wouldn't have realized he was being watched. And while small threats didn't matter, precautions were necessary. A thought eased his mind. Housing prices had dropped, and with his game income, he could afford a place. He continued planning, deciding to install a surveillance system in the new house and prepare ways to hide his movements, so even if someone traced him, they would only reach the new address, while his current place would remain a safe layer of protection. After that, he stopped outside Lung Feiyan's palace and called out loudly. With his hands on his hips, he guessed his master should have finished her seclusion by now. The door opened quickly, and her familiar voice invited him in. He answered and stepped inside. Inside the room, Lung Feiyan was leaning against the bed. The sight made him pause, feeling slightly awkward. Resting her chin on her hand, she looked at him and asked why he came. He hesitated, stumbling over his words as he tried to phrase it properly. A random and strange image suddenly popped into his mind. He stuttered, getting more confused the more he spoke. His messy thoughts made even himself unsure what he was trying to say. Lung Feiyan covered her mouth and burst into laughter. Still laughing, she teased him and asked what he actually meant. He quickly composed himself and seriously explained his plan to open a pharmacy and split the profits. Lung Feiyan sat up, surprised by his decision, and he hurried to explain his purpose. He presented his reasoning cleverly, showing respect while emphasizing benefits for the sect. After hearing him out, she smiled softly and gently refused to take a share. He immediately denied that it was any trouble and showed full respect. She raised her hand to signal agreement and approved the plan, guiding him on the next steps. He let out a breath, inwardly grateful for such strong backing. Seeing him suddenly kneel with a sly look, she seemed confused. He bowed and warmly asked about her condition during seclusion. She sighed lightly, her tone carrying some weight. He instantly looked indignant, as if ready to solve the issue for her. She lowered her eyes and slowly revealed the reason, leaving him stunned in place. Her brows furrowed slightly as she continued in a somber tone. Hearing this, he grew worried, thinking about the consequences if she kept isolating herself. He stepped forward with a smile and offered advice from another angle, piquing her interest. Lin Jikan calmly asked when she last stepped into the mortal world, and Lung Feiyan replied in a low voice that it had been a very long time. Hearing that, he suddenly stood up, as if he had found the key point. With his hands behind his back, he slowly expressed his view in meaningful words, ending with a faint smile. His fist tightened, and his momentum rose as he emphasized the powerful resonance of the mortal world. His words clearly surprised Lung Feiyan. He turned to her with firm eyes and gave his conclusion. Smiling brightly, he stepped closer and encouraged her, making her pause and ask what he meant. He blinked playfully and suggested she go with him. Lung Feiyan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. A system notification sounded, signaling an increase in favorability. She immediately turned away, her tone becoming strict to hide her embarrassment. Lin Jikan scratched his head, pretending he misspoke and offering to drop the idea. Hearing that, her attitude shifted again, her sharp gaze carrying a clear threat. He quickly panicked and explained himself to ease the tension. Then he bowed and confidently promised to handle everything himself. Interest appeared on her face as she asked about his plan. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she paused. She quickly adjusted her expression and corrected herself seriously. Lin Jikan waved his hand to create an illusion and began introducing the location. Drawing from his memories, he vividly described the scenery there. Lung Feiyan watched the image closely while listening to his warm description. As he spoke, a subtle smile appeared when he hinted at other exciting experiences. Those words quickly made her decide without hesitation. He immediately turned cautious and asked about delaying the timing. She smiled and agreed, setting a clear condition, and he firmly accepted. She turned and left, her robe swaying as she said she would handle the rest, and he replied while watching her go. A sense of relief spread through him, and he felt deeply satisfied. Soon after, he appeared at the Grand Pharmacy as its new manager. Standing there, he realized everything was smooth now that he had strong backing. A system panel popped up, offering an upgrade option. He confirmed immediately, calculating the benefits in his head, far beyond his expectations. A brilliant light filled the space, signaling the upgrade was complete. Resting his chin on his hand, he stared at the interface with a calculating smile. In his mind, he divided the building's functions and named the first floor. Then he decided how the second floor would operate. Leaning back, he thought about the final floor and made a separate choice. A sudden call made him turn his head in confusion. Above him, several girls smiled brightly and enthusiastically called out. Supporting his head with one hand, he thought for a moment, then made a decision, and the system announced new staff recruitment. At the entrance, gentle-looking girls stepped forward to greet customers. A male player couldn't hide his excitement and overreacted to the scene. Watching this, Lin Jikan felt satisfied, silently confirming this method worked. Right after that, a system announcement went out to all players, declaring the grand opening with key details. Everyone looked up in shock at the scale of shops opening at once. Curiosity spread fast, and crowds rushed over to check it out. Inside, he stretched lazily, feeling relieved after finishing the task. His thoughts slowly drifted toward more private imaginations. Suddenly, a contact notification popped up, reminding him of a promise he made earlier. Tension rose as he weighed two choices. He kept thinking, stuck because neither side could be abandoned. Looking up, he sighed at the dilemma. In the end, he made a decision, and a reply appeared on the screen. He stood quietly by the window, eyes filled with thought. Closing his eyes, he reassured himself that this was the most practical choice. Then he mapped out his next plan, arranging everything step by step. The scene shifted to Corpse King Valley, where the dungeon gate stood tall. A female player couldn't hide her excitement when she saw him arrive. The crowd instantly buzzed, and the atmosphere grew lively. Jiang Luoshi stepped forward with a bright smile to welcome him. She made a proposal, and he stated his usual condition. She quickly agreed and handed him command. A notification confirmed him as team leader. He scanned the team and immediately noticed the imbalance in roles. Many players stepped up to declare their positions. He raised more specific requirements to filter them. The crowd responded eagerly, growing even more excited. He asked further about the necessary lineup, his tone evaluative. The relevant members answered confidently. He gave clear instructions and assigned combat positions properly. Yan Ling looked confused and questioned the arrangement. He remained calm and carefully explained how this dungeon was different. She pondered, worry showing on her face. He continued clarifying the strategy and assured its feasibility. After hearing him out, she suddenly understood, her eyes lighting up. Excitement made her lose composure for a second. She quickly calmed down and said she wouldn't interrupt again, and he replied calmly. He looked across the team, his voice turning serious as he stressed discipline. The front line must hold no matter the pressure, never retreat, and unleash all skills before being overwhelmed. With a firm expression, he gave the command, and the rear quickly filled their positions, determined not to let any zombie pass. Hearing Lin Jiken's commanding tone, Jiang Luoshi showed clear satisfaction, and everyone entering had to obey strict rules. He shouted loudly asking if they understood, and the crowd responded in unison, saying yes, loud and excited. Lowering his gaze, he thought to himself, this is how it should be. This feeling is exhilarating. Maybe this is the peak of a man's life. Then he turned toward the deep valley and said, let's begin. One by one, everyone slowly stepped into the dungeon gate. As he observed the surroundings, Lin Jiken recalled the legend. An elder of Yin Corp's sect was betrayed when his wife had an affair with a small sect leader, and in fury he turned that entire sect into zombies. He grips his sword tighter, realizing the old man trapped every soul in this valley, cutting them off from reincarnation forever. Lin Jiken looks ahead and shouts, telling everyone to steady the formation. In front of them, dry tree trunks start rising from the ground. Grotesque zombies crawl out of the earth and howl like beasts out of control. He slams his sword into the ground and commands, first squad move in. Chi cultivators take main damage, mages support from behind. Watching them charge, he warns, no skills yet, only basic attacks to hold the first wave. The valley fills with screams as Lin Jiken keeps shouting, do not let them get close. Wan Ling frowns slightly, her breathing turning heavy under the pressure. He raises his hand and says firmly, second wave incoming, fourth mage squad prepare falling rock rain. A group instantly slams their staffs into the ground. The mages begin chanting in unison, their voices echoing through the valley. Then they lift their staffs together, completing the ritual. Dense white lights appear above the zombie horde. Massive rocks are summoned and crash down onto them. The girls cheer in excitement, direct hits, this round is ours. Lin Jiken stays calm and says, do not celebrate yet, fire mages and fire archers get ready. Seeing everyone draw their bows, he shouts, prepare. His cold voice cuts through the air, flaming arrows, fire. A storm of flaming arrows shoots forward and ignites the battlefield. A raging sea of fire swallows the zombie horde whole. As they keep shooting, he commands again, keep firing. Even while burning, the zombies struggle back up and let out horrific screams. They keep howling through the pain. Jiang Luoshi cannot hide her worry. Why are there still so many? But from behind, Lin Jiken calmly says, do not panic. He folds his arms and orders, hold your positions, do your jobs, unleash all your skills. Watching another wave surge forward, Lin Jiken shouts, ranged enemy casters spotted. Frontline brace yourselves. Time to test the healing squad. His command rings out, healers restore now, and the medical cultivators answer in unison, understood. Wan Ling's team is covered in green light as their stamina rapidly recovers. Across the field, the zombies open their mouths and spew thick pale green poison. Lin Jiken waves his hand, corpse poison, cleanse immediately. The order spreads across the battlefield as purification shields activate. A golden barrier instantly covers the entire formation. The zombies slam into it again and again, but cannot break through. After a brutal clash, the progress bar finally shows. King Guardian Valley has reached 90%. Wan Ling tightens her grip and scans the countless zombie corpses on the ground. She wipes the sweat from her chin and exhales. This should be the last one. Lin Jiken turns and orders, check casualties. Everyone rest 2 minutes and recover. A girl reports excitedly, casualties are under 2%. The others cannot hide their joy. We are really strong. Are we about to clear it? At that moment, Jiang Luoshi steps forward and softly calls Mr. Lin. Admiration shines on her face. You are an outstanding commander. You could easily build your own guild. Lin Jiken frowns slightly and looks at her without replying for a moment. Then he murmurs, a guild. I have no intention of that. Being alone is better. In his mind flashes the image of Guo Ji and Xu Zixiang together. He once founded a guild but handed it to them for love and was betrayed in the end. Noticing his change in expression, Jiang Luoxi lowers her head. I spoke out of line. Please forgive me if I offended you. He shakes his head gently. It has nothing to do with you, just some unpleasant memories. Do not worry. She clenches her fist as if encouraging him. Storms will pass, and knots in the heart will one day be untied. Everything will be fine. Lin Jiken listens quietly as Jiang Luoxi says with certainty, Mr. Lin, I believe you will achieve what you desire. He smiles brightly and replies, Thank you, I will. Jiang Luoxi stares at his smile and suddenly forgets how to speak. He turns forward and announces firmly, All right, prepare for the final wave. He glances back and tells himself the past is not worth thinking about anymore. A serious look crosses his face. He knows the last wave is the real trial of this secret realm. He stands still and feels the ground beneath him shaking violently. Suddenly, black tentacles burst from the earth, twisting in a horrifying way. Then a massive figure rises and towers over everyone. The system flashes a warning. Corpse King Han Ba, boss level, early crystal realm, HP 15 200 times 17,000. Attack 165, defense 170, speed 138, heart guard 25, crit 20, tenacity 6%, poison resist 70%. Skills include Iron Body, Yin Thunder Field, 1000-year corpse poison, and Han Force. The giant zombie lets out a deep, savage growl. Lin Jiken raises his sword and orders. More late-stage zombies are coming. Hold them off for me. As soon as he finishes, he charges forward. This big one is mine. Han Ba opens his mouth full of sharp teeth and lunges fiercely. Lin Jiken grips his sword and slashes cleanly. Take this. Han Ba does not retreat and smashes his massive hand down like thunder. Lin Jiken instantly activates his movement skill and retreats to dodge. Han Ba's strike leaves a huge crater in the ground. Lin Jiken frowns slightly. That power is no joke. He lifts his sword and shouts, Phoenix Dance. Golden light erupts from his body and forms 22 streams of sword energy. Han Ba widens his eyes and raises both arms to block. But it is too late. Golden blades rain down like a storm. A blazing red beam pierces straight through Han Ba's throat. Han Ba opens his mouth wide, staring at Lin Jiken descending from above. His body is split clean in half. The system announces a critical hit of 2,460 damage as Lin Jiken watches the corpse crash down. Jiang Luoxi runs over and reports, Master Lin, the small mobs are cleared too. He smirks slightly, same here. A bright message appears in the sky. Congratulations on clearing Corpse King Valley on Hell difficulty. All members gain 4,000 cultivation points. Completion time 20 minutes 25 seconds. Perfect rating. Bonus 1,000 cultivation points. Perfect reward bag doubled. The girl looks up in excitement. We cleared it. The other girls rush toward Lin Jiken shouting, Master Lin, I love you. You are amazing. You are my god hero. Want to date. I am single. Send your location. Surrounded by the crowd, all talking at once, he can only smile politely. You are all too enthusiastic. Once everything settles, he quickly leaves and returns to the Sword Palace. Standing at the gate, he calls out, Master, your disciple has returned. He looks inside with slight unease. Coming back this late might get him scolded. The door slowly opens and Leng Feiyan's stern voice echoes, Come in. She glances at him and says with a hint of reproach, So you still remember to return. Leng Feiyan rests her chin on her hand, eyes sharp. You seem to care more about the mortal world than the sect, do you not? Lin Jiken immediately bows. Master misunderstands. This disciple has no attachment to worldly matters. He explains clearly, aside from earning some money to honor you in the future, all my time is spent cultivating. She asks again, Is that so? Lin Jiken answers firmly, Of course, I follow your teachings day and night and never slack off. He touches his chin and changes the topic. By the way, Master, when are we heading to Yangdong City? Leng Feiyan walks down the steps calmly. No rush. Before we leave, I will help you raise your strength a little. She steps into the yard and signals. Follow me. Lin Jiken freezes and points at himself. Raise my strength. His face turns red and his heart races. Is this moving a little too fast? In the training yard, he stands facing Leng Feiyan with anticipation in his eyes. His face burns as his thoughts run wild. Is Master really going to do that here? But the next second, a small branch appears in her hand. In Lin Jiken's mind, he instantly pictures himself tied up and whipped, making him think, Master is getting fiercer by the day. Seeing him freeze, Leng Feiyan asks softly, Disciple, what are you thinking? He snaps back, nothing at all. She raises the branch and points at him. Pick up your sword and attack me with everything you have. Still blushing, he shakes a finger. How could I attack my own master? That would be rebellion. Leng Feiyan frowns slightly, feeling something odd about his words. She sighs and offers a deal. If you can touch the hem of my robe, you win 2 rewards. If you lose, you still get 1. The moment he hears reward, Lin Jiken's eyes light up. There is a prize. The system pops up, special opportunity triggered, personal trial of Leng Feiyan, accept or decline. He smiles and agrees. Any method is allowed, right? Master's reward must be extraordinary. Leng Feiyan confirms. No restrictions. Touch my robe and you win. You may use skills. I will only use Foundation Realm Strength and no skills. The corner of his lips lifts. He feels slightly underestimated. He grips his sword and says firmly, "Then I will not hold back. Do not blame me if you lose," she replies calmly. "Do I look petty to you? Besides, your chance of winning," she states with certainty, "is 0. He channels spiritual power into his sword and prepares to strike. Lin Jiken bursts forward. Leng Feiyan is slightly surprised. His growth speed exceeds her expectations. He swings his sword in a horizontal slash. In the next second, he freezes as her figure vanishes and reappears behind him. She thrusts the branch forward. The impact sends him flying. Lin Jiken crashes face down. Damage number 2155 appears. He groans and looks back over his shoulder. Leng Feiyan covers her mouth and teases, "Disciple, you relaxed too early." He wipes his mouth and shouts again. Again she smiles, "As you wish." He grits his teeth and charges once more. He unleashes strike after strike, but she neutralizes them with ease. A flash of light knocks him onto his back. Lying on the ground, he sighs in frustration. He cannot break her defense at all. Leng Feiyan reaches toward her chest, as if searching for something. She takes out a pill and hands it over. "Take this and rest before continuing." The moment he swallows it, the system shows. Supreme Young Moon Slash. Condense mana into a 30-meter crescent blade dealing 800 base damage plus personal damage. Slows for 10 seconds and freezes for 3. Cost 500 mana. Sword aptitude plus 10%. Skill upgraded to Supreme Tier. He closes his eyes in shock. The power boost at this tier is incredible. Another notice appears. Supreme Stunning Sword Chi. Charge 3 seconds to strike within 60 meters. 100% stun for 3 seconds. 5% silence for 4 seconds. Lin Jiken reflects silently. New effects unlocked, and both skills reach Supreme Tier, something that requires rare luck and talent. He exhales slowly. Countless players never achieve this in years. Yet one pill gave him 2 supreme skills. Having a powerful backer truly changes everything. Leng Feiyan smiles faintly. "Disciple, your talent is not bad. Rested enough, want to continue." He jumps up immediately, wanting another round. If he wins, he gets 2 rewards. No way he misses this chance. He grips his sword and calculates quickly. Direct combat is impossible. He needs a trick. Leng Feiyan stands still without dodging. She flicks the branch lightly and knocks him away again. His body is thrown back and slams hard onto the ground. Lin Jiken's eyes turn dull as if he has lost consciousness. Seeing this, Leng Feiyan's expression changes and her eyes widen. She rushes over, worried she struck too hard. Placing her hand on his chest, she asks, with concern, "Disciple, are you all right?" A faint smile appears in Lin Jiken's heart. The trap worked. The next second, he suddenly raises his hand and laughs. "Master, you lost, I win." His hand shoots forward and touches Leng Feiyan right on the chest. The moment he realizes what he did, he freezes in shock, while Leng Feiyan's expression instantly changes as her hand rises. A powerful slap sends him flying across the yard. She takes a deep breath and covers the spot he just touched. Lin Jiken crashes to the ground, his face hitting hard with a painful thud. As he struggles up, he sees her gripping the branch tightly. Without another word, Leng Feiyan swings with full force and smacks his back. She closes in from behind, branch raised high and ready for another strike. Lin Jiken panics and runs around holding his head, terrified. Cold sweat pours down as he gasps for breath. After a long chase, Leng Feiyan finally stops and says sternly, "Tell me, will you dare disrespect your master again?" With a swollen face, Lin Jiken nearly cries, "Never again, I was wrong. Please calm down, master." She folds her arms and says coldly, "This is the price of disrespect. Do it again and it will not end this easily. Now stop, treat your injuries, and wait for me outside the chamber." After speaking, Leng Feiyan tosses him a bottle and leaves. "It is healing medicine. Use it yourself." Lin Jiken quickly catches the bottle. Holding his aching face, he reaches a conclusion. Until the favorability is high enough, he needs to be more careful. Walking alone through the hallway, he thinks to himself, that move was risky, but the system never showed any loss of favorability. Placing a hand on his chest, he feels relieved, which means Master was not truly angry. Remembering what happened, he closes his eyes and clenches his fist. Not getting punished further is already good enough, let alone actually touching Master. Arriving at the door, he calls out, "Master, your disciple has arrived," and a voice immediately answers, "Come in." Lin Jiken pushes the door open and looks around the room. He scans the chamber in confusion. Where is Master? Suddenly, he startles as Leng Feiyan appears right in front of him. She is wearing a long black dress and quietly watching him. Lin Jiken blushes slightly and says in surprise, "Master, you," while inwardly marveling at her immortal beauty. Leng Feiyan gently brushes her hair aside and explains, "Did you not say you would take me to Yangdong City? I just finished bathing and changed clothes. How do I look?" Hearing that, he takes a deep breath and smiles. Then he gives a thumbs up and showers her with praise. Calling you beautiful is far too modest. You are unmatched under heaven, brighter than everyone else. Friend or foe alike cannot compare. His praise makes her blush slightly and fall silent. Then Lung Feiyan turns away and says with a hint of annoyance, "All sweet words. You are only good at flattering people." Lin Jikan quickly replies, "I mean every word." She turns back and says excitedly, "All right then, let us depart. It is getting late," but he raises a hand. "Wait a moment." Lung Feiyan looks back. "What is it?" He scratches his head and says awkwardly, "Master, look at me. Can I take a bath and change first?" He secretly thinks, after that fight, I smell terrible. She points inside. "Then I will wait here." There is a bath behind the room. The water comes from Heavenly Mountain Spirit Springs and is excellent for the body. Lin Jikan happily replies, "All right, thank you, Master." He pushes the door open and looks at the bath inside. His gaze lingers there as he thinks, "This is my first time in Master's inner chamber. Does she normally bathe here?" He sinks into the bath and relaxes, enjoying the comfortable warmth. The temperature is perfect, and right then, Leng Feiyan's voice comes from outside, "Disciple, perhaps you should come out first. I just used that water and have not replaced it yet." Hearing that, Lin Jikan tilts his head back as a nosebleed erupts, thinking, "Does that mean I am practically sharing a bath with Master?" Suddenly, he pauses and stares upward in shock. His gaze lands on a delicate item floating nearby, and curiosity immediately rises. What is that? He stands still, staring at it as a vague realization forms. His hand reaches toward it, reassuring himself that taking a quick look should not matter. When the soft item falls into his hand, he hesitates, sensing a faint, lingering warmth. His thoughts begin to wander as certain images appear in his mind, making his throat go dry as he wonders if it had just been removed. Her figure keeps appearing in his thoughts as he unconsciously murmurs, "Master, Master." Just then, Lung Feiyan approaches carrying a kettle and says, "Disciple, I brought fresh spirit spring water. Hurry and replace it." The moment their eyes meet, both freeze in place as the atmosphere turns silent. Leng Feiyan's eyes lock onto the familiar item in his hand. Her face instantly turns red, eyes wide with shock and embarrassment. Anger rises as she rushes over, pushes his head into the water, and scolds him for being shameless and lustful. He shuts his eyes tight, heart in chaos, feeling like all his progress just vanished. A moment later, Lin Jikan kneels properly in front of her, accepting punishment. He sneaks a glance up and carefully explains it was only curiosity, silently begging for forgiveness. Leng Feiyan rests her hand on the table and questions whether his words are even believable. She presses a hand to her forehead and sighs deeply, clearly disappointed, warning him she will not tolerate it again. He immediately bows repeatedly, promising he will remember this lesson and never repeat it. When the scolding finally ends, he relaxes slightly, though he knows his original plan is likely ruined. Unexpectedly, Leng Feiyan stands and says they must leave before it gets late, and he quickly agrees. Sitting on Qingji's back, he feels relieved the trip continues and vows to make up for his mistake. Qingji spreads its wings and carries them through the clouds at shocking speed. Lung Feiyan guides the spirit beast north, and Lin Jikan realizes it is the legendary Qingluan. She tells him she saved it 300 years ago in the Scarlet Abyss, after its mate was killed by a fierce beast, avenged it, and it chose to follow her ever since. Hearing this, he is stunned, realizing how rare and powerful Qingluan truly is. Looking at her back, he reflects on her strength, knowing few could match her if she fought seriously. He asks about Zhu Yin, and Lung Feiyan replies that it is a terrifying existence only many top experts together could resist. She adds that only by reaching a higher realm could one stand on equal ground with it. Lin Jikan lowers his head, thinking about his past and the long road of revenge ahead. Leng Feiyan gently pats the spirit beast's head. Her gaze then shifts toward the distant city ahead. Lin Jikan shivers from the cold and asks to stop and buy warmer clothes as the temperature drops. She calmly channels energy into him, warming his body, and comments that his physique is still weak and needs improvement later. He feels warmth spread instantly and cannot hide his amazement. Walking behind her, he asks about resisting extreme climates, and she replies such conditions no longer affect her. He reflects on how cultivators surpass mortals in body and lifespan. But then, his thoughts drift somewhere inappropriate, making his face heat up. Leng Feiyan turns and pulls him along, noticing his strange look and suspecting impure thoughts, and he hurriedly denies it. Lin Jikan points ahead and invites her to enjoy the city life, and she only lets out a light huff. They walk through the busy streets, filled with vendors selling food and herbs. Leng Feiyan looks around and admits she has not returned in a long time, saying mortal liveliness is also part of life. Lin Jikan excitedly takes out a bag of pastries and offers her one. She takes a bite and softly says the taste is just like she remembers, making him curious. Leng Feiyan reaches out to catch falling snow and slowly recalls how her father once took her through lively streets when she was young, tasting many snacks, but time waits for no one. Her fingers tighten as she lowers her voice, mentioning her parents passed away over 100 years ago. Hearing that, Lin Jiken lowers his gaze and murmurs that Master is also alone like him, losing parents at a young age. Leng Feiyan's expression shifts as she apologizes for touching painful memories, and he replies gently that he is used to being alone. She reaches out and places a hand on his shoulder. Her gaze softens as she touches his cheek and says from now on she is his family, leaving him stunned with a feeling he has never known. At that moment, the system displays an increase in favorability. The peaceful moment is suddenly shattered as a group of people appears. They quickly surround the two of them. A monk from Tianyin Temple steps forward, bows politely, and asks with sharp eyes, "Are you Lin Jiken?" Lin Jiken turns back, answers directly, and asks what they want. His eyes sharpen as he thinks they arrive too fast. Luckily, Leng Feiyan is here. The man bows and introduces himself as Ji Qing, saying he came because of the rebirth Buddha seal Lin Jiken learned. Lin Jiken folds his arms and tells him to get straight to the point. A nun steps forward, saying it's a supreme Buddhist art and can't be spread outside. Ji Qing says no matter where he learned it, an outsider holding it is unacceptable and demands he return with them to erase the memory. Lin Jiken clearly doesn't buy it. Jing Hui points at him and angrily accuses him of stealing the technique. Lin Jiken covers his mouth and glances back at Leng Feiyan. He calmly asks for proof and denies killing for the skill, while Qing insists he did learn it. Jing Hui steps up, saying outsiders are forbidden to study Buddhist arts. Ji Qing studies him closely, sees rare talent, and starts thinking recruiting him wouldn't be bad. He takes a step forward and says, "There's another solution," asking if Lin Jiken wants to hear it, and he agrees. Ji Qing smiles, saying Lin Jiken has fate with Buddhism, and invites him to join Tianyin Temple with a bright future ahead. Leng Feiyan's eyes instantly turn cold. Lin Jiken thinks it over, finds it ridiculous, and decides to show his stance in front of his master. He loudly refuses and declares loyalty to the sword sect. He clasps his hands and says no one can shake his gratitude toward his master. Leng Feiyan is slightly moved, and the system even shows her favorability rising. Jing Hui gets furious and says, "There's no need to keep talking." Ji Qing's face darkens as he orders them to seize Lin Jiken. The Buddhist disciples prepare to attack. Right then, Leng Feiyan speaks and stops them. Her gaze sweeps the area, making her stance crystal clear. Spiritual power bursts out from her and blasts everyone back. They crash to the ground, coughing up blood. Lin Jiken stands beside her with folded arms, throwing out a smug taunt. Ji Qing is shaken and realizes he can't see through her cultivation, finally understanding why she never feared them. He looks at Leng Feiyan and carefully asks her name. She turns slightly and answers calmly, "Tianyun's sword sect, Leng Feiyan." Ji Qing's face shows clear shock. He immediately bows and introduces himself again. Jing Hui follows, while Leng Feiyan coldly questions their attempt to poach her disciple. Ji Qing clasps his hands. His tone turns cautious as he explains he only acted out of admiration for Lin Jiken's talent, with no hostile intent. Leng Feiyan raises her hand and cuts him off, saying if she hadn't shown up, they would have forced him into Buddhism like before. Ji Qing closes his eyes and chants, denying it and asking her to let the misunderstanding pass, while realizing Lin Jiken's background isn't simple. She glances at him and says she won't make things hard, but he must return to Tianyin Temple and reflect for 3 days. Then she looks at Jing Hui and orders her to follow back to the sword sect for the same punishment. At that moment, Qingji descends from the sky toward her. Jing Hui is grabbed and cries out in panic. Ji Qing looks up and watches silently. Leng Feiyan smiles faintly and says she will personally bring Jing Hui to Tianyin Temple in 3 days and meet the abbot. In the night sky, Qingji spreads its wings and shoots away. Its claws grip Jing Hui tight as she struggles but can't break free. Sitting behind, Lin Jiken worries this might spark conflict between the sects, but Leng Feiyan calmly says they won't dare act rashly. Hearing that, he relaxes, knowing a war because of him would be disastrous. She turns and asks about his Buddhist technique, and he quickly explains. He recalls finding 2 skeletons inside a cave. In his memory, one was a sword cultivator, and the other a Buddhist cultivator facing each other. He says he bowed to show respect to the seniors. Then a manual of the Buddha seal suddenly fell in front of him. After listening, Leng Feiyan softly says it was his destiny, and learning more skills is a good thing. With a wave of her hand, a book appears floating in the air. Lin Jiken looks at it in confusion. She explains it's the reward from the previous duel, and even if he won in an unorthodox way, she keeps her promise. The moment he opens it, the system displays the spirit skill and its effects. He exhales softly, surprised the reward is intact and even better than expected. Looking ahead, he quietly realizes how much Leng Feiyan cares about him. Under the moonlight, Qingji keeps flying forward. Standing on a stone bridge, Leng Feiyan says she will enter seclusion after this trip and tells him to handle things alone, leaving him stunned. A sense of emptiness rises in his chest. She reassures him it won't be long, and he finally relaxes. She lightly taps his head with a faint smile and says he treated her to many good meals, so after seclusion she'll cook for him herself. Instantly, memories of her last cooking flash back and make him nervous. He quickly cups his fists and tells her to focus on cultivation and not worry about him. The next morning, a crowd gathers outside the alchemy hall as the grand auction officially begins. Lin Jikin leans on the second-floor railing, calmly watching below. With his master gone, he plans to sell the gear he collected to earn more spirit stones. Jiang Luoshi asks if it's really fine to auction these items, and he gives her a reassuring glance. The auctioneer introduces the first item, a high-grade spirit spear with strong attributes. She announces the starting price, and bids instantly erupt from below. The Bloodshade Guild quickly notices and reports it, and Xiao Wei orders an investigation into the auction house's backer. From above, Lin Jikin smirks since they have no idea he owns the place. He suddenly raises his sign and sharply increases the price. Then he pushes it even higher. Xiao Wei recognizes him and reacts immediately. He raises the bid again. Lin Jikin stays calm and drives the price up further. Xiao Wei grows smug, planning to stop at the last second and make Lin Jikin suffer. But Lin Jikin suddenly stops and congratulates him for winning. The other side freezes, completely caught off guard. Xiao Wei angrily shouts, while Lin Jikin calmly reminds everyone to keep order, and Jiang Luoshi can't hide her smile. On the surface, he looks indifferent, but inside he completely looks down on Xiao Wei. Suddenly, Jiang Luoshi asks about his love life. He gives a vague answer. He quietly wonders why she would ask that. Slowly, he talks about the past and mentions being betrayed. Jiang Luoshi is shocked, while he speaks as if he has let it go. She steps closer and says she'll listen if he wants to share more. He stays silent. Realizing that, she quickly apologizes. He gently says it's all in the past. Holding his tea, he reflects on the events that changed him. Staring at the water's surface, he thinks about the past and debts yet to be settled. He stops thinking and finishes the cup in one go. Then he stands up to leave, giving most of the profit to others, leaving Jiang Luoshi grateful. She watches him go, sensing a complicated past behind that calm figure. On the way back, he frowns, feeling restless, and decides to clear his head with exercise. Back in the real world, he jogs alone down the street. As he runs and adjusts his breathing, he notices his stamina has clearly improved. Suddenly, loud arguing breaks out ahead about a student being expelled. He stops and recognizes the voice as Guo Ziji's mother. Guo Ziji's mother loudly demands her daughter call her rich boyfriend to pick her up in a supercar and show off, insisting she must marry into power one day. And Lin Jikin can only think such delusional talk truly fits her parents. Seeing Guo Ziji wiping her tears, Lin Jichen falls into thought, remembering how her parents once mocked his background, and he wonders why she was expelled when she used to be popular, and even pursued by the student council president. Her mother keeps pressuring her to contact a wealthy boyfriend to arrange a transfer, but Guo Ziji chokes out that they have all cut ties. Hearing that, her mother explodes, and even her father scolds her for not choosing the best option, despite keeping multiple backups. Guo Ziji frowns in frustration, saying all the young masters who once surrounded her have vanished, some families even declining, and rumors now label her a bad omen, so no one answers her calls anymore. Lin Jikin folds his arms and wonders if she offended the wrong person. Pulling his hood lower, he quietly thinks it over. Whoever did it, seeing Guo Ziji taught a lesson feels satisfying, and he hopes it lasts. Lin Jikin walks past the three of them, and casually tells them to move aside. Guo Ziji stands frozen, her eyes fixed on his departing figure. Lin Jikin glances back, and silently vows to settle the score himself once he grows stronger. Elsewhere, a phone suddenly rings. A report comes through saying the young lady's task is complete, and Guo Ziji has been expelled. The girl simply replies that she understands. The scene shifts as Ren Lan throws a powerful punch forward. Seeing Lin Jikin arrive, she smiles and asks how he feels after returning. He grins and says he's doing great, thanks to such a dedicated coach constantly pushing him. Lin Jikin grabs a can of water and asks if she heard about Guo Ziji being expelled. Looking back over his shoulder, he says he just saw her at the school gate and has no idea what she did to get punished so suddenly. Lin Jikin suddenly turns around and asks if Ren Lan was behind it, or if her family stepped in. Ren Lan raises an eyebrow and says that actually sounds reasonable. If she'd known sooner, she would have had her family kick Guo Ziji out herself, but someone beat her to it. Lin Jikin turns red and asks if she's somehow blaming him now. Excitedly raising her fist, she says the weather is perfect and drags him over for training. Lin Jikin immediately refuses. He glances at her and breaks into a cold sweat, feeling like he's about to become a punching bag. Scratching his head, he backs away and says he needs a shower and some rest. But Ren Lan instantly grabs his shirt and pulls him back. Tugging hard, she tells him to stop talking and come over, promising it won't be too rough. Lin Jikin panics and keeps asking her to wait. A helpless feeling rises inside him as he realizes escape is impossible. With no way out, he bargains for lighter hits. The moment he finishes speaking, Ren Lan throws a straight punch right at his face without holding back. Clutching his face, he collapses to the ground in pain. Seeing that, even she freezes and widens her eyes. Lying on the ground, Lin Jikan complains that she promised to go easy. Ren Lan rushes over, apologizes, and says she'll adjust her strength. Across the grass field, Lin Jikan's cries echo alongside Ren Lan's voice. He says it still hurts and asks why she can't go any lighter. She admits she got carried away and tells him to endure a little longer. Nearly half an hour later, has finally released and drops to the ground, pale and exhausted. Ren Lan stands nearby, looking pleased, praising his performance before telling him to take a shower. Lin Jikan struggles to sit up. Exhaustion is written all over his face. Dragging his weary body, Lin Jikan slowly leaves. Some time later, after showering, he throws himself onto the bed. Closing his eyes, he feels aches all over and wonders where Ren Lan gets so much strength. Suddenly, a pair of hands quietly approaches him. The hands gently touch and move across Lin Jikan's leg. Still with his eyes closed, he relaxes and mumbles for her to move a little higher. But a strange feeling suddenly makes him realize something is off, and he instantly opens his eyes. He jolts upright and stares at Ren Lan sitting right in front of him. Unlike his reaction, she remains calm and looks at him steadily. Lin Jikan is stunned, wondering if after beating him up earlier, she's planning something else now. Panicking, he asks what she's doing, feeling strangely uneasy. Just then, he catches a familiar scent and pauses in confusion. Looking at the ointment on her hands, he hesitantly asks if she's applying medicine to him. Ren Lan lowers her head and quietly admits she went a little too far earlier. Hearing that, he mutters that at least she realizes it now. Lin Jikan props up his arm as a pillow and leans comfortably against the wall, telling her to continue. Feeling the massage spread through his muscles, he nods and comments that her technique is actually pretty good. Ren Lan's soft hands slowly move higher, still gentle. A strange sensation hits Lin Jikan, and he snaps his eyes open to stop her. He looks down, sees his body's reaction, and curses in embarrassment. Ren Lan freezes, her gaze locking onto the scene. The next second, she shows no mercy and slams her fist down hard. Her face turns cold with disdain as she spits out a single word. She turns and walks away, scolding him for indulging in dirty thoughts, and saying she won't care if he keeps it up. Lin Jikan lets out a long sigh and pulls the blanket over himself. Soon after, his consciousness shifts back into the game. A quest panel appears before him, assigned by Lung Feiyan. Today is Ji Hongyu's birthday of the Qianlong royal family, and he must attend in her place, and not forget her instructions. The scene shifts to the grand hall, already packed with guests. Groups enter one by one with gifts, from the Red Flame Fist sect leader to the abbot of Tianyin Temple. Elders from other sects also arrive, each bringing talented disciples and precious treasures. Ji Tongyin's younger sister looks around excitedly and says the atmosphere is lively, and Ji Tongyin teases that she always loves a big scene. The girl leans closer and whispers that this banquet is not just for celebration, but also to choose a royal consort. Hearing that, Ji Tongyin quickly covers her sister's mouth. The girl insists it's true and says there will even be a competition. Just then, an announcement echoes that Lin Jikan, personal disciple of the Tianyin sword sect, has arrived with gifts. The crowd instantly erupts in whispers about his status and his sect's fame. Lin Jishan walks in confidently, cups his fists, and offers birthday blessings on behalf of his sect. The moment Ji Tongyin sees him, her eyes light up with joy. Ji Hongju stands and warmly says Tianyan sword sect's presence is an honor, and Lin Jikan explains his master is in seclusion. Ji Hongyu laughs, saying seclusion is important. Sending a personal disciple shows sincerity. He also recalls how Lin Jichen once helped his daughter and says he will never forget that favor. With a welcoming tone, he invites Lin Jikan to take a seat. Ji Tongyin turns her face slightly, trying to hide her emotions. Lin Jikan moves to his assigned seat and settles down. Soon, beautiful maids file in with exquisite dishes, filling the hall with excitement. Looking at the feast, Lin Jikan can't hide his shock. His eyes lock onto the food as he realizes every dish is a rare treasure. Without hesitation, he grabs a roast chicken and takes a huge bite, completely satisfied. People nearby begin mocking him for eating so crudely and embarrassing his sect. Ignoring them, he keeps eating boldly, realizing each dish is made from rare medicinal ingredients that boost cultivation. At that moment, Ji Hongyu stands again, thanking everyone for attending and inviting the younger generation to receive special gifts. After the main banquet ends, all the guests gather in a wide courtyard. In front of a sealed chamber, armored soldiers stand guard. Everyone's eyes focus there with clear curiosity. Ji Hongyu raises his hand and solemnly introduces it as the royal family's scripture pavilion. He explains it holds secret techniques passed down for generations, and each disciple may enter to draw one at random. Seeing their excitement, he calmly reminds them that quality depends entirely on luck. With that, he gestures toward the door and invites the young talents inside. Feng Fei steps forward confidently and volunteers to go first. Feng Fei glances around with a look of disdain. The system announces he obtained a spirit-grade martial skill. The crowd starts whispering, calling it mediocre and a wasted chance. Next, Zhang Shuang steps up confidently for her turn. The system shows she received a profound grade cultivation method. Everyone quickly lines up, eager to test their luck. Notifications keep popping up as each person draws a technique of varying quality. Many grow dissatisfied, seeing mostly spirit and profound grades, with earth grade rare, and they start doubting if heaven grade even exists. Beside them, Ji Hongyu secretly calculates, knowing the best treasure is hidden deep inside with a tiny chance, planning to reveal it himself at the end if needed. Lin Jiken stands at the back with folded arms, silently observing. His face stays calm, but inside he is waiting for the right moment. Ji Hongyu notices he is still standing there and quietly admires his composure. He walks over and reminds him he is the only one left. Lin Jiken smiles and steps forward to try his luck. The moment he enters, the door swings open. Instantly, dazzling effects erupt as a server-wide announcement declares Lin Jichen has obtained a rare heaven-grade movement skill, activating a limited-time bounty hunt. The entire crowd looks up in shock, unable to believe someone actually drew such a top-tier technique with immediate danger attached. Lin Jiken grips the scroll as details flood in. Heaven-grade movement art, Renshue hidden shadow escape, boosting speed and evasion, allowing long-range teleport at the cost of heavy weakness. He stares at the scroll, stunned that his luck worked so perfectly. He tucks it away, already calculating, knowing he must survive the dangerous period first. Without delay, he leaves the area. A red warning appears, stating he cannot enter cities or sects while holding the treasure, and after 1 hour his location will be revealed. He sighs, realizing peace is impossible. Jiang Luoyu contacts him nervously, saying many players and guilds are preparing to hunt him and urging him to seek her protection. Lin Jiken recalls his past life, where even a top guild failed to protect such a treasure, and its holder was forced to surrender it. He understands survival won't come from head-on fights, but from knowing when to escape. So he gently refuses, saying anyone who helps will only become a target, and he will handle it alone. At that moment, Ren Lan also calls, urgently saying many from the sect want to help him. He frowns, already imagining her impulsiveness. Closing his eyes, he calmly tells her not to come, because more people won't change the outcome. When she questions him, he says her involvement would be useless. In the end, Ren Lan can only warn him to surrender the treasure if he can't hold on. He responds with a small smile. Around him, people cast cold looks, predicting he won't survive the night. Suddenly, a man appears before him and respectfully delivers an invitation from Ji Hongyu. Lin Jiken is surprised, confused by the timing. Still, he follows and finds Ji Hongyu waiting in the courtyard. Hearing footsteps, Ji Hongyu turns around. Lin Jiken pauses, suspecting the treasure might be taken back. Cold sweat forms as he quickly offers the scroll, saying he can return it if needed. Ji Hongyu laughs, saying he misunderstood, because once a gift is given, it won't be reclaimed. Stroking his beard, he assures him he is not that kind of man, and Lin Jiken finally relaxes. Pointing at himself, Lin Jiken asks why he was called back, and Ji Hongyu calmly says there are 2 matters. He raised one finger and brought up the demon sect's scheme, asking for his master's stance. Lin Jiken replied at once, saying the righteous path would unite, and even if his master was in seclusion, support was guaranteed. Satisfied, the emperor moved to the second matter, making Lin Jiken brace himself. His gaze fixed on Lin Jiken as he suddenly asked about marriage, catching him off guard. Then he mentioned his daughter behind him, asking how Lin Jiken felt about her, since they already shared history and a favor. Lin Jiken stiffened, instantly sensing the hidden meaning. Ji Hongyu looked straight at him and calmly said, "Young hero Baolin need not worry. I only ask, are you willing to marry Tong Yin and become the royal consort?" Lin Jiken raised his hand and glanced at Ji Tong Yin beside him. With royal backing and her beauty, few could refuse. But if he rejected it now, angering Ji Hongyu might trap him in the palace. Hearing this, Ji Hongyu stroked his beard and laughed in satisfaction. Lin Jiken cupped his fists and politely declined, saying he was a direct disciple of the sword sect and must seek his master's approval first. In his heart, he just needed a temporary excuse. He added softly that a master is like a father, and such matters require parental consent. Ji Hongyu nodded and agreed to wait until his master left seclusion before discussing it further. He calmly said the Qianlong royal clan had long ties with the Tianyan sword sect, so refusal was unlikely. Lin Jiken promised to pass the message. With that, the emperor left swiftly, saying he had matters to attend to, and asked Tong Yin to escort him out. Lin Jiken and Ji Tong Yin stood side by side, staring at the calm lake. After a while, he broke the silence and called out, "Princess Tong Yin." Ji Tong Yin turned back awkwardly and said, "Young master, I know you may not like me, and I understand." Her cheeks flushed as she said, both of them came from great families and could not freely choose. Lin Jiken thanked her for understanding and said he would discuss it with his master. His expression darkened as he thought it through. If he agreed too fast, the consequences after his master emerged could be severe. She kept looking at the water and gave a soft reply. A system notification popped up. Ji Tongyan's affection toward you increased by 10. Current favorability, 35. Status unlocked. Destined companions. Lin Jikin pondered. At this rate, maxing out the princess's affection was only a matter of time. He glanced at the girl beside him, feeling conflicted. He liked leveraging power, but becoming a royal consort meant losing freedom to the Qianlong clan. Soon after, he bid farewell, saying he must return to its sect to see if his master had left seclusion. Ji Tongyan nodded in surprise. Standing before the palace gates, he took a deep breath, feeling like he had escaped a cage. Suddenly, voices erupted around him. Look, it's Lin Jikin. He has a heaven-grade manual. Don't let him escape. The crowd pointed and shouted. The whole server is hunting him, so he was hiding in the Qianlong palace. Stop him. Kwang Xiaoyun stood in the crowd and laughed. Lin Jikin, this is your end. Today it's not just our Bloodshade Guild. It's the entire server. Lin Jikin crossed his arms and coldly asked, Who do you think you are? The man grinned. Remember the name. Kwang Xiaoyun. Lin Jikin gave a thumbs down in pure disdain. You're nothing. He calmly added 2 more words. Absolute trash. Kwang Xiaoyun exploded in rage, fists blazing as he charged. You're dead. He leapt into the air, flames roaring, and slammed down toward Lin Jikin. In an instant, flames spread out and swallowed the entire area. The crowd gasped, as expected of a top Bloodshade Guild technique. When the smoke cleared, Lin Jikin let out a soft chuckle. Kwang Xiaoyun turned around in shock. What? Lin Jikin stood there relaxed and scoffed. Idiot, didn't you read the rules? This is a safe zone. Players can't attack each other here. Break the rule. He glanced at the red text above Kwang Xiaoyun's head. And you turn red named. Kwang Xiaoyun roared at the crowd. Red name or not, kill him together. The players instantly got fired up. Just as tension peaked, thunder roared across the sky. A majestic voice boomed. Stop. Kwang Xiaoyun froze and quickly looked toward the dark figure behind him. On the other side, Jiang Luoxi raised her weapon and shouted, Whoever dares touch Hero Lin will face the Moonshadow Guild. Lin Jikin looked back at her and gave a subtle signal. Jiang Luoxi paused, realizing he must have planned this. She spread her arms to block the crowd. Wait, don't move yet. Kwang Xiaoyun sneered. Lin Jikin, you're dead today. No one can save you. Lin Jikin stayed calm, arms crossed, eyes cold as the crowd closed in. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through. The pressure shifted, and everyone felt it. Even Jiang Luoxi looked toward the source. A powerful figure stepped forward, each step crushing the air. The man stopped in front of Lin Jikin like an iron wall. Chief Steward Gao cast a chilling glance at the crowd. In seconds, fully armed soldiers appeared and sealed the area. The players panicked. What is happening? What kind of situation is this? Chief Steward Gao turned to Lin Jikin and cupped his hands. Young hero Lin, this old servant arrived late. Please forgive the delay. From behind, Kwang Xiaoyun shouted, You damn eunuch, get lost. Since when do you meddle in this? Gao slowly turned around, his gaze heavy with pressure. Kwang Xiaoyun faltered but forced himself to speak. What are you staring at? I'm talking to you. Gao raised his hand and a strange red glow ignited in his palm. Instantly, the red force grabbed Kwang Xiaoyun by the throat and lifted him into the air. He struggled in panic. Let me go. System alerts flooded in. Blood curse, HP minus 30 for 90 days. Power curse, strength minus 30 for 90 days. Appearance curse, looks minus 30 for 90 days. Fate curse, luck minus 30 for 90 days. Lin Jikin was stunned. Damn, this old man is a curse master? The crowd fell silent, then erupted. This is ridiculous. Since when do NPCs interfere with player fights? Is this a bug? Why is he protecting Lin Jikin? Gao snorted coldly. Fool who doesn't know life from death. Causing chaos in the Qianlong Imperial City only dirties my hands. With a flick of his sleeve, he slammed Kwang Xiaoyun to the ground. Without looking back, he ordered coldly, throw him into Qianlong Heavenly Prison for 30 days. Not 1 day less. Kwang Xiaoyun collapsed as new debuffs appeared. All stats minus 50. 2 soldiers stepped forward and dragged him away. Yes, Chief Steward Gao. After dealing with the leader, Gao swept his eyes over the crowd. And the rest of you blind fools. He waved his arm decisively. Throw them all into Heavenly Prison for 3 days. The players exploded in anger. On what grounds? We didn't even attack him. This is abuse of power. Well, report this to Nuwa. Does Princess Tanya know about this? Gao clasped his hands toward the sky and declared, You dare mention Her Highness? Let me make this clear. In the Imperial City, anyone who draws a weapon goes to Heavenly Prison. Light offense 1 day. Severe offense 3 days. One player pointed at him and shouted, On what grounds are you locking us up for 3 days? Lin Jikin provoked us first. Why not arrest him? Chief Steward Gao frowned and roared with pressure. Fool, the man you surrounded is an honored guest, personally favored by Her Highness. He pointed coldly at them. 3 days is already mercy. Make another sound and ill report to the princess. Then we'll see how she handles your lives. Even as soldiers restrained them, the players kept cursing. No wonder Lin Jikin didn't fight back. It was a trap. 3 days in jail is brutal. But fine, he can't hide in the city forever. After calming the chaos, Gao turned respectful. Young hero Lin, please. Lin Jikin cupped his fists. Thank you, Chief Steward Gao. Jiang Luoshi hurried over. Lin, you saw that? He looked at her and said, good thing you listened. If you attacked, it'd be worse. She let out a breath. Luckily, you warned me with that signal. Lin Jikan clasped his hands. Miss Jiang is truly righteous. I'll remember this. If Moonshadow needs anything, just say the word. She waved it off and asked, so what's next? Hiding in the city? He looked into the distance. The city is safe but passive. These 7 days are both danger and opportunity. I'll head to the Demon Beast Forest. Complex terrain, easy to hide. Jiang Luoshi smiled confidently. If you're ever in danger, come to us anytime. Her tone was firm. Moonshadow Guild will stand behind you. With that, Lin Jikan walked off calmly toward the deep forest. Steady and composed, he rode his flying sword into the night, heading for the Demon Beast Forest. A system alert popped up. Last known location, Qianlong Palace Gate. Next reveal in 36 minutes 58 seconds. Lin Jikan quickly calculated. Most hunters were likely detained by the royal clan. In a blink, he appeared beside a giant ancient tree deep in the forest. He landed lightly on a thin branch without a sound. At once, he summoned the Iron Eater beast, excitedly telling the little bear to get to work. This forest would be their hunting ground and safe haven. Watching it dash off, he shouted, find treasures, bring something good and I'll reward you with a feast. A faint smile curved his lips. He needed another spirit beast to compensate Nanggong Lao for taking this bear. But more importantly, controlling rare pet supply meant massive profit. Suddenly, he looked up as a massive shadow swept across the sky. His expression shifted. It was a scarlet-eyed horned eagle. Noticing the red snake in its claws, he guessed it was returning to its nest. Following it might lead to something valuable. Without hesitation, he leapt up and tailed the eagle. After a short distance, he stopped and hid, observing carefully. His eyes widened in excitement. Found it. The scarlet-eyed horned eagle flew straight into its nest with the snake. Lin Jikan rushed forward, thinking fast. A foundation stage bird wasn't worth selling, but raising it into a mount? That's rare. Sensing an intruder, the eagle's eyes turned blood red and locked onto him. It screeched and launched a fierce attack. He casually blocked, barely taking damage. Just a foundation beast, not worth worrying about. When he saw 3 newly hatched chicks, his gaze sharpened. Their potential was impressive. Seeing his eyes on her young, the eagle became even more alert. Lin Jikan picked up one chick with a friendly smile. Big sister eagle, relax. Follow me and you'll have endless spirit beast meat and a luxurious spirit garden. When they grow up, I'll find them a mighty master, 100 times better than staying here. The moment he finished tempting her, he grabbed the other 2 chicks and the egg, turned around, and even told big sister eagle to keep laying more. Under the stunned gaze of the mother eagle, he vanished fast, promising to return for more business. Once out of sight, he stored all the chicks and the egg into his storage bag. He handled them like priceless treasure, sealing the bag carefully. After hiding it inside his robe, he decided to check how the little bear was doing. Suddenly, he spun around when a flash of purple light flickered in the distance. In front of the Iron Eater beast stood a terrifying white tiger. System display, Thunder Patter Silver Moon Tiger, Mid-Golden Core, HP 30,850 out of 32,000, Attack 310, Defense 290, Speed 300. He instantly hid behind a massive tree and observed. Mid-Golden Core, this one was dangerous. When the Silver Moon Tiger lunged to bite, he realized the bear's tough body barely held up. Any other beast would be done. Without hesitation, Lin Jikan slashed out Frost Moonstrike and rushed in. The blade hit clean, dealing over 4,675 damage. Blue light burst out, freezing the tiger with a debuff. Movement speed reduced by 30%. Frozen solid for 3 seconds. He shouted, "Little bear, fall back." Seizing the chance, he pressed forward and struck again. Damage numbers kept popping up. Every weak point hit shaved off more than 2,915 HP. He tightened his grip, preparing the finishing blow. Suddenly, the Silver Moon Tiger's eyes glowed purple. It swung its claws in a powerful counterattack. The impact forced Lin Jikan back several steps. Before he steadied himself, another Silver Moon Tiger appeared behind him, roaring through the forest. He froze when he noticed the newcomer was pregnant. It was a pair. The new tiger faced him and growled in warning. The Iron Eater beast tried to charge, but Lin Jikan stopped it. "Little bear, back off. Don't touch it." His move made both tigers hesitate, now watching him carefully. He raised his hand calmly. "Brother tiger, sister tiger, relax. Let's talk. Honestly, I could send you both on your way, but I'm a reasonable man." He pointed at the female's belly. "When your cubs are born, can you give me one? Don't worry, I won't take it for free." The 2 tigers instantly tensed, growling with sharp hostility. Sensing the tension spike, Lin Jikan waved quickly. "Hey, don't get worked up. Hear me out." He raised one finger and began pitching. "Ever heard of Elder Tianyuan? He oversees Spirit Beast Mountain at our Tianyan Sword Sect. Endless spirit herbs, spirit springs, top cultivation grounds." He continued, "With the Elder's guidance, your cub could transform into a great demon one day and return in glory." Under his non-stop persuasion, the Silver Moon Tigers slowly fell silent, clearly wavering. 7 days later, at Spirit Beast Mountain, Nanggong Yuan was sweeping the courtyard. He moved slowly and calmly, unhurried. Just then, Lin Jiken walked over cheerfully. "Hello, Elder Tianyuan. How have you been?" Nangang Yuan frowned. "You slick-tongued brat again." He waved him off. "Get lost. Spirit Beast Mountain doesn't welcome you. Every time I see you, I remember my poor Iron Eater Beast." Lin Jiken held up a silver moon tiger cub with both hands. "Elder, please calm down. Look at this. I nearly died under a golden core beast to bring you this gift. A rare thunder patter silver moon cub." Nangang Yuan's eyes widened. "What?" He rushed over and snatched the cub, examining it closely. "A real thunder pattern silver moon tiger?" His face lit up with a grin. "Well done, brat. At least you know how to bring back something valuable." Lin Jiken looked around and asked, "By the way, where is senior sister Nangang? I don't see her." Still focused on the cub, Nangang Yuan replied casually, "She went on a mission. You're lucky you weren't at the sect these days. Otherwise, you'd be sent too." Lin Jiken pressed, "What mission? Where did she go?" Nangang Yuan answered shortly, "Demon Seal Land. The seal there is unstable." Lin Jiken's heart sank. In his past life, that incident was a demon sect trap. He spoke urgently. "Elder Tianyuan, I attended the Qianlong Emperor's banquet. I heard this disturbance might be orchestrated by the demon sect." Nangang Yuan's joy faded. "Are you certain?" Lin Jiken nodded firmly. "The demon sect has infiltrated the 4 provinces. They plan to join forces with the demons in Demon Seal Land. The disciples sent there are in danger." Nangang Yuan's face darkened. "If that's true, Yuir is in trouble." He put down the cub and said gently, "Stay here. I'll return soon." Lin Jiken added, "I'm going too." "Elder, should we call reinforcements?" Nangang Yuan shook his head. "There's no solid proof. What if this is a diversion? If the sword sect weakens its guard, we fall into their trap." Lin Jiken formed a seal. Golden light flared around him. "Then I'll go with you first." A massive eagle appeared, wings spread wide. Meanwhile, at Demon Seal Land, masked demon sect members faced the righteous disciples and sneered. "Just a bunch of sword sect juniors think they can stop us?" They raised their weapons and charged at the Tianyan sword sect formation. A disciple shouted in panic, "Senior brother, think of something. We'll be wiped out." On the other side, a sword flashed, cutting down a demon sect member. Chu Tianhan frowned and looked over. He turned back and asked, "Junior sister Nangang, are you all right?" Nangang Yue replied, "I'm fine, senior brother. Go help the others." Chu Tianhan stayed in front of her. "I will protect everyone, but I can't risk you getting hurt." Nangang Yue frowned inwardly. He talks about righteousness, yet puts himself first. If it were Lin Shidi, this wouldn't happen. Suddenly, black mist surged with eerie laughter. From the darkness, Luo Muxian stepped out. "Well, isn't this the great genius Chu of Tianyan Sword Sect?" The Tianyan disciples all looked up. Chu Tianhan's face changed. "Nether Soul Hall, Luo Muxian." She smiled lightly. "You still remember me. Seems our fight 5 years ago left an impression." She pointed down mockingly. "Has Tianyan declined so much? Besides Chu Tianhan, is there no one else worth facing me?" Nangang Yue clenched her teeth but stayed silent. Purple aura spread around Luo Muxian as she sneered. "Judging by your face, you don't dare fight me. Why not surrender?" Sweat formed on Chu Tianhan's forehead. 5 years ago, they were equal at Golden Core. Now she had stepped into Spirit Core. He lifted his gaze past her. Several black-robed figures stood behind her, their auras deep and unfathomable. Anger flared. Nangang Yue charged forward, sword raised. "Demon Witch, don't be arrogant." Chu Tianhan shouted, "Junior sister, stop! You're not her match." Ignoring him, she rushed in. Luo Muxian watched the incoming blade with a faint smile. "Not bad talent. Given time, you might interest me. But right now, you're too weak." She raised 2 fingers, gently deflected the sword and said, "So I'll send you off first." Nangang Yue froze, shocked that her attack was neutralized so easily. Luo Muxian flicked her wrist, and a black ribbon shot straight at her abdomen. The strike sent her flying back as blood spilled from her mouth. Chu Tianhan shouted in panic, "Junior sister." Blue light flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Luo Muxian." He charged forward, yelling that if she wanted death, he would grant it. His sword rose high and slashed down with full force. The blade was instantly wrapped by the black ribbon, and she sneered, saying he had abandoned the old for the new, reminding him how he once fell for her illusion and would have surrendered long ago without his master's artifact. As she finished, she waved her hand and blasted him away, laughing coldly. "Demness, I will kill you," Chu Tianhan swore. The disciples below exchanged uneasy looks, doubts about their senior brother's past rising in their minds. Chu Tianhan roared, demanding why they were still standing there, and ordered them to attack. Luo Muxian also gave the command, "Kill them all and leave no one alive." Her subordinates rushed forward at once. The Tianyan sword sect disciples quickly fell into a disadvantage and were pushed back. One man in black noticed Nangang Yue lying motionless on the ground. Without hesitation, he raised his blade to finish her off. Suddenly, a streak of sword light flashed in and blocked the fatal strike. He looked up to see several figures riding a giant eagle, diving toward them. It was Lin Jichen and his group. Seeing his precious granddaughter badly injured, Nangang Yuan exploded in rage, roaring that the demonic cult dared to touch his Tianyan disciples. The moment he saw Lin Ji Chen, relief filled his face as he called out, "Little junior brother, thank goodness you're here." His favorability toward Lin Ji Chen increased by 5 points. Nangong Yuan shot forward like lightning and roared for the demonic fiend to die, his thunder-charged palm piercing straight through the enemy's chest. The terrifying force shattered the defense and punched a hole through the cultist's torso. The man collapsed, blood pouring non-stop. Nangong Yuan quickly lifted Nangong Yue and asked anxiously if she was all right, and she weakly opened her eyes and called, "Grandpa." He hurriedly fed her a pill and told her not to speak and swallow it first. Then he circulated his spiritual power to stabilize her injuries. His face stayed tense as he kept checking on her, and she only groaned softly in pain. On the other side, blue light erupted as screams rang out one after another. Lin Ji Chen stood in the dust with sword in hand, cold eyes scanning the battlefield. The moment she saw him, Nangong Yue called out, "Little junior brother." Behind her, Nangong Yuan clenched his fists, feeling a complicated emotion as she seemed to care only about him and not even thank the one who saved her. Nangong Yue worriedly scolded him that the demonic aura here was thick and dangerous, and he should not have come. But Lin Ji Chen replied firmly that precisely because it was dangerous, he had to come and could not let her face it alone. His expression hardened as he declared that today either he would die or they would leave together, and those demonic cultivators would not touch his senior sister. Hearing that, Nangong Yue blushed slightly and muttered, "Foolish junior brother." Suddenly, he lifted his head as he sensed movement above. A group of black-clad figures descended from the sky with full force. Without thinking, Lin Ji Chen pulled her close and leapt away, shouting for her to be careful. Nangong Yue gripped her sword and said firmly to leave these trash to her. She dashed through the crowd, steel flashing as the enemies cried out, unable to react to her speed. Watching from the side, Lin Ji Chen thought that during his absence, his junior sister had clearly grown much stronger. Just then, behind Yu Ying, a black-clad assassin quietly raised his sword for a sneak attack. Lin Ji Chen reacted instantly, shifting aside just enough to avoid the deadly slash. His wrist turned, and his blade followed the wind straight forward. The strike pierced through the enemy's chest without hesitation. He swung his arm and unleashed Moonslash, sweeping across the black-clad group. Suddenly, another enemy rushed out, throwing flying daggers straight at Lin Ji Chen. Nangong Yue immediately turned back. She knocked down 2 daggers and warned him to be careful of hidden weapons. The two stood back to back as she said she would cover behind him, and Lin Ji Chen replied with thanks. On the stone monument, purple and blue lights clashed violently again and again. Luo Muqian stepped back and mocked that senior brother Chu's attack speed seemed unusually rushed today, and asked what he was so anxious about. Luo Muqian locked her eyes on Chu Tianhan and smirked, saying the girl he loved did not even care about him. Her gaze dropped below as she tilted her chin and told him to look for himself. Staring at the two below, she mocked that Nangong Yue was clinging to that newly joined junior brother like lovers fighting side by side. Those words ignited Chu Tianhan, and he slashed out with killing intent, telling her to shut her filthy mouth. Facing the fierce assault, Luo Muqian quickly retreated. The moment she pulled back, Chu Tianhan pressed forward, shouting that she could not escape. His teeth clenched as his eyes shifted toward Lin Ji Chen, irritation rising. Still furious, he unleashed a vicious move, but she dodged easily, and he muttered that the old rumors were true. His jaw tightened as curses toward Lin Ji Chen kept flooding his mind. Staring at Lin Ji Chen's back, his pride burned, questioning how he, the senior brother of Tian Yan's sword sect, could possibly lose to him. Darkness surged inside him as the question echoed, "Why did you steal my junior sister, Lin Ji Chen?" Unable to bear it, he clutched his head and screamed Lin Ji Chen's name to the sky. Seeing his state, Luo Muqian smiled slyly and whispered that his inner demon had awakened. Seizing the chance, she struck with full force straight at his chest. At the same time, a violent purple light descended from above. Chu Tianhan saw a golden mark light up on his chest and gasped that it was the legendary soul-seizing ghost seal. He lifted his head, voice breaking as he tried to speak. Luo Muqian leaned close and whispered that Lin Ji Chen was taking everything from him, his glory, and even the gaze of the woman he loved. His breathing turned heavy as her voice kept provoking him, asking if he felt anger and jealousy. His eyes slowly turned pitch black as the voice urged him to kill Lin Ji Chen, wash away his shame with blood, and reclaim Yue, and his consciousness was completely swallowed. Elsewhere, Lin Ji Chen swung his sword and drove the cold blade into an enemy's chest. The black-clad man spat blood and groaned in pain. Suddenly, a streak of golden light shot in and pierced through Lin Ji Chen's body. He looked up in shock and shouted, "What the hell was that?" He instantly activated thunder armor, lightning forming a protective layer around him. But the golden light pierced through it effortlessly, breaking his defense like paper. The energy blasted into his body, tearing a hole through him and dropping over 1,000 HP in an instant. A golden sword slammed into a nearby rock and trembled violently. Lin Ji-chen staggered, body bending slightly as blood dripped to the ground. Gritting through the pain, he covered the wound and roared, "Who did that?" When he saw the figure floating in the air, he growled, "Chu Tianhan, have you lost your mind?" Nan Gongyue panicked and shouted for her senior brother to stop. But Chu Tianhan's eyes were fully consumed by darkness as he slowly raised his hand. The golden sword embedded in the stone trembled, then flew back into his grasp. He gripped the hilt tightly and raised it overhead, a chilling aura spreading from his body. With all his strength, Chu Tianhan brought the blade down, screaming uncontrollably for everyone to die. Lin Ji-chen raised his arm to block and demanded why Chu Tianhan was targeting him when they had no grudge. In another corner, cracking sounds echoed as the stone monument began to fracture. Thick, dark purple demonic energy poured out from the widening cracks. The aura spread rapidly, covering the monument and shattering the surrounding seals. Nan Gongyue looked up, her face changing as she realized the seal was failing. Zhen Zhen stared at the massive crack in the center, her voice trembling as she said it was broken. At the same time, the ground shook violently, and huge fissures spread outward. Nan Gongyuan formed hand seals and ordered all sword sect disciples to retreat immediately and return to the sect without fighting further. The disciples panicked, shouting for everyone to run. Amid the chaos, Luo Muqian remained still, coldly watching the black smoke spread. She brushed her hair back and laughed, telling Nan Gongyuan that the 1,000-year seal had finally collapsed, the righteous path was ending, and today she would spare his life. She half closed her eyes and dragged her voice, saying next time they met, she would take his head. With that, her body dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Nan Gongyuan looked up and roared for the demoness not to run. Nan Gongyue urgently pointed toward Chu Tianhan, saying he had betrayed them and harmed his fellow disciples and must be restrained. Over there, Chu Tianhan kept swinging his sword, repeating for everyone to die. Nan Gongyuan's eyes stopped at the mark on his chest. He frowned slightly and understood at once. It was the soul-seizing ghost seal. Nan Gongyuan quickly moved in from behind. He struck a palm straight into Chu Tianhan's back. The evil intent was blasted out of his body, and he instantly regained clarity. Chu Tianhan turned around in confusion, asking what he had been doing and what had happened. Nan Gongyuan pulled him away, saying they could not stay here any longer. The moment they left, the ground behind them exploded, dust and smoke rising everywhere. Inside the main hall, Nan Gongyue urged Lin Ji-chen to take another recovery pill, cursing Luo Muqian for forcing their senior brother to attack him, but he sat on the ground and said he only needed a short rest. Lin Ji-chen glanced back and said Chu Tianhan had only lost control because he was ambushed. His gaze lingered as he thought that, with peak golden core cultivation, it should not have been so easy for someone of equal level to plant that seal. Seeing Chu Tianhan's lips twitch, he thought that excuse might not be so simple, since the killing intent toward him felt even stronger than the demonic cultivators, and he needed to grow stronger fast. Chu Tianhan then knelt to admit guilt, saying he was careless, got sealed by the demonic cult, almost caused disaster, and even injured junior brother Lin. He raised his head and said he was willing to accept any punishment. Elder Tian Jian spoke sternly, saying as senior brother his negligence was unacceptable, but since he was plotted against, there was some reason behind it. The elder ordered him to face the wall at Reflection Cliff for 10 days, and Chu Tianhan bowed and accepted. He frowned slightly, his heart turning cold, that even then he had failed to kill Lin Ji-chen with one strike. Nan Gongyue protested that the punishment was too light, since Lin Ji-chen nearly died, while Chu Tianhan only faced 10 days of reflection. Lin Ji-chen gently tugged her sleeve and told her to stop. Holding his wound, he said he believed senior brother had no ill intent, and that Luo Muqian as the demonic saintess was too cunning for anyone to guard against. He added that maybe senior brother misunderstood him, but he believed Chu Tianhan was upright and would not harm others for selfish reasons or use demonic hands to do it. As he finished, he coughed softly and lowered his head, and Nan Gongyue quickly supported him. The other elders remained silent. Watching that scene, Chu Tianhan trembled inside, thinking Lin Ji-chen was pretending to win people's sympathy. At that moment, everyone saw Lung Fei Yan appear at the entrance. The sect master had arrived. She slowly walked into the hall. All eyes turned to her in shock, wondering why she had left seclusion. A faint purple light surrounded her. Lung Fei Yan turned her gaze toward Lin Ji-chen. She stepped closer and asked if he was that badly injured, and he covered his mouth, saying he was fine and had only worried her. A chilling aura spread from Lung Fei Yan as she stared at Chu Tianhan and asked if he claimed he lost control because of the demonic soul-seizing seal. Her eyes sharpened as she asked whether it was jealousy in his heart that made him accept the seal to justify attacking her disciple. Chu Tianhan was shaken, panic flashing across his face. He quickly knelt and swore he was innocent, claiming the demoness's methods were too strange, and he had only been careless. Lung Fei Yan lifted a small fruit and said she had obtained it not long ago, and today it would be useful. She looked straight at him and said if he had nothing to hide, he should eat it so she could question him thoroughly. Chu Tianhan's body trembled slightly as he stared at the fruit in hesitation. Yuan Kangjian stepped forward and pleaded that Tianhan was raised by him and had always been upright, asking the sectmaster to reconsider. Lung Fei Yan coldly rebuked him, asking if he would still call it trivial if his own direct disciple had been gravely injured, saying she only wanted the truth. Yuan Kangjian lowered his head and accepted. She fixed her stern gaze on Chu Tianhan and asked once more, would he eat it or not? He clenched his teeth, eyes still fixed on the small fruit. After a long struggle, he finally swallowed it. His body arched back as a scream burst from his mouth. Words poured out uncontrollably as he confessed that he grew jealous, seeing Nan Gongyue close to Lin Ji Chen, did not resist Luo Mu Qian's spell with full strength, accepted the soul seizing seal, and used the chaos to try killing him. He admitted that if it worked, he would blame the demonic cultivators and remove the thorn in his side, but sadly Lin Ji Chen survived. Shocked gasps filled the hall, as no one could believe their senior brother was like this, and Nan Gongyuan could only sigh. Heavy pressure radiated from Lung Fei Yan as she condemned him for indulging evil thoughts for personal desire, harming a fellow disciple, and trying to frame others, asking if this was how Elder Tianjian taught his disciple. She turned and asked how such a person should be dealt with. Yuan Kangjian hesitated, struggling to answer. After a moment, Chu Tianhan broke free from the effect, breathing rapidly. He froze as despair sank in, knowing he was finished. In the end, Lung Feiyan took out a bottle and said it was Nintern Jade Dew pill, excellent for internal injuries, and told Lin Ji Chen to take it. She looked at him and assured him that with her here, no one could bully him, and he thanked her and said he understood. She smiled faintly, turned to leave, and told him to rest. Lin Ji Chen gripped the bottle tightly, watching her figure disappear. Just then, he noticed the system interface pop up. A notification appeared saying Gu Qiushui had sent a friend request and asked for confirmation. Her image appeared on screen as she called out, Xiao Chen. Lin Ji Chen asked in surprise when she entered 8 Desolations. Gu Qiushui glanced around nervously and said she got a recommendation letter from Xuanyi sect, but some players kept forcing her to add them as friends, killing her repeatedly and blocking her from leaving the village. Hearing that, he urgently told her to send her location, and he would come immediately. 3 players surrounded her and mocked that she was stubborn, saying she had died so many times already and should just add them and grind together. She lowered her head, lips pressed tight, knowing that adding friends allowed physical interaction in the game, and their intentions were obvious. Suddenly, a streak of white light flashed across the sky. One player looked up and shouted that someone was flying toward the village. When they saw Lin Ji Chen standing on a flying sword, they were stunned, wondering if he was an NPC and why such a high-level sword cultivator came to the beginner village. He landed right in front of Gu Qiushui. The crowd buzzed, shocked that such a top player stood before them. He turned and asked if she was all right, and she wiped her sweat and said he finally came. The onlookers were even more surprised, realizing they knew each other. Lin Ji Chen glanced coldly at the 3 men. With a simple wave, he blasted all 3 flying. They lay on the ground screaming, not wanting to die again. Moments later, their player avatars vanished, leaving only faint light behind. Lin Ji Chen reassured her that it was over and told her to follow him to Xuanyi sect, saying if anyone bothered her again, just call him. Gu Qiushui's eyes lit up with relief as she nodded. Soon the 2 stood on the flying sword and shot into the vast sky. Looking down, she felt nervous and asked him to fly slower, and he told her not to worry and just hold on to him. She wrapped her arms around him and blamed herself for being weak, but Lin Ji Chen told her not to speak like that, saying she just started playing and could not fight alone, and he would guide her step by step to become a top healer in 8 Desolations. Not long after, they landed outside Xuanyi sect. People nearby stared and whispered that he looked familiar, realizing he was Lin Ji Chen from Muxian province, the top expert, and wondering if the girl beside him was his girlfriend. Gu Qiushui quickly waved her hands and said she was his sister, not his lover, which only made the crowd tease her more. A voice called out to Lin Ji Chen from behind. Feng Qingju approached with a bright smile and greeted him warmly. He smiled back and greeted Feng Qingju, and she looked at Gu Qiushui and asked who she was. Lin Ji Chen introduced her as his sister Gu Qiushui, a new player he brought to Xuanyi sect, hoping she could be taken care of, and Feng Qingju nodded in understanding. She instructed someone to bring Sister Gu to meet her master and say she personally recommended her, and a voice answered in acknowledgement. The crowd quickly escorted Gu Qiushui away, calling her Sister Gu, and she nervously called out to Lin Ji Chen, who told her to focus on cultivating and he would visit soon. Feng Qingju watched her leave and remarked that she did not expect Sister Gu to have such potential. Lin Ji Chen scratched his head and asked where Feng Qingju was going, and she said she was heading out on a mission and asked if he wanted to join. After a brief thought, she said it was a mission to eliminate a pill demon. Lin Ji-chen reacted instantly, saying pill demons were great targets since they carried rare pills and valuable loot. Memories flashed in his mind of hunting countless pill demons to raise his alchemy level. He asked if they needed feng shui arts to locate one, and Fang Qingju nodded and told him to follow her. A glowing golden 8 trigrams formation appeared on the ground. The two of them stepped into it. Lin Ji-chen looked at his hand and felt the strange shift in space, realizing this feng shui technique felt different from normal teleportation. Fang Qingju stared at a cave ahead and said they found it inside. Inside the cave, arms stretched out from iron cages as captives begged the immortal masters to spare them and let them return to their families. The man holding a staff shouted that being used for pill refinement was their honor and told them to stop whining about family. Suddenly he paused, confusion flashing across his face. He looked up and sensed a powerful green sword aura above, his expression turning grim. A sword strike crashed down onto where he had just been standing. He quickly retreated near the cages, scanning the surroundings cautiously. He stared forward and let out a doubtful sound. He demanded to know who was there. Lin Ji-chen raised his sword and dove down, shouting for him to die. The blade slammed down fiercely as he said it did not matter who he was, and Cui Ping hurried to block. The system displayed the target, Pill Demon Cui Ping from Xuanyi Sect, late Golden Core realm, along with his stats. Cui Ping counterattacked and forced Lin Ji-chen back. Lin Ji-chen studied him calmly and judged that his strength was manageable and he could handle him alone. He pointed toward the prison and told Fang Qingju to save the captives first, since their safety mattered more. With a faint smile, he said the pill demon could be left to him. He immediately unleashed repeated critical strikes, pressing the attack non-stop. Forced back again and again, Cui Ping fell into a disadvantage, roaring in fury. On the other side, Fang Qingju shattered the cages and called out that everyone was safe and should follow her out. The villagers looked at her with gratitude, trembling as they thanked the fairy for saving them. They rushed toward the exit in panic, pushing to escape, and Fang Qingju glanced back at the man risking himself for strangers. Seeing Lin Ji-chen still fighting with full force, she felt deep admiration and thought he was truly someone worthy of trust. At the same time, Lin Ji-chen aimed his sword at Cui Ping and coldly declared it was over. A sharp sword aura tore through the air with terrifying force. Cui Ping screamed and collapsed to the ground. A bright flash erupted as his body disintegrated and vanished completely. Watching that, Lin Ji-chen wiped his sweat and said the trip was worth it. As he brushed away the dust, the system notified him he obtained a profound-grade fire poison pill recipe that could coat weapons and inflict fire poison damage. The effect drained 200 HP per second, reduced healing by 30%, lasted 10 seconds, and did not stack. Holding the recipe tightly, he realized it was extremely valuable since it boosted damage and countered regeneration and would sell for a high price. His eyes shifted to the nearby furnace as the system announced the Earth grade, Ling Long Phoenix Pattern Furnace, boosting alchemy efficiency by 30%, success rate by 15%, improving quality, and adding 1 extra pill per batch, and he thought lending it out would also be profitable. From afar, Fang Qingju called out that she had released everyone above. Lin Ji-chen nodded and thanked her for the hard work. She frowned slightly and said she never expected a fellow disciple to fall that far, thanking him for acting decisively, because alone, she might have hesitated out of old ties. He steps closer and gently pats her shoulder, telling her not to overthink it. Unstable cultivators lose control everywhere. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoes from deep inside. "Help! What is this thing?" Both of them tense up and rush toward the source without hesitation. The system reveals the enemy, Yinsha Evil Spirit, Early Golden Core, 45,000 HP, 385 attack, 360 defense, 400 speed, while civilians trapped in its grip scream for help. In seconds, they are grabbed and thrown straight into its mouth, their desperate cries fading into silence. Fang Qingju's face turns pale as she recognizes it, a Yinsha Evil Spirit that should have been sealed in the demon-locking land, now appearing in Xuanyi Sect territory. She turns to him and says, "Lin Daoyu, we split up and deal with it," and Lin Jiken nods, his expression turning cold. He lifts his head and locks his gaze onto the monster, sharp as a blade. A surge of blue sword energy bursts out and shoots straight into the creature's grotesque mouth. Lin Jiken strikes decisively and splits its body in half in a single move. But right after that, his expression shifts in shock. The Yinsha Evil Spirit opens its mouth wide and lets out a chilling roar. The severed body quickly fuses back together, then morphs into multiple human-like forms. Fang Qingju sees this and gasps in horror. What is that? In an instant, countless Yinsha evil spirits surround them, sealing Lin Jiken and Fang Qingju in the center. Qingju's eyes dart around in panic, while Lin Jiken quickly calculates that exhaustion is only a matter of time. Lin Jiken suddenly turns and shouts for Qingju to leave immediately while he holds them off. The sudden proposal leaves her frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. Fang Qingju clenches her jaw and firmly refuses. If they leave together. The system activates Qingming shield technique. Stamina up 5% for 30 seconds. Resistance up 5%. Lin Jiken closes his eyes and activates a mind art skill, boosting all combat stats by 30 points for 30 seconds. Blue light flares around him as he uses Nightingale Escape, greatly enhancing his movement. The monsters charge at once. The system labels them Yin Sha Demon Clones. Boss rank, Early Spirit Gathering, 70,000 HP, 550 attack, 525 defense, 540 speed, 150 crit, 100 heart guard. Lin Jiken raises his sword. Aura surging good, come at me. He unleashes Frost Moon Slash, but the system coldly reports no targets were affected. Lin Jiken realizes the enemy exists between reality and illusion, making the battle far more complicated. Sensing something off, he instantly leaps into the air. From above, he slams down with full force, deciding to change tactics. His blade sweeps out, dragging a blazing phoenix shadow behind it. The Yin Sha clones simply shift slightly and dodge the powerful strike with ease. Lin Jiken holds his descending stance, body unmoving as if waiting. The monsters extend their claws at once and strike straight at him. Fang Qingju panics and screams out Lin Daoxiao's name. Clutching his chest, Lin Jiken shouts for her to trust him and leave now, even threatening to cut all ties if she stays. Hearing that, she stands frozen, unable to move as tears stream down her face. The young man raises a purple glowing demon core high, deliberately baiting the monsters with it. He waves it again as the purple light intensifies, acting like he is auctioning it to whoever can grab it first. As the Yinsha demons take the bait and chase him, he looks back and yells for Fang Qingju to run. She squeezes her eyes shut, hot tears rolling down her cheeks. In the distance, Lin Jiken drags the entire horde away while barely holding on. A faint smile appears on his lips. Everything is going according to plan. For now, he just needs to lure them away. After running for a while, he finally looks back. He stops abruptly and swings his sword to counterattack, but the target dodges with ease. An eerie green flash flickers as the Yinsha demons keep closing in. One of them throws a heavy punch and sends Lin Jiken flying. His HP drops hard, 222 damage pops up, and he grits his teeth in frustration. The demons stretch out their massive claws and grab at him again. Lin Jiken raises his sword to defend, eyes scanning the swarm. He unleashes multiple slashes while watching the system alerts. Even so, he keeps getting hit over and over. The screen turns red, HP below 20%, danger warning flashing, and he realizes he might not last. Lin Jiken leaps up, gripping his sword tight, shouting that he will gamble everything. The next second, he pours all his strength into a downward strike. At the same time, the Yinsha demons launch their attacks at him. Blood bursts from his mouth, critical hit triggered, HP falls below 10%. His sword slips from his hand and stabs deep into the frozen ground. He grabs the hilt to steady himself, head lowered, breathing heavy. Lin Jiken opens his mouth slightly, eyes drifting toward the abyss below. He looks into the distance, thinking this might be the end of a mission that went terribly wrong. Forcing his head up, he faces the charging demons when a green light suddenly engulfs his body. He stares at it in shock and instantly realizes it is a healing spell. His eyes widen as the system announces full HP and mana restored. The Yin Sha demons seem to sense the pressure and all look up at once. From the sky above, a slender white hand slowly appears. The hand gently closes, and the entire swarm is crushed like insects. Lin Jiken looks toward the blinding light and raises his hand to shield his eyes. He freezes, staring at the glowing figure without blinking. Yun Lanyi, sect master of Xuanyi sect, steps out of the void, her face half hidden behind a thin veil. Lin Jiken cannot hide his shock as she stops right in front of him. He quickly bows and says, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Yun Lanyi glances back and calmly says Qingju told her he once saved her, so this evens the debt. Lin Jiken is stunned by how effortlessly she used such a grand healing art and realizes her strength is on another level. She turns slightly and introduces herself as Yun Lanyi, the current head of Xuanyi sect. Hearing that, Lin Jiken is shaken, realizing she is a future top powerhouse equal to his own master. He bows again and says he is Lin Jiken, disciple of Tianyin Sword Sect, paying respects to Sect Master Yun. Yun Lanyi frowns and asks which master he follows. He answers respectfully that his master is Lung Feiyan. The moment that name is spoken, Yun Lanyi's eyes turn icy. She says coldly that since he saved Qingju and she saved him, they are now even. With a flick of her sleeve, she declares that Xuanyi sect does not welcome him and forbids him from approaching Fang Qingju. A wave of spiritual pressure slams down before him as she warns that disobedience will not be forgiven. Lin Jiken tries to speak, but she is already gone, leaving him wondering if she and Lung Feiyan share old grudges. With no choice, he quietly leaves and walks down the mountain alone. Two female disciples block the gate and coldly repeat the order that Xuanyi sect will not receive him. Seeing the drastic change in attitude, he sighs, realizing he has been blacklisted. Just as he turns to leave, a hurried voice calls out from behind, "Xiao Chen, wait." He turns around, Sister Qiu Shui, and she runs over worried, saying Fang Shiji told her he angered Yun Zongju and wants to help plead for him. Lin Jikan closes his eyes and sighs, saying he did nothing wrong and was only dragged into whatever grudge Yun Lanyi has with Lung Feiyan. He glances at the cloud-covered peak and mutters that being the disciple caught in the middle is just unfair. Qiu Shui covers her mouth and laughs, saying it sounds like drama, then offers to ask her master, but he quickly stops her. Lin Jikan suddenly pauses and asks if her master means she has already become Yun Lanyi's disciple. She nods and says Yun Lanyi treats her well. She just does not understand why Lin Jikan is treated coldly. He spreads his hands helplessly, saying before Leng Feiyan's name came up, things were actually going smoothly. Qiu Shui immediately twists his ear and scolds him for overthinking about NPCs, and he yells that he was only joking about keeping good relations for quests. She turns away and says if it does not work out she can even quit the game, since it is just a game anyway. Lin Jikan holds his forehead and begs her not to waste such a rare chance to be a direct disciple of a sect master. He tells her to focus on learning well from Yun Zongju, because he might need her protection one day. Then Qiu Shui hands him a jade bottle, saying Fang Shiji asked her to deliver it. He takes it and tells her to stay in Xuanyi sect and build a solid relationship with Yun Lanyi before leaving. The next morning at Spirit Beast Mountain, Lin Jikan walks up the endless stone steps. Holding the jade bottle, he smiles slightly while calculating his recent gains. At the summit, Nangang Yuan stands with hands behind his back and calls out, "Kid, what brings you here again?" Lin Jikan replies awkwardly, "Elder Tianyuan, you are here too?" Nangang Yuan snorts that this is his territory and tells him to follow because he has something for him. Lin Jikan follows him into the bamboo forest and asks if there are further instructions. After walking a while, Nangang Yuan mentions the sword sect's recent losses and credits Lin Jikan for preventing worse damage. He turns and says the elders decided to reward him after their meeting. Lin Jikan blinks and repeats, "A reward?" Nangang Yuan tosses him a token and a scroll, telling him not to grow arrogant and to keep working hard. It is 10,000 contribution points, and an Earth-grade skill, mountain-splitting sea-severing sword, a massive AoE attack with crowd control. Nangang Yuan covers his mouth lightly and says it is late and Yuir has already rested. Lin Jikan bows and says he will visit Xiao Shiji another day. Nangang Yuan watches his figure disappear. Stroking his beard, he quietly wonders if Lin Jikan and Yuir are truly suitable for each other. Night falls inside the small courtyard. Lin Jikan opens the body-tempering pill bottle. He tilts his head back and swallows it in one go. Blue spiritual energy spreads instantly, and light flashes around him. The system announces a breakthrough to mid-crystal core stage, all stats rising sharply with bonus-free points. He watches the notification carefully, confirming the new realm. Lin Jikan immediately stands and walks outside. He reflects that with pills his progress is fast, but each new realm brings another bottleneck that needs more resources. Hands on his waist, he studies the interface in front of him. A high-difficulty quest appears. Escort 50 outer disciples to Storm Valley within 3 days, and ensure all return safely. Rich rewards, but extreme danger. Lin Jikan weighs the risks, knowing he would not take it without serious benefits. Outside the outer hall of Tianyan Sword Sect, disciples gather and chatter about the upcoming trial. One complains about a careless leader last time that caused heavy losses. A female disciple checks the list and says as long as the mission is done, it does not really matter who leads. A male disciple points at Lin Jikan and says this team will be under his command, and Lin Jikan cups his fists in thanks. The other returns the gesture and says they can support each other in the future. Suddenly, someone shouts that the captain has arrived. Many eyes turn toward Lin Jikan, surprised that he is leading. Lin Jikan steps forward and says firmly that he will be in charge for the next 3 days. His gaze sweeps the crowd as he warns that anyone who disobeys will lose all evaluation points, and those unhappy can leave now. The crowd erupts in whispers, some mocking him, others even planning to record his failure. Lin Jikan raises 3 fingers and reminds them that for 3 days they move as one. He points ahead and tells everyone to prepare pills and gear, then gather at Gongcheng in half an hour. The disciples quickly disperse while discussing their preparations. Lin Jikan lightly snaps his fingers. He calls out, "Fat Bear, come eat, we leave soon." Wan Ling runs over, eyes shining, saying his spirit beast looks adorable. She asks curiously how he ended up leading this mission. Lin Jikan smiles and says it is his first time, so he might need her help. Wan Ling pauses, slightly embarrassed. He laughs and jokes, asking if she wants to ride it, saying it likes pretty girls. Wan Ling climbs onto the Iron Eater beast and laughs, surprised at how gentle it is. Lin Jikan sits behind her and says, "Let's go, into the bamboo forest." The Iron Eater beast carries them deep into the dense woods as the air grows quiet. Her expression suddenly turns serious as she stares ahead. From afar comes an angry voice accusing someone of taking advantage. Wan Ling asks if he hears it, and Lin Jikan frowns, saying it is people from Wan Shi Guild. One man points at a girl ahead and angrily accuses her of taking many items from the guild. Lin Jikin is slightly startled as a familiar name crosses his mind. Shi Shiyue crosses her arms and replies with open sarcasm. The other side demands she hand over the golden core if she wants to leave. The tension spikes as the threat becomes clear. From atop the Iron Eater beast, Lin Jikin speaks up, asking if they are not ashamed ganging up on one girl. He looks at them with disdain and calls them a mixed bunch of trash. The group immediately turns around in anger when they recognize him. Lin Jikin points at them and mocks the Wan Shi members, asking if this feels right to them. The leader warns him not to interfere and mentions his connection with their guild master. The tone turns sharp with clear threats. Lin Jikin chuckles and says they know he knows the guildmaster, but his smile turns cold as he says he does not know them and will interfere if he wants. The group explodes in rage, words cut off mid-sentence. The leader raises a hand to stop them and says he has heard about Lin Jikin. He summons his weapon and confidently asks if Lin Jikin is a sword cultivator. Resting an axe on his shoulder, he declares he will show his strength. Lin Jikin jumps off the Iron Eater beast and tells Wan Ling to watch it, and she reminds him to be careful. He raises his sword and calmly says, "Don't worry." The blade is drawn in one clean motion. His eyes sharpen as a faint blue glow flickers. Waves of sword energy tear through the air toward the enemy. The man retreats quickly, uneasy at the speed. Lin Jikin does not stop and lifts his sword high before striking down. The opponent raises his axe to block. He channels power and counters head-on. Lin Jikin leaps upward, using tree branches to gain speed, while recalling this man once ranked high on the 8 Desolations leaderboard. He narrows his eyes, remembering past battles, where few could match that man's realm and skill. Gripping his sword tightly, Lin Jikin dives down confidently, knowing he has already undergone 2 bone reforgings. He activates Phantom Step, his body turning unpredictable as he shoots forward like a streak of golden light. Xingyan widens his eyes at the incoming light and shouts in shock, "What?" Lin Jikin twists his blade and sweeps straight for Xingyan's neck. Xingyan turns back in disbelief as the strike pierces through him, unable to understand how a normal move hit that hard. He opens his mouth and screams as pain explodes through his body. Enraged, Xingyan roars and swings his axe forward in fury. Lin Jikin answers instantly with a head-on sword strike. Streams of sword energy crash into Xingyan, and blood sprays everywhere. Xingyan throws his head back and howls in agony. He loses control and casts Hell Ghost Axe, creating a massive phantom axe sweeping the ground. Lin Jikin's face tightens as he fails to dodge in time, and the system warns of guaranteed bleeding draining HP for 30 seconds. He immediately counters with Frost Moon Slash. The strike lands, dealing 1,850 damage with slow and freeze effects triggered. Xingyan freezes in place, stunned that such a low chance effect actually activated. Locked in ice, he can only watch Lin Jikin descend from above with growing dread. Lin Jikin raises his sword and declares he has one blade to split mountains and seas. He unleashes mountain-splitting, sea-severing sword and cleaves Xingyan in 2. A blazing red sword wave surges forward deep into the forest. Lin Jikin stands still, eyes fixed on the glowing loot dropping before him. 2 men behind scream in panic, Brother Xing. Their faces turn pale as they shout to run back and report to the guildmaster. Before they can move, a sharp sword flash slices across them. 2 cold blue tombstones appear on the ground. Lin Jikin glances over and says calmly, "Trying to run?" He turns back and tells her to collect the soul seeds and share them with Yo Ying Guild, and Wan Ling thanks him excitedly. Shi Shiyu cups her fists with a smile and thanks him sincerely for the rescue. She reaches into her robe and says, "Oh right." Shi Shiyue hands him a medicine bottle, saying it is a powerful healing elixir, and Lin Jikin realizes why she is called the Lucky Queen of the 8 Desolations. He looks at her and recalls that in his past life, her luck brought fortune, but also deadly enemies that hunted her down. Lin Jikin accepts the bottle and warns her that relying only on talent to profit will easily offend powerful people. He looks straight at her and says those people might even come after her in real life. Shi Shiyu covers her mouth in shock, asking if anyone could be that cruel. Lin Jichen crosses his arms, thinking how unpredictable human hearts are, while she remains too naive. She says maybe she should quit the game, but he tells her to use her soul worm talent to grow stronger until no one dares touch her. Shi Shiyu clenches her fists and says she understands. Wan Ling walks over and asks if the team is ready to depart. Lin Jichen cups his fists and says they will meet again another day, and Shi Shiyue returns the gesture. In Storm Valley, the disciples stare ahead as fierce winds shake the ground, living up to its name. Standing atop a rock, Lin Jichen orders everyone to stabilize the formation. After checking the area, he decides to halt for the day and announces a 9 a.m. gathering while he takes night watch. The next morning, calls to assemble Echo outside the tents. One by one, the disciples step out online again as the camp grows lively with urgency. Lin Jichen scans the area, looks up at the board, and confirms 48 players are online. In a corner, Two players whisper in confusion since two people are still missing, and one even complains he logged in hungry and is exhausted from waiting. He turns to the group and calmly tells everyone to wait, saying a few members are still not here yet. After quite a long time, two female players finally show up. All eyes lock onto them, and the crowd instantly erupts with complaints about the 2-hour wait. The two walk up to Lin Jikin and apologize, but their tone feels anything but sincere. His face darkens as he coldly points out they made the entire team wait for 2 full hours. One girl lowers her head and speaks in a soft, slightly spoiled tone, saying she just overslept and that lack of sleep ruins a girl's beauty. Lin Jikin frowns and firmly reminds them they have been late 3 days in a row, then announces he will deduct points from their training evaluation. The other girl immediately snaps back, saying being late is normal and doesn't deserve such punishment. His eyes turn icy as he tells them to leave, deciding he would rather fail than keep teammates who cause trouble. One girl crosses her arms and mocks his leadership, while the other demands he apologize, or no one will continue the mission. Behind him, Wan Ling can't hold back anymore, and loudly calls out their unreasonable attitude. One of the girls steps closer with a mocking smile, and throws out a sharp insult. Wan Ling's gaze turns razor cold, scaring the other girl into a panicked scream. The two immediately lower their heads, and don't dare say another word. Lin Jikin walks inside and orders everyone to stay close, warning them not to split up unless they want consequences. As he leads the way, he recalls the place in his mind, Storm Valley, south of Muxianzhou, famous for endless violent winds. He dashes forward on his flying sword, knowing the narrow valley stretches so far that even flying would take days to cross. He quickly calculates the mission, 10 wind spirit fragments per person, 500 in total, and with this messy formation, success feels impossible. Lin Jikin speeds ahead on his sword, deciding he must collect more himself, since the team's coordination can't be trusted. He closes his eyes and exhales, already picturing the burden falling entirely on him once everyone scatters. Suddenly, a sharp scream for help pierces the air and makes him turn around instantly. The long-haired girl has fallen to the ground, crying that the beast is too strong and she can't hold on. From above, Lin Jikin dives down and tells her to endure a little longer. But the next second, what he sees makes him pause. He is stunned to see 2 Crystal Realm cultivators, trembling with swords in hand, panicking against a beast at the same level. The girl with bangs swings wildly at the air, while screaming, ignoring her teammates' attempts to calm her. Watching this, he rubs his forehead, completely speechless at their inexperience. A sudden memory flashes in his mind, familiar cheers echoing as he once grinded levels and cleared missions with others. His expression darkens, remembering how that dedication once ended in brutal betrayal. Just then, the long-haired girl spots him and shouts that the leader has arrived. The 2 girls burst into tears, begging for help and saying the beast is far too terrifying. Lin Jikin presses his fingers to his forehead and casually tells them to try holding on a bit longer. They are knocked flying again and scream that they have reached their limit. He folds his arms and lets out a long, tired sigh. In the next instant, a cold streak of sword light tears through the air and pierces straight through the monster's back. The girl with bangs stands there in shock, asking if it's already over. When they see the fragment drop, their faces light up, and they excitedly thank him for completing the task. But suddenly they realize Lin Jikin is already gone from where he stood. In a split second, he appears beside the drop and swiftly grabs the blue fragment. The 2 girls rush after him, their voices suddenly sweet as they call out to stop him. The short-haired girl smiles and suggests he can take the equipment while leaving the wind fragment to them. The other lightly tugs her skirt, admits her mistake, and hints she will send private photos if he helps finish the mission. Hearing that, Lin Jikin turns away at once, raises a hand to stop them, and refuses without hesitation. Suddenly, he freezes and looks up at the sky, his expression turning serious. A massive shadow sweeps across the sky, covering the light above them. The crimson shockbird opens its beak and dives down at the players below. 2 unlucky players are snatched by its claws and can only scream for help. It flies high into the air and drops them, letting them fall freely to the ground. Lin Jikin quickly recognizes it as a latest-stage Golden Core Crimson Shockbird, no weaker than the Thunder Dragon at Lei Marsh. The system displays its boss stats, showing massive HP and a list of deadly skills. The crowd looks up and at first even cheers, rushing to attack. Waves of blue attacks shoot toward its enormous body. But when it dives down with overwhelming force, panic spreads as they realize their attacks barely worked. Lin Jikin immediately flies up, sword pointed straight at the Crimson Shockbird. He unleashes a dazzling blue sword aura with full force. The strike lands, and the system flashes a critical hit for 15,500 damage. A faint smile touches his lips, as he thinks meeting this boss on day 1 might not be bad luck. The Crimson Shockbird lands and lashes out fiercely with its claws. Lin Jikin is slightly caught off guard by the speed. The blow hits and knocks him back through the air. Holding his shoulder, he watches his HP drop and admits the speed of a wind-type beast is terrifying. Without hesitation, he swings twice and sends out 2 sword auras in return. The bird dodges swiftly, then flaps its wings and tries to retreat. Lin Jiken turns into a streak of light and chases, refusing to let it escape. He raises his sword and threatens to pluck all its feathers and roast them. Then he unleashes Wind Thunder 1 sword and slashes at its body. The attack misses, surprising him, and the beast rises higher before casting Storm Sweep. A blazing red-orange ring ignites, radiating intense heat. It charges straight at Lin Jiken in a direct assault. He accelerates upward, already planning how to control it, instead of wasting energy. The system shows a speed boost from Wind Thunder 1 sword. Fierce winds spiral around him as he shoots forward like an arrow. With a sharp motion, he unleashes Frost Moon Slash. The Crimson Shock Bird reacts instantly and shields itself with folded wings. Not giving it time, Lin Jiken lifts his sword as countless phantom sword auras gather around him. He thrusts forward with everything and activates Sword Edge Storm. The players below stare in shock at the level of this sword cultivator. Lin Jiken keeps his blade forward and sends the sword auras flying in waves. The dense sword phantoms crash down like a violent storm onto the Crimson Shock Bird. Damage notifications flood the screen as its HP drops chunk by chunk. A golden seal slowly forms in his palm. He raises one finger toward the sky, his presence overwhelming. A massive phantom Buddha seal appears above the beast. When it slams down, the system alerts that its speed has been greatly reduced. Lin Jiken lowers his finger with absolute decisiveness. Golden energy blasts rain down and shred its remaining HP. The Crimson Shock Bird lets out a deafening screech that shakes the sky. Feathers scatter everywhere, twisting in the wind like chaotic rain. The Crimson Shock Bird stretches across the sky as red glowing feathers gather into a strange mass. Looking up, Lin Jiken feels a chill, knowing once that move finishes, survival will be almost impossible. His body tightens as he pours every ounce of power into his sword, gambling everything on one strike. He thrusts forward, his figure blazing as blue energy erupts violently around him. With a thunderous shout, his momentum explodes as the blade slashes forward. Sword energy erupts from his body, forming a devastating strike aimed straight at the beast. The system flashes, Death Duel activated, 5 CISO consumed, 2050 damage dealt, kill confirmed. He stands still and watches the Crimson Shock Bird split in half and crash to the ground. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he finally lets out the tension in his heart. The crowd erupts in cheers, shouting victory, praising the insane EXP and their overpowered leader. But a few people remain silent. As he lands, the crowd quickly surrounds him, greeting him excitedly and praising his effort. Ruan Ling walks up with shining eyes, showering him with compliments. Meanwhile, a small group quietly sneaks toward the corpse, greedily discussing the possible loot. Hearing that, Lin Jiken's eyes turn ice cold. His gaze locks onto the 3 figures approaching the body. Without hesitation, he flicks his hand, and his sword shoots forward, slamming down in front of them. The 3 freeze as the blade blocks their path. He walks over slowly and says in a low voice, "I'm talking to you 3. His stare sharpens as he warns them not to touch someone else's spoils. One man quickly forces a smile and claims it is all a misunderstanding, saying they only wanted to take a look. But the moment Lin Jiken passes by, the 3 suddenly vanish, leaving scattered spirit fragments behind. He raises his hand and collects the floating fragments. The system reveals a Earth-grade weapon, Chung Ming Sword, 90 power, 70 crit. Every 3 hits deal true damage and restore 50 HP. Excess becomes a shield, plus powerful burst skills, and 30 sword flight boost, golden core required. His eyes linger on the sword as he feels genuine surprise at its insane stats and recovery effect. He then picks up the soul pouch dropped by the beast. The system displays an Earth-grade outfit, snow brocade dress, 70 defense, 50 heart guard, 2 willpower, immune to fire and water, blocks 1 golden core attack, boosts healing by 30, female golden core only. He smiles slightly, a top-tier defensive item, just not for a male character. Bian Ling quickly steps forward and eagerly offers to buy the dress, but Lin Jiken calmly refuses, saying he has other plans. She pauses in surprise, and he explains the dress is meant for his sister. Shocked, she asks about his sister, and even suggests inviting her into the guild. He closes his eyes briefly and says his sister is still in the early stage. Reaching Golden Core would take at least half a month even with guidance, and by then the game meta may have changed. As he analyzes it, he begins to waver, knowing gear value shifts fast and similar dresses are not impossible to obtain later. After thinking it through, he turns and hands the dress to Su Wanling, casually saying it is a gift, leaving her stunned and insisting she must pay. When she checks the system info, her expression changes instantly as she realizes its overwhelming value, far beyond what she could easily afford even with her income. After thinking it over, she returns the dress to Lin Jiken and firmly refuses, forcing herself to stay rational. She then suggests he sell it to her guild leader instead so he does not lose out. She says the dress perfectly suits that elegant style, contacts Jiang Luoyu, and the deal closes at 60,000 spirit stones. At the same time, footage of Lin Jiken's battle spreads everywhere, showing him dropping the Crimson Shockbird in just 2 strikes. The video leaves countless players stunned by his overwhelming presence. Back at the scene, the training ends, and Lin Jiken announces the mission complete as they prepare to return to the sect. Aside from the boss fight, everything went smoothly, which brings him some relief. He takes out a teleport talisman, and the others follow. But when activated, nothing happens, and confusion spreads instantly. Lin Jiken checks his talisman and realizes it has completely failed. Suddenly, the light above dims, eerie laughter echoes, and his expression turns serious. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 black-robed figures appear and seal off every escape route. His face darkens as he recognizes them as members of the Nether Soul Hall. From the crowd, a woman in purple slowly steps forward. The moment he sees her, his heart sinks. Luo Muxian, the demoness, who once nearly killed him, now clearly even stronger. She walks up and boldly touches his face, teasing him with a dangerous smile. Lin Jiken remains cold and asks directly what she wants. She laughs softly and suggests he follow her back to the Nether Soul Hall. She offers to make him her male servant and dual cultivate with her every day as she presses close. Behind him, several male players stare in envy, wishing they could take his place. Lin Jiken brushes her hand away and says, if she wants to kill him, then do it, he will not bow. Luo Muxian chuckles and says she has no plan to kill him, only to invite him as a guest. She tempts him with fine food and her personal company. Lin Jiken refuses without hesitation. Her eyes gleam as she mocks him, asking if he thinks he can refuse. She questions whether he truly believes he can fight her people. Lin Jiken stays silent and weighs the situation, knowing a fight would doom the trial disciples. Finally, he agrees to go with them, but only under one condition. Luo Muxian sneers and asks what right he has to negotiate. Lin Jiken calmly says they want him to threaten the sword sect, and if they want his cooperation, they must accept his condition, or he will kill himself, even if it means dropping realms and losing everything. A cold glint flashes in Luo Muxian's eyes as she asks what his condition is. Lin Jiken points at the training team and says let them go, and she asks why. He firmly says he led them here. They are sword sect disciples, and he is responsible for them. Luo Muxian looks surprised, then smiles and agrees, saying these outer disciples mean nothing to her. Lin Jiken immediately feels relieved and walks toward the group. He tells Su Wanling and the others to crush their teleport talismans and return at once, and she asks what about him. He signals that staying would only waste their lives, and she nods, telling him to be careful. She checks her talisman and finds it working again, then crushes it and disappears, and the others quickly follow. After everyone leaves, Lin Jiken finally exhales. Luo Muxian gestures invitingly. She hands him a Nether Soul Hall teleport talisman and tells him it is time to fulfill his promise. Lin Jiken takes it but does not use it yet. Instead, he says he has one question. He asks how she knew his location and identity, and she replies that their intelligence confirmed the direct disciple of Lung Feiyan was here. Only a few NPCs in the sect knew about his training mission. The only one who could leak it and hold a grudge is Chu Tianhan. Luo Muxian grows impatient and warns him not to stall. Suddenly, his eyes light up, and he shouts loudly that his master has arrived. The shout shocks everyone, and fear instantly spreads at the thought of Lung Feiyan appearing. Luo Muxian turns around instinctively without thinking. In that instant, Lin Jiken spits out blood and activates Blood Flash Shadow Escape, burning 20% of his blood to teleport 100 meters away, the cost of 3 days of weakness. Luo Muxian realizes she has been tricked and spins back around. Before vanishing, Lin Jiken leaves her with a mocking smile and a clear gesture of provocation. Furious, she shouts for him to stop and launches an attack to block him. But the strike hits nothing as he has already disappeared. Her face turns dark as she withdraws her attack, fully aware she was mocked. Grinding her teeth, she swears that next time they meet, Lin Jiken will have no escape. Scene shifts to a spot 100 miles outside the valley, where Lin Jiken reappears. He realizes he is still within Storm Valley's range, and random teleportation here is extremely dangerous. Still shaken, he immediately uses a teleport talisman and safely returns to the Sword Sect. Back at the Sword Sect, Elder Tianyuan and Elder Tianqing question Su Wanling and the others, asking if Lin Jichen was truly taken to the Nether Soul Hall. Over 100 Ghost Hall demonic cultivators surrounded us, led by a purple-robed woman who was insanely strong. After hearing this, Elder Tianqing and Elder Tianyuan went silent if that was true. Lin Jichen was in serious danger, because once taken to Ghost Hall, even death would be a luxury. No matter what, they had to rush to Stormwind Valley now, since Lung Feiyan had told them to protect her disciple before going into seclusion. Hidden in a corner, someone watched everything in silence. It was Chu Tianhan, eyes full of jealousy, sneering that Ghost Hall was a death trap, and once Lin Jiken's Dao heart was corrupted, Lung Feiyan would never value him again. Just as Elder Tianyuan was about to speak, Nangongyue ran over shouting, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" She demanded to know if her junior brother was captured, and despite Tianyuan scolding her to go back, she stubbornly insisted on going to save him. Elder Tianqing finally agreed to let Yuer follow, saying delay could make things worse. As they prepared to head to Stormwind Valley, a calm voice suddenly stopped them, saying there was no need to go. Everyone turned to see Lin Jiken walking back into Sword Sect, tired but completely safe. "Junior brother, you're okay? That's great." Nangongyue rushed over first and hugged him tightly. She even checked him all over, afraid he was injured somewhere. Seeing this, Chu Tianhan was both shocked and furious, unable to believe Lin Jichen escaped Luo Muxian. He clenched his fists, cursing Ghost Hall as useless and swearing next time he would personally deal with Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen then explained everything about the ambush, saying he used a secret technique and only suffered minor backlash that needed a few days to recover. Elder Tianyuan wiped his sweat and praised him for using a heaven-grade secret art to pull off a perfect golden cicada escape. Elder Tianqing laughed loudly, saying he not only escaped but saved many disciples and made a huge contribution, while Lin Jiken stayed humble. Then the system chimed. Tianqing's favorability rose by 10 to 30, and Tianyuan's rose by 20 to 20, earning him goodwill from both Grand Elders. Right after that, Elder Tianqing handed him a wooden box as a reward for completing the trial so well. Inside was a high-grade body-tempering pill, a profound rank martial skill, 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, and 1,000 sect contribution points. Lin Jiken thought that was all, but Elder Tianyuan also gave a separate reward for saving so many Sword Sect disciples. When he looked closer, he realized it was not a contribution token but an identity badge. It was the Deke token of the miscellaneous hall, granting him authority over outer disciples and status equal to an elder there, making him both surprised and amused at his sudden promotion. The elders told him to rest, but Nangongyue insisted he come to Spirit Beast Mountain to recover, and under Tianyuan's gaze, Lin Jiken awkwardly tried to refuse. Nangongyue didn't give him the chance and dragged him away, while Lin Jichen worried about returning to Sword Palace, since it was too close to Lung Feiyan's seclusion. Watching them leave together, Elder Tianqing laughed and congratulated Tianyuan, who simply frowned and told him to shut up. Meanwhile, Chu Tianhe burned with resentment, vowing that next time he would personally end Lin Jichen. Outside his door, a clear voice called out, "Junior brother, can I come in?" Lin Jiken stopped cultivating and calmly replied, "Come in." Nangongyue pushed the door open with a bright smile. "Look, I made spirit grain porridge for you. I even added nourishing herbs. It's perfect for recovery." Hearing that, Lin Jichen suddenly remembered Leng Feiyan's cooking. A strange feeling rose in his chest, making him wonder if this was really safe to eat. But under Nangongyue's eager gaze, he steadied himself and took a bite. After just a few spoonfuls, his caution vanished. "Wow, this is amazing, senior sister. You really made this? It tastes incredible." Nangongyue pouted playfully, asking if he thought she couldn't cook. And when he swore it was the best he had ever tasted, she beamed and promised to make more tonight. Lin Jiken curiously asked who taught her such skills, saying she could host an immortal banquet with this level. She explained her mother taught her everything, from cooking to proper etiquette. When he heard she was from Langsing Magic Sect, he quickly asked who her mother was. She answered calmly, "The Grand Elder of Langsing Magic Sect, Ling Feihong." Lin Jiken nearly choked, realizing Ling Feihong was Jiang Luoxi's master, and suddenly felt surrounded by big shots. Seeing him cough, Nangongyue gently patted his back and told him to slow down. She handed him a handkerchief and told him to use it. As he took it and thanked her, their fingers brushed for a split second. That tiny touch made Nangongyue blush instantly, her favorability rising fast. Lin Jiken awkwardly apologized, but she quickly waved it off, face still red. A faint smile flashed in his eyes, pleased that she didn't pull away, sensing her favor was almost maxed. Nangongyue lowered her head, pressing her hand to her chest, confused why such a small touch made her heart race. Unable to bear the awkward tension, she suddenly stood up and hurriedly said it was late before rushing out. Outside, she covered her burning face, embarrassed yet secretly happy he loved her porridge. The door closed, leaving only the fading echo of her hurried footsteps. Lin Jiken opened the system panel and saw the profound rank thunder skill, 3,000 thunder slashes, dealing 4,000 damage within 100 meters, and paralyzing enemies for 10 seconds, requiring core formation and 90 talent. He smirked, thinking about combining it with the Thunder Spirit Heart as a future trump card. He then opened his palm, revealing a swirling blue energy orb he almost forgot about. Channeling spiritual power, he crushed it without hesitation. The system announced a heavenly treasure, the Wind Spirit Heart from the Scarlet-Horned Bird of Stormwind Valley, capable of aiding breakthroughs, tempering the body, and boosting wind resistance. Joy flashed across his face, already having the Thunder Spirit, and now gaining the Wind Spirit. Even he felt shocked by his luck. The next morning, Lin Jiken walked down the steps, feeling refreshed, like he had finished something important. After days of being spoiled by his senior sister, he felt lazy but strangely comfortable. With his master still in seclusion, he decided it was time to take on a mission and move again. Standing before the sex mission board packed with tasks, he told himself this time he would go solo. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as something caught his attention. It was a hell-level mission to find the Earth-grade herb Purple Luo Mystic Incense, offering huge rewards but warning of powerful spirit beasts guarding it. He rested his chin in his hand, weighing the huge reward against the deadly risk. In the end, he made a firm choice. This was the one. The mission token instantly flew off the board. It landed in his hand as the system confirmed the quest was accepted. He turned around and set off without hesitation. In the vast sect courtyard, a figure quietly watched him from behind. It was Chu Tianhan, killing intent boiling inside. Convinced luck saved Lin Jikan twice, but not this time. The scene shifted to the 100,000 mountains, dark forests echoing with beast cries and danger in the air. Chu Tianhan continued to trail him in secret. Riding his iron-eating beast, Lin Jikan relied on memories from his past life to pinpoint the Purple Luo Mystic Incense. Without those memories, this mission would be nearly impossible. Tired already. I'm hungry too, let's find a place to rest. He pointed at a dark cave ahead and told the beast to scout first if it wanted to eat. The moment it heard food, the iron-eating beast roared and charged in eagerly, while he stayed behind. Its round body waddled into the cave. Soon strange noises echoed from deep inside, and the ground began to tremble. The beast suddenly bolted out in panic, screeching like it had seen a nightmare. Lin Jikan froze, surprise flashing in his eyes. A swarm of giant wasps burst out, venomous stingers gleaming as the system labeled them extremely dangerous hornets. His expression changed as he realized why the beast panicked. Getting swarmed by these would be disastrous. But he quickly calmed down, drew his sword, and saw both trouble and opportunity. He launched a shadow strike, sword light sweeping forward. The hornets froze mid-air in an instant. Then they dropped to the ground, one after another. Seeing the swarm wasn't too large, he figured clearing them could earn valuable healing honey from the hive. But right then, another far larger swarm rushed in from the distance. Their leader appeared, a massive queen wasp at early golden core, with 40,000 health and terrifying stats. With a sharp screech, it commanded the swarm to attack. Countless venomous stingers shot out like rain, tearing through the air toward Lin Jikan. He moved swiftly, dodging with precise footwork. With a shout, he unleashed Sword Tempest, blasting away the incoming stingers. His blade swept again, slicing hornets in half mid-air. He leapt up and activated Phoenix Feather, crimson flames raining down to burn the swarm. Without pause, he followed with Heavenly Thunder Slash, lightning roaring along his blade. A massive bolt crashed onto the queen, exploding in blinding light. After the devastating strike, hornets fell everywhere, lifeless. Lin Jikan landed steadily from the air. He quickly gathered the loot, as the system announced Spirit Grade and Profound Grade pills, along with Bloodthirst pills. There were also bone-shedding pills, and, most importantly, a Profound Grade Transformation pill. Holding the transformation pill, his eyes gleamed. This haul exceeded expectations. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed a familiar aura approaching. He instantly recognized it as Chu Tianhan, unsure how he tracked him here. Not far away, Chu Tianhan rushed over at full speed. Lin Jikan, do you really think you can escape me? This place will make a fine grave. Clutching the pill, Lin Jikan quickly assessed the situation and knew a direct fight wasn't wise. He exhaled softly and swallowed the pill, deciding to use another method. His body began to change as a sly smile formed. Chu Tianhan, let's put on a little show, and the system confirmed the transformation. Chu Tianhan arrived at the scene. He frowned at the lingering spiritual energy. Clearly a battle had just happened, but no one was in sight. Closing his eyes, he spread his divine sense to search the area thoroughly. Suddenly, a timid voice spoke from behind. Dao brother, there was fighting here just now. I'm scared. What happened? Chu Tianhan turned around, staring at the stranger with confusion. Under the disguise, Lin Jikan acted timid, head lowered, looking fragile and easy to protect. Chu Tianhan withdrew his killing intent and softened his tone, saying he was chasing someone and asking why she was alone in such a dangerous place. Lin Jikan replied pitifully that her master sent her to find Purple Luo Mystic Incense, but a powerful beast guarded it, and after seeing Dao brother's strength, she hoped for help. She promised to repay the favor once it was done. Chu Tianhan laughed it off and told her to lead the way, though he had his own plans in mind. The two moved deeper into the forest together. After a while, Lin Jikan pointed ahead and said it was over there. On a steep cliff, a glowing purple flower shone brightly, the Purple Luo Mystic Incense. Beside it clung a giant ape, fully alert and guarding the spot. Chu Tianhan drew his sword confidently, saying it would be easy. He charged forward and shouted for the beast to die. The ape roared and immediately clashed with him in a fierce battle. Lin Jikan watched from below, his eyes turning cold as he patiently waited. A subtle, unreadable smile curved on his lips. The moment Chu Tianhan was fully entangled, he shot up the cliff at lightning speed. His hand reached out and plucked the purple Luo mystic incensi in one swift motion. Landing on a rock, he held the herb as his robe fluttered in the wind. Senior Brother Chu, thanks for the help. I'll be sure to repay you later.